What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the season preview. Before you enter this absolute marathon, all I ask is you hit like and subscribe. Go to Spotify, give us a follow, so hit the follow button, or go to our YouTube, like the video. It really, really helps the algorithm. So just a small ask, you know, if you get 7 hours of content, just one little tap of the button. That's all I ask, baby. So, and also hit subscribe on YouTube. We've got some huge things planned this year. And also, just wanted to say a massive thank you for all the support leading up to this, guys. We cannot wait for the year, and we get to talk about footy all year long, thanks to you guys. So thank you so much, and I really hope you enjoy the 2025 season preview.
Just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the season preview. To say I'm excited is an understatement. I tell you what, we've spoken about it over the last few weeks. Of like, you know, I just haven't felt the same kind of buzz around the NRL season. Now that I'm sitting here, I see the season preview in front of me, and then I think about the fact that rugby league is back this week. It's starting to build for me. It's starting to build. The season preview proudly brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet. Hammy unfortunately couldn't be here today because we're not filming it on Monday. We're filming it a couple of days before that, because if we filmed it on a Monday, we wouldn't be able to get out in time. So Hammy couldn't be here, unfortunately. He had some commitments already locked in. But I will say, brought to you by our friends at Sportsbet. Give us a follow on the feed. It's the perfect time to give us a follow, guys, because the footy season is here. We're putting our tips on there, putting our punts, our bets on there, and you can copy them straight away. Massive thank you to Sportsbet. The Roo, he's with me here. How you going, mate?
Super excited, mate. I was driving into Alexandria today, well known for having no parking spots whatsoever, and one of the untimed 3 spots in Alexandria. A car moved out and I came straight in.
But you know what?
It's going to be a good day.
It's going to be a good day. That's a great start. Also, I walked out there and I was about to go and get a bottle of water for this marathon we're about to endure. And the guy that was stacking the machine was there. And I was like, oh, okay, you know, I can't really wait for him to stack the whole machine, so I'm probably just going to go without water for a while. Anyway, he goes, no, mate, here you go. Gave it to me for free.
How good's that?
That's what life's about. Just little moments like that. Timmy, how you going, mate?
I've had a good start to the day, boys. Not as good as you boys, but I've had an ocean swim, been limbering up all morning, onto my second grumpy coffee, so I couldn't be better prepped. And you say, can be better how it's been a bit of a slow off-season NRL news-wise, but today's the day where I've spent the morning trying to work out the structure of the Cronulla Sharks bench for round 1, and I'm just like, we're back. We're talking some rugby league.
I love it. All right, without any further ado, 2 little quick things. Use code PREVIEW for 10% off your Grumpy order, grumpycoffee.com.au. So let's get that out of the way. Boom. If you want the coffee, grumpycoffee.com.au. And use code PREVIEW for 10% off your Bloke Undies order at bloke.shop. Those 2 out of the way. Let's get into it, shall we? Season preview. We're getting straight into it. The Tigers. Now, the stats here. Look, we've already gone over the stats in the review, but some of these stats that stand out from last season. You've got the points per game. Their attack was the worst in the competition at 17. Then you go metres per game, worst in the competition at 17. Outside of that, you know, line breaks, that was 15th. That also lands in attack. Tackle breaks 13. That also kind of lands in attack. So the biggest concern when you look at it from a statistical perspective last year is their ability to make metres, break tackles, and score tries. Their attack was just not even like on the radar, pretty much. And so heading into this year, you look at it and you go, okay, have they brought enough players? Like, if you're just looking at this team statistically, have they brought enough players to actually change their attack? Now, you look at Luai, you look at May, you look at Hunt, you look at Taruva, you look at Skelton
as well. Yeah.
So you go, okay, Taruva, heaps of metres. Skelton, heaps of metres. Terrell May, heaps of metres. Luai can guide him around the park. He can get the line breaks going. Now, on the surface, we could all sit here and go, administration. However, let's just assume that they get that right, because there's nothing, if they don't get it right, it doesn't matter how good they play, it doesn't matter how good. Let's assume the administration's really good in 2025. Honestly, and it might sound a bit harsh, but my biggest question is Benji Marshall. That's my biggest question heading into 2025 for the Tigers. It's not the roster. Now, is this roster good enough to win a premiership? I don't think right now. The administration, that's always a question, and I think that's going to be a question for quite a while, but we have to just assume they get it right at some stage. My biggest question heading into 2025 for the Tigers, it's Benji Marshall. And interestingly, I saw a quote from the CEO, and when CEOs start saying the coach has got the roster they want, I feel like a clock has started. And he did say that in this offseason. Root, Overarching thoughts with the Tigers.
I actually completely agree with you, mate. When it comes to the Tigers, I think it's one thing that over the last 2 years hasn't been spoken about enough, that, you know, they have the least experienced coach in the NRL. And, mate, realistically, I don't know how many coaches would have retired within 5 years and been a head coach of a club immediately. Like, you look at other coaches that, you know, Jason Rolls is going to coach his first NRL game in a few weeks, but he's been under Bellamy, he's been under Robinson, he's done a huge apprenticeship. Benji's never done that. And realistically, Benji was under Tim Sheens when it was all going wrong. I mean, Tim Sheens is one of the greatest coaches of all time, but his last few years were far from impressive. There was a lot going on there. So he's really just had to learn on the fly. And I kind of think a guy like Jerome Luai walking into this club, it'd be great for the Tigers, but I just think it'd be great for Benji as well. Because I do think he needs help from senior players that have been there, have done it, to be able to deliver his message. Because there has been... You know, there's always noise around the Tigers, but there's been a lot of players that have tried to leave or have left over the last few years. And I think Benji needs some help with that.
Yeah, well, it's a really interesting question because, or kind of topic, because you look at Benji's development as a coach, and funnily enough, it kind of suits a lot of development at the players at the Tigers. So they have this grand plan of these young fellas at the club, and that grand plan within 12 months is completely changed. And what happened with Benji Marshall? There was a grand plan of Tim Sheens easing him into coaching, and before we know it, Tim Sheens is gone. So even his development as a coach has been, because of administration, hasn't been perfect per se. I do agree with you in the sense of Luai in the squad, there was probably only Appy Coruscant that could relate to a guy like Benji Marshall last year. And if I'm missing someone, I apologise. The positive with Luai coming into the squad, he's really the only other player at the moment that is on the level, not of Benji Marshall when it comes to historically, but when it comes to, you know, a current superstar in the game that's won premierships. Timmy, overarching thoughts on the Tigers at the moment?
Yeah, overarching thoughts are that there's optimism in the roster and things moving forward. They've recruited very, very well, but I see a lot of red flags, which we'll get into specifically shortly. But, and even like you boys there and Guru mentioning specifically that Benji will get some support from someone like Jerome Luai coming in and all that. That there is a major red flag to me, that your head coach in his second year in coaching, who got, you know, his tenure got escalated and Tim Sheens got moved out early. That's a concern to me, that your head coach needs players coming in to give him a hand and all that. And, you know, I'm looking at the negative side of it. Maybe that's a positive thing, he will get a hand, but you don't need that from your head coach. They should be coming in confident and ready to take over and do the job. Benji in his second year, Jerome Luai coming in, very exciting. But how can he take control of the side as the key playmaker and the key organiser over a full season? He's gone from the Premiers to the Wooden Spooners. We've seen him do it with Samoa, take them to World Cup final, very short stint. I want to be optimistic about them, but when you throw in the off-field side of things as well, I still feel they're absolutely 12 months away from where probably Tigers fans want them to be. They're very much in a rebuilding process, and we'll get to the list soon. It looks good, but I have concerns.
Do we all agree, you know, we've just spoken about Benji, but do we all agree the number one concern heading into next year is administration?
Without a doubt, as it has been for the last decade.
Yeah, and it's like we could sit up here in the season preview, guys, and Tigers fans know better than anyone, and we could talk all day about the administration. But I'm sure Tigers fans right now are so sick of hearing about it that we need to focus on other things, because like that's a give. I think it's like 2 or 3 years ago when we spoke about it, I think a lot of people are like, guys, why do you keep speaking about people that aren't actually on the footy field? I do believe, I kind of feel like now people are really starting to understand how important administration is. But I think for this season preview, I'm just going to assume that administration doesn't necessarily have to be the best in the game, but they're going to be okay, solid. There's not going to be disasters happening everywhere. I hope anyway. Does that mean that I'm sure that that will happen? No, it's not. But I think that for a season preview's the sake of the season preview, and we're not sitting here for 20 minutes talking about the administration, let's just assume that they sort themselves out. And so with Benji Marshall, it's one thing being a good coach at a good club. That's hard enough as it is. It's one thing being a solid coach at a good club. That's also hard. A solid coach at a solid club, that's hard. A rookie coach that's also solid at a club that's not that great, it's arguably the hardest task in the entirety of the NRL. Like, you could make the argument that Bellyache could maybe go to the Tigers and take 4 or 5 years to sort that place out. Now, maybe Bellyache goes there and immediately turns things around, or Wayne Bennett. But that's how big of a job this is. And when I hear the quote from Richo basically saying, and to be fair, Richo has said, he has been quoted, they're going to be patient with Benji, but he did say Benji's got the roster that he wants now, and that really does make me feel like that no longer is it like, oh, Benji, we finished last again. It's okay. He's a rookie coach. I do feel like heading into this year, if they're last again, there'll be a lot of pressure on Benji.
Yeah, for sure. And there'll be a lot of upset players there, I assume. Like, you've got, of these guys they've signed, like Taruva and Jerome Luai arrived. Like, I'm saying it for years, Jerome Luai knows nothing other than I win every week. That's all he knows.
Taruva as well.
Taruva as well. That they don't know any different. And, Appy's obviously learned the harsh reality of it over the last years, but Appy had years before that at other clubs where he experienced different scenarios. And that's where, if Jerome Luai gets to the end of the season and they're last and he's not winning games of football, you then look at Galvin and his future and everything, and then the noise just picks up massively.
Yeah. Okay, so 2023 season, they had 20 losses. 2024 season, they had 18 losses. Do we all agree that although they finished last in both seasons, they played much better footy last year?
I think so, yes.
And so, do you think so, Timmy?
I do, and I think they can play better footy again this year and still finish bottom 4, just because I think the bottom 8 is going to be very, very tight.
So the positive I have, so we've been looking at the Tigers right now as glass half empty of everything that could go wrong. He's a rookie coach. There's guys coming in for their first year, and if they're not winning, it's going to be frustrating. Glass half full, in his first year with a squad that's not his, he did make it better. They played better footy. So you head into this year, and even if they go from, let's say they went from 17th to, 12th or whatever, I would see that as a win. I really would, like a big win. I know that sounds obvious, 17 to 12, of course that's a win. But what I'm saying is that I don't think Tigers fans should expect, and I know Luai has been, I can get us to finals footy. That's great. Like, of course you want your guy saying that. He's the one that's won premierships. However, if I'm a Tigers fan, I'm sitting here going, look, if we can get to 12th, keep Galvin happy, keep Luai happy, keep these young guns developing and enjoying their time at the club, I think that's a massive win. And I look at a guy like Benji Marshall. If there's one bloke that can defy expectation, break molds, change things, it is Benji Marshall. He's done it before in his career. When he came in, imagine the amount of people telling him that touch footy players aren't good at rugby league. 2
years ago, they were a bit of a basket case. Last year, they dug into contests, and they were in the contest for long periods of games and had a lot of tight losses. This year, they need to stay in those battles, stay in those contests, and add another 6 or 7 wins by 2 points or 4 points. And that will get them to that sort of 12th, 11th, whatever it might be, which is the improvement you're talking about.
I think when you look at them last year as well, I would say probably 60% of their games, you can put it down to one moment where there was a lapse, a penalty, a sin bin, something that opened that game up. And unfortunately, they're not one of these sides that can concede that and hang in. Normally that means 18 points. I think there's been so many moments in last season that could have gone completely differently for them if they've just got that little bit more discipline that you see in the top side. It's not going to happen overnight, but they need to get there.
Yeah, and I know a lot of Tigers fans felt like they got a lot of tough calls, and they did. Tigers got a lot of tough calls last year, and it's only, they've done studies on this. The bottom teams, they just don't seem to get the calls. A subconscious bias, whatever it is. However, you've almost got to be extra disciplined then because you're not going to get the rub of the green. Now, the amount of times, as you just said, Roo, that there was a crucial moment in a game and then all of a sudden 10 in the bin happens and they lost that game. And I'm sure there's stats going out like that you could probably look at and go, they lost this game by 12 points or 6 points or, much closer than the way they were losing games before. So I look at the Tigers and I go, although, I don't look at this squad and go, okay, they're going to be in the top 8 this year. But they couldn't. When you say, okay, what's a reasonable expectation in regards to recruitment, in regards to where they are heading into 2024-25? I honestly don't think, when you consider where the club was at, they seriously could not have done better in the transfer market. I'd argue that they have overachieved by a magnitude of 2 or 3 times in the transfer market. To get a guy like Luai at the club, to get Taruva, to get Skelton, to get Hunt, to get May at a club that has just been an absolute basket case off the field and also won 3 spoons in a row.
Yep.
It's almost a miracle that they've been able to recruit the way they have.
Yeah, for sure. And there's some guys there. I can see a world where Terrell May plays 60, 70 minutes a week. Like, he could be your Dally M front row of the year. I genuinely think he could jump into that sort of echelon. Obviously, we know what Jerome Luai's about. I think Skelton's going to be an enormous signing as well. I can't wait to see how he goes. And there's other guys in this squad, mate. Like, one name that stands out for me. If I was coaching the Tigers, Alex Seyfarth, I'd start him on an edge. I reckon he's going to go really well this year. And what I love to see, he's off contract at the end of this year. He's playing for a contract.
Yeah.
Love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, it's only natural. When they're playing for contracts, they usually play
100%.
quite better.
Yeah.
Now, this is their games for 2025. Luai, Taruva, Skelton, Hunt, Bird, May. And what's crazy about all those games, does anyone really look, I guess, stand out that they were paid massive overs to come to the club?
Not from what we've heard.
Not Timmy?
No.
And when you look at that, as I said, it's almost a miracle that they were managed to recruit that standard of player. You know,
What's Luai getting?
around 1.2. That's what and when you look at other sevens and what you have to pay sevens, that's about standard right now. Now, granted, yes, there is the question.
Yeah.
Over a whole season, can he lead a team around? Look, for a lot of the season, he has led the team around. He went out to Sharks as a 7, and granted, I understand it's in a Penrith side. It's very different. But he did go out to the Sharks as a 7 and beat them bloody 40-0 or whatever it was. Like, there is evidence of him playing 7 and doing it really, really
and
well.
And that's it. It could easily end up being overs for Jerome Luai. And we look back on it in a few time and go, what was doing? However, he's earned the right to it. And we've spoken about it, obviously, but 4 Prems in a row, done it with New South Wales, terrific with Samoa. He's led Penrith around as a 7 for periods, so worth it, as we've said, worth a gamble.
Well, put it this way, there's plenty of guys that have come into, not plenty, but there's been a few 7s that have come into the Penrith side mid-year and haven't played as well at 7 as Luai has. I mean, I'd imagine in a perfect world that Penrith in that period didn't want to play Luai at 7. They wanted to keep him at 6 because he's such a good 6. Now, some keys. When I look at what is a key part of the game, when you got a back 5 of Taruva, Skelton, most likely Olam and Dewey, if those guys aren't pumping out big numbers coming out of their own end, I would consider that a massive disappointment and a massive waste in what you've recruited. What do you reckon, Roo?
100%, completely agree. And this is where I think Skelton's going to be a big needle mover. I think he's a genuine guy that can be fantastic out of your end. I think Taruva, he's good coming out of his own end. I don't think he's probably as damaging as the numbers say. I think the reality is with Penrith, no one wants to kick the ball to Brian Toto, so he picks up a lot of metres. But I think it's going to be similar with Skelton. I think teams are going to work out quickly. You don't want him returning the football because he's going to start your set so well. Adam Dewey is another guy that's off contract at the end of this season. And the other guy I love that's not even in there is Starfatoa. So I like the depth of the outside backs.
Well, the fact that you've got a guy like Dewey who would probably want to play 6, but he's not going to land there, and he's probably, I wouldn't say fighting for his spot, but it's not such a lock. They haven't had that depth in the outside backs. Like, that's been almost their Achilles heels in games where they've managed to fight their way into a grind, and then just a really poor read from an outside back just breaks the game open for them. They've also got Staines in the reserves as well.
Luke Lau-Lilly is a good one. He got a handful of games at the back end of last season.
Young fella.
Might have played about 5 games, but real stocky sort of Brian Toto kind of build. I think he's got a big future. Look, Olam probably starts the year at centre. Are we convinced, does Taruva definitely start on the wing? Because there was chat when he sort of first signed that he was trying to sign as a centre and do that. Because I'm like, I'd love to personally see Taruva at centre and Lau-Lilly on the wing if Lau-Lilly's good enough in the pre-season. He needs to win the spot. It's not going to be handed to him. But as you said, there is depth there between Toa, Lau-Lilly, Charlie Staines. There's a lot of options there.
Well, I would just be going, we spoke about earlier the statistical fact of they had the least metres made, essentially. And so I would just be looking at these outside backs and going, all right, if you're Olam or Dewey, you've just got to be busy as anything. If you're not, and you've got a guy like Lau-Lilly who is willing to come onto the wing and take 20 hit-ups, then you probably do move Taruva into the centres. What I will say with Taruva to the centres, you don't want to lose how good he is with his kick returns, though. So I would be saying to Taruva, I still need that 20 runs from you. I can't afford for you to see that. Like, we as a team can't afford to have a glamour centre that just waits for the ball and scores tries. We are too much of a battler side. We need every single outside back rolling the sleeves up and just getting metres for us.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even consider him in the centres, to be honest with you. I just automatically went to wing. I think with Starfatoa in the squad, and you've got Dewey and Olam, they'd be my three centres. I just think he's won comps there. That's right, I'd be playing Taruva.
I prefer it for the record, Taruva on the wing.
Yeah.
It just,
There was
I know
chat.
there's been chat about centre in the past.
Look, I don't mind if you look at, Olam's a little bit older now. Dewey, he's not older, but he's had a few injuries. When you look at like youthful energy, a backline with Taruva and Laulili in it, there's a lot of energy there. There's a lot of youth.
Well, that's where the pressure will come. Let's say the trials roll out and Laulili kills it, and Justin Olam, who I think he really needs to earn his spot. He's been in it, certainly not his fault. He's had some good games, he's had some off games, but if he has poor trials and Laulili kills it, it's going to give Benji Marshall a headache.
Oh, absolutely. And I agree with you with Olam. Like, he's had some good games, but he's also defensively sometimes his reads have just been really off. Errors as well. So he's got to have a huge preseason, get back to his best.
You look at what the Doggies did and came from the same place last year, from the bottom, near enough the bottom of the table, and what they were able to produce last year. It was off the back of defensive backbone. They weren't scoring a ton of points last year. There was a few, but they just had this defensive grit to them, and they just put in. So it's like, before anything, they need to stop leaking points.
Yeah.
And do that, they'll win games. But you can be a Gold Coast Titans, you can score 30 points a game. It doesn't mean you're going to win.
Yeah.
You need to be able to defend.
Absolutely. And you look at the Bulldogs, like they built into being able to score points. Like they built their whole identity off the start of the year of defence. And I think the Tigers, they need to be the same. They need to build their, it sounds cliche, I'm sure we're all oversaying it, but defence wins premierships. It's that simple. It's never going to change. It's always going to be like that. There might be 1 year of the last 20 years where that hasn't been the case, but defence wins premierships.
It's undeniable. Yeah.
Okay, now let's go. Now, my KO can't miss moment or can't miss player of the season for 2025. So, guys, we've all selected our KO can't miss player of the season. Now, we could pick 1,000 of them, but my one for this year is Fainu from the Tigers. That's right, on the edge there. I thought he was absolutely incredible last year. I think Fainu on the edge there can go to a whole nother level. I think that when you look back at that last year and you're trying to look for shining stars, bright lights, some real positives, you can't look past Fainu. You seriously can't look past Fainu. I thought he was absolutely phenomenal last year. And when I look at that edge and I go, okay, now Fainu has a front row to work with of Hunt, May, and then you've got Seyfarth and probably Bole at 13. That's a pretty bloody good forward pack to be working with as a young forward coming through. Fainu for me is the guy to watch. He's my KO can't miss player of the preview. I might have some more later in the show, but for me, out of the Tigers, my KO can't miss player is Fainu. What do you reckon, boys?
He definitely played last year well above what I expected from him. He's far above, and I think he was sort of forced into that role at the Tigers. I think that he sort of became, like, you look at the way that the Raiders play, for example, they sort of occasionally they'll just throw the ball to Hudson Young to let him do something. He sort of became that same sort of guy for them, and quite often he was able to produce some really good moments. So I think consistency, I would assume consistency is going to be Benji's big challenge to him this season. But yeah, I agree with you, mate. I'm really excited about him. I think him on one edge, Seyfarth on the other, I think they can be really damaging.
Do you try to get him and Luai together?
Well, I'm not sure what they'll do with their halves. To be honest with you.
That's what I mean. Like, do you look at it and go, like, do we move Luai to his edge or do we move him to Luai's edge? Is there a world where you really look at the combination they could create long term and go, let's put them together. Let's have that as one of the big priorities of where Luai sits.
I'm so intrigued as to the style that Jerome Luai is going to play this year, because he had such a specific style with the Panthers, and that was just, he'd go across and his natural instinct is to step off his left and go in field. But if he wasn't doing that, it'd often just be turn the back row under. I feel as though a good hard line running back rower has not been the perfect match for Jerome Luai in the past. Like, he had Scott Sorensen last year, who was great. He'd run a great, he'd come back inside him, and I think he needs.
Isn't that Fainu though? Because he can do a lot of.
Fainu runs a really good hard unders line, and I think that's really good off Lockie Galvin. Galvin can square up, play short to him. I don't know about Luai and Fainu. I'd keep him with Lockie Galvin, and I think that's a combination you can build moving forward.
I don't mind Luai and Fainu because I believe Fainu has the skill set to kind of read a guy like Luai. I feel like his footy nous and intelligence would just grow off Luai. Now, granted, you can't go wrong because Galvin's coming through. He's so talented. He's, unbelievably... his ability to create space around him is almost second to none for a rookie. It's incredible. But I look at a guy like Fainu, and I reckon if there's one edge back rower that is on closer to the mental football level, it's Luai. It's Luai and Fainu, in my opinion. I reckon Seyfarth, if you have Seyfarth on an edge, you're basically saying, mate, I need you to just tackle your ass off. I need you to be the best defensive edge. And who would you put that? You'd want to put him with Garvin, wouldn't you? I don't know. What do you reckon, Rune?
I lean towards keeping Fainu on the left side, Seyfarth on the right, whether that means, and I wouldn't be moving Galvin to the other side. So I think I'd probably keep them the same. Get where you're coming from. But I think at the age Galvin's at, the age he's at, I wouldn't be trying to change too much.
I just go back to when Kikau and Luai were working together, it was magic. And I think that Fainu was closer to Kikau than Seyfarth is. Now, I'm not saying Fainu is on Kikau's level. I look at him and I go, if there's a star back rower that I want with my best half, in my opinion, it's Fainu and Luai.
To be honest with you, mate, I'd be thinking defence first with this side. As we spoke about before, that'd be my number one priority. Whatever works better defensively, Galvin needs help or whatever, that'd probably be my.
So that's why I would put Seyfarth with Galvin, because I reckon he's probably going to need more help. Even though Galvin's statistically a great defender, I reckon Seyfarth, he's probably more of a defensive player than Fainu. And so I'd be like, I'd love to let us know in the comments section. What do you reckon? Do you reckon that the Tigers need to really lean into that, a Luai Fainu combination, or do you agree with Timmy where you go, let's keep Galvin with Fainu, really hard running edge back rower? It is really intriguing to see where they're going to line up because Luai's not playing 6, he's the main man. You just don't know where he's going to land.
Yeah.
And then you have to ask yourself, though, if you move him off the edge he's used to playing, are you taking away one of his best weapons, which is his step? It's going to be interesting.
It is, yeah. And I would just be hesitant to change too much with this side. Would be my thoughts around it.
Okay, boys. A starting front row pair of Hunt May. How exciting is that?
Super exciting, Matt. As I said, I think May can genuinely be a Dally M front rower of the year. I think I hope Benji just lets him play. I've heard him talking in the preseason and on podcasts and whatnot that he just wants to play as many minutes as he can. And, at the Roosters, we saw him play a couple of games of 80 minutes, but obviously, we speak about this quite a bit on Beers and Break-Evens. It's worth noting in those games, the 3 weeks before that, he might have played 30 minutes. So playing 60, 70 minutes for 27 weeks straight is completely different. I just kind of look at May. I think he's sort of in that Payne Haas sort of category. I think he's just a different cat, and I would just sort of let him go. And I personally think if the Tigers are going to compete this year, I think they need to just let him play his footy.
And I think also that creates an environment where you can get Clemmer to come on for 20 minutes and just go, Clem, we need you to just go insane for 20 minutes. And we give all those minutes to May because, Clemmer is still an NRL forward, but he is older. Yep. He is, he's not the same guy he was 5 years ago, but he can still come on and do a job. And I feel like if you say to Clemmer, mate, come on in and just rip and tear for 20 minutes, you're going to get a much better version of Clemmer than, hey, mate, we need you to come on and play 45 to 50 minutes every single week at this age.
I think most of my minutes would be going to May and Twal. I think those are my 2 solid guys. Then I want little bursts from Hunt, Clemmer, and then you can bring on your Jack Birds here and there, use your Bollets and whatnot. But yeah, I would bring Twal off the bench. I'd have him playing 50-55 off the bench. I think he's capable of doing that. And then May, mate, I just sort of let him blow out. You kind of tell me. Yeah.
What do you reckon, Timmy?
Super exciting, Terrell May. I think the combination he's going to forge with Api Coruscant on the line, I think he's going to stroll over for a lot of tries. I think he'll kill it. I wouldn't start Royce Hunt. I don't think that's his style of footy. I'd be bringing him off the bench. I see him more in that Spencer Leniu role, explosive, off the pine, and coming on for the short burst that you mentioned about David Clemmer. Royce Hunt isn't a high-volume kind of player in my eyes. Granted, we haven't seen him with lots of opportunity. Maybe he is, but from what I've seen, I don't want him playing big minutes. I want him to...
You get him to start, though, and you get the big 20 minute, and then you bring Twal on.
I don't want explosive play in the first 20 minutes. I want Clemmer or Twal starting with Terrell May. Terrell May's already explosive. I want just that battler, hard-working, reliable, fit bloke. I'm not saying Royce isn't these things, but I know that Twal and David Clemmer are with really tight, high tackle efficiencies, partner with Terrell May, and then I'm bringing Royce Hunt on for 2 shorter stints off the bench. I wouldn't start Royce Hunt.
Only concern I have with Hunt and Clemmer on the field at the same time is...
No, why'd they be on at the same time? It'd be Terrell May starting with Clemmer or Twal.
The Twal
Hunt comes on for Clemmer or Twal. And Terrell stays on.
No, but who's your starting? You can't have 3 starters. Like, so
I
you
didn't
would
have 3
start with
starters.
12.
I've got Terrell May and either Clemmer or 12.
That's what I'm saying. But you'd have to lock one in so we can see where they would. Like, so you would
12.
go. So 12 starts.
Let's go 12.
So there wouldn't be any overlap between Clemmer and Hunt at all.
Well, Terrell plays probably 65, and then I don't know the exact rotation, but let's say Hunt comes on for 12. Clemmer can come on for Hunt after that, so not necessarily, no.
Okay. Me personally, I reckon there'd be a little bit of worry of that overlap happening of Hunt and Clemmer, and I just think in the speed of today's game, I just worry there's just such big bodies that they would struggle. Whereas when you got May and Hunt on, we know May's super mobile. Yes, he's a big boy, but he's super mobile, super fit. And if you bring Twal on and Clemmer at some stage, like a small overlap, you got 12 that can do all the cleanup work.
How many minutes are you wanting to get out of Royce Hunt?
We don't know. As Guru just alluded to, like, he could turn out to be, you know what? He just needed an opportunity to get more minutes.
If he turns out to be the guy that just needed an opportunity, it's a game changer for this team. Like, I agree with you. I'm not convinced he is that guy just yet because he hasn't been given the chance to. If they do give him the chance and he grabs it with 2 hands, it's a game changer for this Tigers
If you have
side.
12 start, the thing with like a Clemmer or a 12 starting, the speed of that first 20 minutes, if you've got Hunt and May, I just think that you might be able to match it with the best sides with Hunt and May starting.
Yeah, I just think you bring on Clemmer or Twal. It's like there's no X factor there. They'll come in and slog through their work as forwards are getting tired. That's where I want Royce Hunt coming on with a bit of broken play around the ruck. And what is it that you've seen to suggest that Royce Hunt could be a starter? Because he's played a fair bit of NRL now, and it's always been off the bench. I know it's been at clubs with like really good starters. Nothing about this is a knock on Royce Hunt. I just think he is an explosive bench forward. I just think Lenyu's the perfect comparison. Lenyu's one of the best forwards in the game, but he's done it as coming off the bench in that role, and I think Royce is the same.
I think it's all relatively speaking. Like if Clemmer was in his peak, then like for sure, and even Twal, like he's a little bit older now as well, and so it's all relatively speaking of like who's in their roster right now. Like if he was going to a roster like the Sharkies, who have like it's hard to make the bench, then I can understand why he's on the bench because it's such a tough team to make. You look at the Tigers and it's like at the moment, like they're at the bottom of the table, so it's like no really player that is so locked in outside of Appy, Galvin, and probably Luai. And so I just reckon there might be there's a chance that he could just need an opportunity.
Yeah, but like if you're starting those two, you're starting Royce Hunt and Terrell May, and then you've got Clemmer and Twal coming off the bench. So be it, it's fine. But like, where's the punch off the bench? Where are the points coming from?
The other avenue here is too, like, this is the side that I've picked. I've got Bolle in jersey 13 because I don't want to put Bird's body through the first 20 minutes of games. The other option is you play Bird at 13. You could start Bolle in the front row.
I don't mind Bolle in the
100%
front
you
row.
could,
Yeah, I just, that's my team list. I don't want to put Bird through that first 20 minutes. I want to bring him on for impact after that in that 13 role. But that's the other option that could free up quite a bit.
It's going to be interesting to see what they do because there's just so many different directions they could take. And there's so many guys here being brought from other clubs. I mean, even May hasn't been a starter, isn't technically a starter at Roosters. And he's being brought, and don't get me wrong, obviously they're in different parts of their career. You know, like even though I think we all kind of agree May will step up to the plate and become the main guy in a pack, we actually haven't seen it happen.
He hasn't done it yet.
Yeah. So there's a lot of questions. However, at least they've got potential answers to those questions, whereas in other years they didn't. Now, quickly before we move off the Tigers guy, as otherwise we'd be here by all day, is there anything else in this? I'm just really curious to see how they handle De Silva. It's just such an... Api Coruscant is a bit older now. Granted, I understand he's still playing bloody good footy. I get all that. But sometimes you can't afford to lose the next generation if you keep him on the bench for too long. Not even just on the bench, but like maybe not even in the side. Now, I'm not suggesting that I would piss off Appy at all, but I am saying that, like, is it the year where you go, sorry, Appy, you get, instead of 70 minutes a week, you get 55 or 60? Do you make that call, not because Appy can't be great, but because you're trying to keep De Silva?
I understand the factor of trying to keep De Silva, but, mate, I'd be going for Lasu Fino as my 14. I think a guy that is a little bit bigger, you can use him in a few different spots, and I'd be letting Appy go the distance.
Okay, so how would you get Latu final one then?
I think it just depends how the game plays out for Appy. I just think he's got a bit more versatility through him. I'd be okay, obviously, play him in the halves. I'd be okay if you had to throw him on as a loose forward. De Silva, I don't feel that way about. And
is there a concern that if he's not leading a team around the park in Rezzies, he's not getting the minutes in his legs? And you could say the same for De Silva.
Exactly, yeah. Well, that was going to be my response. One of them's got to miss out somewhere. Look, I'm the West Tigers. I've come last 3 years in a row. I need to get off the bottom of the ladder right now. For me, that's my... I know you got to have an eye to the future, but they have to start to win football games.
Yeah.
And I think the best way to win football games is letting Appy go the distance whenever he's feeling sweet too.
Okay.
Outstanding headache to have. Do we pick Latu Fanu or Talon De Silva at 14? Like, that is a movie into the season, and there's going to be injuries. There'll be origin call-ups, all these sorts of things. Both boys will get opportunities this year. It's up to them when they do get these opportunities to take it and say, you have to pick me.
Yeah, I can't wait. All right, just quickly before we move on, huge year for Buller. Like, absolutely huge year for a guy like Buller. I thought towards the end of the season last year, he really did pick up his game a bit. And it wasn't ever for a lack of trying. It just didn't seem to click for him this year like it did the year before. But they need him to take that next step and just become a player that's going to play minimum 8 out of 10 every single week, especially with the investment they put into him.
Yeah, 100%. And, I felt a little bit sorry for him last year because I felt like he didn't have the support cast around him. Like, realistically, the halfback jersey was sort of changing a bit throughout the year. He's now got Luai in there. Their entire game plan last year was built around an 18-year-old that a year before that, people didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
I mean, he shocked me that he played. I'm fucking watching junior grades
And
24/7.
that's it. 2 years ago, they burst onto the scene in a side that came last and was tremendous. Last year, obviously, the opposition worked him out a little bit, but they did playing a lot around him. This year, with Luai in there, with Galvin in there, with Appy in there, there are a lot of attacking weapons. It takes a lot of eyes off Dream Buller.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how he goes this year because, I think last year because it was a bit more quiet, we just forgot how good this kid is. Like, he is a special footy player.
Very last note, just going through the development players, Ruben Porter and Heath Mason, who both got starts last year and were awesome, in a good position, like roster-wise.
Look, that's the thing. I know initially when we first talking about the Tigers guys, it was, it sounded very negative. But make no mistake, these guys, they could not have done more in the off-season. When it comes to recruitment, when it comes to getting this club in a better shape heading into this year, they seriously couldn't have done more. They could not have done more.
And you look at their losses, Tupu, Papali, Caesar, Bateman, Stefano. There's some bloody good players there. Bud Sullivan, they weren't getting the best out of them anyway.
No,
I'm not saying they will get the best out of their gains. I hope they do.
Yeah.
But they weren't getting the best out of those guys anyway.
Absolutely not. So, boys, it's time for the rubber to meet the road. Now it's a time for a placement on the ladder. Unfortunately, I have them in my bottom 4 still. I think they definitely improve, but they're in my bottom 4 still.
Yeah, I've got them in my bottom 4. I'd love to have them 12th, 13th, but I do look at this squad. I think they're 1 or 2 key injuries away from really struggling. So bottom 4.
Yeah, bottom 4 and probably the seller end of that.
You're a tough man, Timmy. You're a tough man. And just, guys, before we get through the whole season preview, always remember, just an opinion, and you guys know we are the first ones to come on here and say, we were wrong. Sorry about that. You know that. So it's just an opinion.
We spoke about it pre-show, boys, and putting the full ladder 1 to 17 together. I felt pretty confident about my top 8. I'm happy with the most part of it. The bottom 8 could be completely flipped around. The bottom 8 was so hard. The Tigers could finish
ninth.
The bottom
they could
9
finish
now.
ninth.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it would not surprise me one bit. My whole bottom 9, I do not have confidence.
We'll put it this: if you, at the end of the year, if you come to me, if I wake up out of a coma or something like that, touch wood, I don't. But if I did, if you said to me, Luai has just done what Critter did, I'll go, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Matty, where you got him?
Well, I'll give you mine, but I'll also give Hammy's given me some betting insights. I'll throw these at you. The Tigers are actually the best backed to be most improved at $5.75.
Wow.
They're the second best backed to make the top 8 at $3.40. So Hammy is obviously more optimistic on the Tigers than we are. He's got them 11th to 12th. I, unfortunately, with you guys, I got them bottom 4.
Wow, okay, and that's all thanks to Sportsbet. Best back, second best back to make the 8.
Second best back to make the 8, yep.
As I said, you can look at it glass half empty, you can look at it glass half full. What I will say, without a shadow of a doubt, this club could not have done more in the off-season to improve. They seriously could not have done. Their recruitment that they did after winning the Spoon three times in a row and not paid crazy overs for these players is nothing short of incredible. And they deserve credit for that. They're trying to make the right decisions. They're trying to do the right things. Just to blanket the final kind of statements for the Tigers. For me personally, we just have to assume that the administration sort themselves out. If they do, my biggest question is Benji Marshall as a coach. Now, that question, that's not saying he can't coach. It's just saying I don't know whether he is an NRL coach yet. I personally believe he has it in him to be a solid NRL coach, but I just haven't seen that just yet. And the Menulog hungriest player for the 2025 season it's Luai. You know, we talk about legacy. We talk about the ability to really to go to a club that's won 3 spoons and take them to glory. It might be one of the greatest feats in rugby league history. Like, have we ever seen that? And that's why, for me, Luai is the hungriest player. Whether he does or doesn't do it, I'm not sure. But what I do know is all the talk he's done, with all the training you can see and how committed he is to turning that team around, he's got to be the hungriest player right now. It is the biggest task in rugby league ahead of him. He has gone from the greatest team of all time to a team that's 3 spoons in a row. He's the biggest task in rugby league. He's the hungriest player in rugby league, and you've got to respect him. The fact that he took on this challenge, I'm sure he could have got contracts elsewhere that were big. He's gone to this team. He's got a huge task ahead. He's my hungriest player of 2025.
He talks the talk and he walks the walk, and that puts a lot of people, a lot of rugby league fans offside, and he backs up everything he does. Those same people are just waiting for him to go to the Tigers and struggle and go no good and say, he needed Nathan Cleary. And he could easily have gone to another top 4 side in the comp or signed on Anderson, stayed with the Panthers or done anything like that, and no one could ever question it because he'd continue to win and do what he does best. But no, I'm going to go to the side that's won 3 wooden spoons in a row. I'm going to be the dominant playmaker, and I'm just going to put a sock in everyone's mouth.
Use code LUI for free delivery. Minimum spend is $30. Alrighty, South Sydney Rabbitohs. Time for the season preview. 2024, they finished 16th. In 2023, they finished 9th. In 2024, they had 7 wins, 17 losses. In 2023, they had 12 wins, 12 losses. Okay, attacking stats. They were 13th for points, 14th for line breaks, 9th for tackle breaks. Then some of the key stats in defence. Points conceded, they were 3rd, which means, 3rd last. Missed tackles, they were 4th. Penalties conceded, they were 5th. Sin bins, they were 2nd. Statistically, it's not too dramatic in regards to they weren't like second last in a lot of stats. But I look at this squad, and I'll tell you right now, I cannot believe there are some people that are sitting there looking at the South Sydney Rabbitohs heading into 2025 and don't have them making the 8. I think under Wayne Bennett, not only under Wayne Bennett should this side make the 8, a fully fit South Sydney Rabbitohs under Wayne Bennett should be challenging the top 4. This squad at full strength, the only question I have around it is who is their 7 going to be? If they find a 7 that can just get them around the park, they are sorted. They have the squad to easily mix it with the best of them. I am very excited for the Rabbitohs. And as I said, the only question I have is the 7 role. The worrying thing for the Rabbitohs is that's the last question you want to have, is who is going to play 7. The positive is they have recruited guys that can play out and out 7. It's just a question as to who lands that role. I've got faith that Wayne Bennett can find one bloke that can kick him around the park and make his tackles and leave the rest to Cody Walker. For me, I am extremely excited about the Rabbitohs. They are the biggest movers from 2024 to 2025 in mine, and Latrell Mitchell is my pick for Dally M this year.
Huge. I like it. Yeah, I agree, mate. South Sydney, I have got them as top 8 side. I believe they'll be there. 7 and 9 are the 2 positions I'm concerned with. I think that the big thing for South Sydney is, though, it's not like you're looking at this club going, they've got no 7s and 9s. It's just which 7 and 9 is it going to be, which I like. And if I had to back one guy in the last 100 years of rugby league to find a good 7 and 9, it's Wayne Bennett.
Yeah.
He's walked back in there. I think Latrell Mitchell looks amazing at the moment. I think Cody Walker's the one that people are sort of sleeping on a little bit too, like all this talk about, and I agree with it, that Latrell Mitchell, Wayne Bennett's going to get the best out of him. 2021 was Cody Walker's best season by a country mile. He was an intercept away from being a premiership winner and Clive Churchill medalist, in my opinion. I think both of them are in for big years. As long as the back line can just stay fit, like Campbell Graham and Jack Whiten, that's a rep centre pairing.
What about Jack White under Bennett?
Like, there's so many things to like. There's concerns in the forward pack. I would play Keon in the front row. I've been saying that all off-season. I think that's going to be very important. Saw a photo of him the other day. He looks like he's stripped about 10 kilos. So I don't know if it's an option to play him in the front row anymore.
He looks so fit.
Mate, I'd almost say that he's worked himself into an edge spot now, realistically, which means, okay, we've got to play Jai Arrow through the middle, which I'm okay with.
Played Origin in the middle.
I think people are a little bit... I hear a lot of people concerned about their forwards and whatnot.
Makes no sense to me.
Well,
let's read their forward pack out. Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Totola, this is your predicted 17 forward pack.
This is what I would do, yeah. So I'd have Totola in the front row. I'd have Keon. As I said, saw that picture of Keon the other day. Maybe he does need to be on the edge. But then I'd have Ewan Aitken, Jai Arrow on the edges, Cam Murray in jersey 13, which leaves Mawali, Tallis Duncan, Sean Kepi to come off the bench. That's not including your Shaq Mitchells of the world, your Jacob Host. I don't see the problem with the forward pack. If Totola's, carrying an injury, and if they have a few injuries, sure, but right now they're best 17. I think that's a side that can compete. And as you said before, I don't think the halfback role is it's not going to be brain surgery. It's going to be make your tackles, good ball to Campbell Graham. When Cody Walker wants the ball, get the ball in his hands.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be overly difficult. If Ilias was still there at halfback, I'd feel the exact same way. It's not a hard job, I don't think.
Just to clarify before people blow up as well, this is Guru's best 17 for the year. Ewan Aitken misses the start of the year, so you've picked it around your best
the whole
17.
year.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. So it's a season preview, guys. So if there's a player that we've got in a side that misses one or two games, it's more just like at their best, this is what we reckon they're looking like. Timmy, are you going to be a Debbie Downer or what?
Oh, got a bit of Debbie Downer in me today, and it's early days. But
Mate, you need your bloody grumpy coffee. Just scull it. Jesus Christ.
No, I'm very upbeat about the Bunnies.
Yeah.
I think they can win the comp. I do think they need to have a lot go right for them, and for the reasons you boys have mentioned, like Wayne Bennett, their roster's unbelievable. Like, pack's incredible. The attack between Latrell and Cody Walker in particular, points are never going to be an issue. Just every vibe you get out of the Bunnies at the moment is exciting. If we recorded this 4 or 5 weeks ago, I nearly would have tipped the Bunnies to win the premiership. But in the last month, they've just had injuries to Campbell Graham, Cody Walker's in doubt to start the season. Ewan Aitken's out to start the season. Their depth is solid. If everything goes right, they can win. I'd probably tip them to be premiers. I'm just seeing a few of these injuries creep in, which have me a little bit worried. And I look at Latrell's missed a fair bit of action in recent years. Cody Walker getting a bit old, a couple of injuries creeping in. So if they were to lose Latrell, and this is Debbie Downer, but Latrell or Cody Walker, you just have a big question around, say, your 6, your 7, and your 9 if you're going to win a comp. But look, all going to plan, the two key being Latrell and Cody Walker stay fit, they've got a team to win a premiership.
And that's, I think, the key. I think we can all have agree is if they just get a 7 that does his job, and obviously a 9. But I'm confident Mamazelis under Wayne Bennett will at the very least make his tackles and get the ball to Cody Walker. The biggest question is if they can just stay fit, because my concern with the Rabbitohs is just their depth. They have a couple of injuries, as you just suggested. For example, Cody Walker goes down. I just who do they put there?
All of a sudden, your halves could be Dodd and Humphreys, who could be tremendous, but one's come from the UK and is untested. The other one has been an at times bench player with a promising future, but hasn't done anything yet.
And having those two players with a number 9 that's also essentially a rookie, that's where the biggest concern is depth, but at their best full strength, they're scary.
And I think for me, that's the difference between South Sydney and Melbourne. Cam Munster went down last year. It was like they didn't miss him. It was unbelievable. We've seen Nathan Cleary go down for Penrith for periods of 10 weeks, and I sit there and go, fuck, maybe they can win a comp without Cleary. They look that good. South Sydney, if they lose Latrell or Cody, I'm jumping off very quickly. Then
honestly,
I wouldn't get concerned.
They lose Latrell or Cody for a long period of time, they fall out of my 8. That's how much they need those guys to stay on that side. And that is, as you just said, that's what separates Melbourne Storm and Penrith from literally the rest of the competition.
Yeah.
They can afford to have injuries in key spots, lose some of the best players in the competition, and their depth and squad and systems are so strong that they just still make it work.
Even to a far less degree than those two clubs, but the Sharkies, who we're all pretty bullish on having a big year, they lose a 1-6 or 7, and Daniel Atkinson comes in, Jaden Beryl to come in, another untested, I know, but for Brayley on the off chance that one day he does get injured, touch wood. But
well, put it this way, with Jaden Beryl, it's almost like 50-50 on, let's say Beryl was going to have a full year of NRL and Mamas Ellis was going to have a full year of NRL. I don't know which one would play better. And he's their reserve number 9, whereas Mamas Ellis is their starting 9. Now, granted, Mamas Ellis is much younger, and also, he's under Wayne Bennett, which is always a good thing. I personally think Mamas Ellis under Wayne Bennett, he's got enough talent to just do his job, but he also has the potential to offer real craft around the ruck that the Rabbitohs haven't had in quite a while. Now, Damien Cook, we all know, running number 9, bloody good at it. Also, tackles his absolute backside off. So his fitness is something that was his weapon. But Mamazalis, his craftiness around the ruck, who knows? Cody Walker could really react strongly to that.
And there's a really interesting talking point coming into it is, how much are they going to miss Damien Cook? I feel like for years, Damien Cook has been one of the most underrated players in the game. He's got terrific service, tremendous running game, incredible in defence, plays 80 minutes and is extremely durable. Mamazelis comes in, yeah, sure, there's a bit of optimism, but we've seen a fair bit of him in, not massive minutes, but 40 to 50 minutes times in the NRL. At no point have I sat there and gone, he's got a big future in that. He's solid and he can be a number 9 in the NRL or a bench number 9, but I personally haven't seen it yet. Gee, they're going to miss Damien Cook. We're about to find out how much.
Yeah, I think his attack they can probably cover for because they're such a good attacking footy side. I think it's just going to be the defence and that 80 minutes of just fitness.
He's small.
And just getting through the work that Damien Cook does every single week.
I also think last year, as we say, Damien Cook, a running 9, might be a hot take. I personally don't think he's been that much of a running 9 the last 2 or 3 years. But I thought last year, when he started to play in that 13 role and he would just take off, I thought he looked great there.
Yeah.
And I think that there was a period of time where Cam Murray was out and he was in the 13 role, and I think South Sydney got by with Damien Cook there. And I think the other beauty of Damien Cook is that, jokes aside with all the Brad Fittler stuff, you can chuck him at centre. You can chuck him in the second row. You can chuck him anywhere and he would do a job. I think they are going to miss him a lot more than what they're expecting. Mate, the other guy that I think is going to be incredible, I don't know what position it's going to be, but I think Humphreys at some point is going to be super important to this side. If he's named first week at hooker, that wouldn't shock me. It also wouldn't shock me if he was named at halfback. I think Dodd's the guy at the moment. But, mate, I think Humphreys in trials, he's a huge watch for me.
And he was bloody good for Manly Seagulls. In reserve grade, he was killing it.
Yep.
Come in, he played really well.
Used during the week as well, obviously, we know, but Cam Murray, good to go for round 1, which is massive.
Huge.
He could have been gone for a few months. It was the initial concern on that hand injury, so massive.
And it looks like Campbell Graham will be pretty close to round 1 as well.
Yep. One guy for me that he's almost going to be so good that he could actually create bad headaches for the Rabbitohs. It's Jai Gray. How do you get this bloke in the side? Because he is a game breaker.
There's probably a good one that we probably overlook. Well, I was guilty of overlooking when we talk about depth and that. Jai Gray, not only can he come in and play fullback quite well, but he can also play in the halves. So there's a good one.
Yeah. So funnily enough, I think him coming in to fill in for Latrell at fullback. Don't get me wrong. There's still quite a substantial drop. It's actually Cody Walker is the one that I think that is although Latrell Mitchell, I would have him as their best player. I just think Cody Walker is probably the most irreplaceable part of their team. I just think that if he goes down, it's going to be just so hard to have so many rookies in that position. Whereas at fullback, you could even put Munro there if you could. They're not going to reach the heights of Latrell, not even close. But I think they'll be able to just do a job, almost readjust their attack so they can score points elsewhere. Jai Gray for me, I feel like you got to get him into the squad somehow at some stage throughout the year, because watching him play last year was electric.
Well, he will. There'll be during Origin and whatnot when Latrell's away that Jai will get an opportunity. But
could you consider him Walker at 7 and Gray at 6? Could you do that?
If I was going to do that, and
Humphreys at 9.
I don't want to bring up this conversation again, but if you want to get him into the side desperately, I'd play Walker at 7, I'd play Whiten at 6 and Latrell in the centres, and then bring Jai Gray in at fullback. But I'd give Latrell a life. That's if you're trying to get him in. It's not what I would do, but I think that Yeah, I just think the one thing that's going to be interesting, I thought that last year when it sort of started to turn for South Sydney, there's a lot of players that came back and stuff. I thought it was just Jack White and straightened them up. I thought he made such a difference at 5'8".
I can just hear the vein. I can feel the vein in Matty the Waterboy's neck throbbing over there when you said that.
Yeah, no, that's Latrell at fullback and set and forget, and don't even say that sentence ever again.
For the third time, it's not what I would do. If you're trying to get Jai Gray in there, that's a possibility I can see, but I just can't get Gray in there. I think the other one, mate, that like Bud Sullivan. We know how talented he is. He has known nothing in first grade than complete and utter dysfunction his entire career.
Well, you know, funnily enough, he might be the most talented 7 at the club.
He might be, and this is the whole thing. I'm looking at every preseason team. He's not getting a bait in any of them. Would it shock anyone if he walks into a good system with the greatest coach of all time? We get 3 weeks into trials and we go, fuck, Bud Sullivan can play again.
There's reports that he's killing it at training.
Yeah.
Absolutely killing it.
Like genuine chance for round one.
Like Wayne Bennett and Bud Sullivan, you've seen it a million times happen before. You just change Bud's name to something else, a halfback or a player with a bunch of talent that hasn't been given the best development. This has happened for the last 3 or 4 decades under Wayne.
You look at Bud, like, once again, if he explodes this year, we're going to look back in a year's time and go, oh, to be fair, Bud was at the Dragons. Bud was at the Tigers. And you know what? I was very hyped about Bud going to the Tigers, and I think that there were some effort areas there that need to be questioned with him. But I think that I'm noticing a trend of a lot of players like that at the West Tigers over the years. And if he arrives at South Sydney and plays some good footy, mate, like even seeing him around training, he's smiling.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that in 12
Looks
months.
fit too. Looks physically fit too. Looks physically. And at the Tigers, there was times you looked at him, he just didn't look as fit.
Look, imagine if we get to the end of the season, he has grabbed the halfback jersey and he's killing it. Bud Sullivan, Cody Walker, Latrell Mitchell as your spine. I couldn't think of a worse team to mark up against.
And then you got
try and defend.
Humphreys at 14, Mamazelis at 9, or vice versa. Because I actually don't mind Humphreys at 9 because of his physicality, and you just got a big body in there that can whack in defence.
He'd be my 9.
Starting 9.
Yep.
Has he?
What I would go with.
Has
I
he
think.
played much?
Yeah, he's played 9. He's played 9.
Because he went to Manly and they were like, because he came through as a half, right? And then Manly was sort of converting him into a 9. It was all a bit weird.
He's played a bit of both, yeah. And look, regardless, whether I would have Mamazelis and Humphreys in the side. Just depends how you want to do it. But I think I would probably have Humphreys as my majority minutes 9.
Well, I look at Humphreys and I go, let's say Havili, if you could squeeze them both at the bench, that'd be great. But I look at Humphreys and I'm like, he's almost the perfect 14. You can play 6, 7, 9, 13 probably at a pinch, and he's hot.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about. I mean, the reports are Schuster's hasn't hit the ground running. The good thing is he wouldn't be on a big wicket, but just disappointing.
Yeah, it is disappointing. I sincerely hope he turns a corner there because I think Schuster, and I said it last year, I respect him for doing it. He's gone to South Sydney, he's gone to Wayne Bennett. There is a part of this that if it doesn't work here, if I'm any other NRL team or coach, I'm looking at it going, well, if Wayne couldn't do it, fuck, I'm out. I can't do it.
Yeah.
So I hope he does turn a corner. If you're looking at glass half full, like I see all the comments that lazy and all this sort of stuff, like it was only 2 years ago, I'd argue, he was probably a top 5 back row in rugby league for that season. He was incredible. He played tough. I don't know what happened after that. He has got it in him. If Wayne can't get it out of him, I think Schuster is probably looking at going to England, realistically.
Now, some positives. I cannot wait to see Tallis Duncan develop over this next 12 months. There's just so many glimpses of a bloody good footy player there. I just was so surprised JD just didn't seem to see it in him to a degree. I'm really interested to see him under Wayne Bennett again.
He's at the top of my list of South Sydney players that, if I'm honest, the way they've developed him has annoyed me. It's him, David Wiley. Every year, I think this is the year where they'll give Wiley minutes and they'll let him go. They never really seem to. Mamazelis is on that list for me as well. But yeah, Tallis Duncan, I'm very, very keen to see how he goes. I'm still not. What do you think his best position is, Matty?
I was just about to ask you boys. I reckon evidence last year is that he plays in the middle. We didn't see him once on the edge, basically. So how are they going to play him? How do you guys think they're going to play him?
I like him as an edge. I just don't know. In the middle there, I think he's an edge at the moment.
Look, there's been a whole preseason. Maybe he is now. I'm just going off last year. And with Cam Murray at lock, I'm not too sure.
They need an edge, because I think Jairo's best footy's in the middle. I don't really care where Koloamatangi plays, whether he's edge or middle, whatever suits at the time, he'll kill it. Ewan Aitken's out injured. I think Ewan Aitken, side note, when he comes back, if he can keep himself fit, I think he could be like the value signing in the NRL this season.
Yep.
I just think they're very well covered in the middle. The beauty of it as well, between a lot of these guys, they can play between middle and edge. But I think Tallis Duncan, I'm with you, boys. I think I like him on the edge, but because they've been so persistent with playing through the middle, I haven't seen enough of him on the edge to know if he can run that hard unders line that all the best back rows do. I don't see why he can't, but because he's been almost exclusive in the middle, just haven't seen it. But maybe that's got something to do with it. Maybe he doesn't run a great line at end, he's just better in the middle.
Yeah. There's usually a reason. We look at him play and we go, he's a bloody good player. And I don't know, maybe it's his defensive reads. I'm not sure. They do so much video, most clubs. There's something. However, I just don't know whether they've handled his development the best. And I think that it's very easy to always put the blame on the young fella coming through. And granted, they have to be responsible for their own actions. I get all that. But I do think that it matters how they are developed. It really does. Some of the best players with the most talent at clubs that aren't going that well just struggle. They go to a better system. They bring the best out of them. And so I just don't know what it is with Duncan. I think that if you're talking about premiership push, when you've got guys like Duncan that are off contract, pushing for a spot, pushing to get a contract, that's what you want. You want your depth guys almost off contract and pushing for a spot, and also, didn't have the best year last year. And that's what makes the starting side play better footy. In regards to another guy that we haven't really spoken about, who was also off contract, 2025, it's Munro. I mean, I think this guy is an outside back superstar in the making. I really do. And I cannot wait to see him play this year.
I still don't think people have realised how good Ty Munro is. I think this will be the year. He looks to be a little bit bigger to me as well, which excites me. Sky's the limit for this kid.
Munro is actually my KO can't miss player of the year because we missed him a lot last year. South missed him a lot. The rugby league community missed him a lot because he was so injured and he was kind of out of sight, out of mind. But when he came back under those really, really sad circumstances and just had the best game of his career, that performance was a glimpse of the skills that he has and what he can do. I am so excited to watch Ty Munro this year. Hopefully he stays relatively injury free. It was a tough one for him last year, both on and off the field. But he is an absolute freak. I cannot wait to see him this year.
Oh man, and the KO can't miss the preseason challenge. Has kicked off. Vegas teams having their first hit out on the weekend, but this weekend it's the first full weekend of footy. The only way to watch them all is on KO. All the games are live and exclusive on KO beginning this Thursday. So make sure KO can't miss. Get around them, guys. The best in the business. Okay, back to the South Sydney Rabbitohs. Huge year for Totola. Huge year. He won Player of the Year, not last year, but the year before, I'm pretty sure, 22. So 22. On the trajectory to be a bloody good front rower. I think that now that Burgess has moved on, there really isn't a question. He's the main man in that front row forward. I know Jairo is more experienced and he's an origin front rower, but when it comes to who in this squad is an out-and-out front rower that needs to be the big boy in the middle that almost is the spear of the forward pack, it's Totola for me in this side. Yeah,
he has to stay fit for them this year. I think he's coming into this year with a couple of injury concerns and whatnot. I think he's going to be so crucial for this side. I mean, we argue on social media all off-season. Keon, Jairo, who's going to play in the middle? Mate, if Totola's not available and fit, that's where I do see South Sydney could find themselves in a little bit of trouble.
I think that, as much as the game has moved towards, smaller front rowers and all this, it's super exciting because it's new, blah, blah, blah. I don't think the game has gone so far that you always need one big bopper that's an out-and-out front rower that is essentially an out-and-out old-school front rower. I think every team needs at least one of them. If you don't, you get to the big games and you struggle, in my opinion.
They've still got value.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's why we see some front rowers who are getting purchased on potential for massive bucks because you just need that big bopper that can go with the big games and the big moments. Timmy, thoughts about the Totola?
Yeah. He's missed a lot of action, hasn't he? And some pretty concerning reports out because it was a foot injury, right? Foot injury, about how that recovery went, and obviously delayed last year. So a big factor in them coming back. As you said, boys, they're Davey Moale is the other one who looks fit as and ready to rock this year, and hopefully this is his year. But if Totola doesn't come back as well as pre-injury, Davey Moale is probably one who has to step up. But big cogs for them.
Some of the development players are Jerome Burns, Fletcher Myers, LeBlanc, Max McCarthy, and a bloke with one of the great names all time, Nazareth Tour. What a name. Okay, we haven't even spoken about him, but you could make the argument he's actually their biggest signing of 2025, and it's Dodds. Now, I know, the reports out of England that didn't go that great. He started really well his career, and then he kind of dipped off with form. I will say, and I know it sounds silly, but usually you can tell on social media who is, when you look at a club social media, you can kind of tell who's in and who's not in by who they kind of focus their attention on. They seem to have really warmed towards Dodds when you're just looking at their socials. Now, maybe that's because he's the new guy, he's one of their biggest signings, but he really could be a make or break signing for them.
Yeah, for sure. And look, I'm not going to pretend I know how this guy plays. I haven't watched enough of him in the Super League. Rumours that he got dropped from first grade. Rumours that Wayne's gone out and picked him himself. I don't know where the truth is there. Whatever, we'll see. But I agree with you. Even I listened to Campbell Graham do an interview a few weeks ago and talking about the ball players inside him. And, man, he seemed very confident with Dodd, and it seemed like it was Dodd for sure. Seems like that's how he's worked the entire season on his edge. So we'll wait and see. As I said, I don't think Dodd needs to come in and blow the world away. I think if people are expecting Dodd to have 15, 20 try assists this year, you're probably setting yourself up for failure. I think his job will just be simple. I think Wayne will make it as simple as he can.
Kick really well, make your tackles.
Yeah.
We got attacking guns to play footy in another dimension. Just get through your work. What do you reckon, Timmy?
That's the beauty, isn't it, right? Having Cody Walker on one side, Latrell Mitchell sweeping outside of you, your job isn't that hard. But he could also be a make or break between winning a premiership and not, because while, I said Mitch Report's coming out of form in the Super League, he's kicked a match-winning field goal in a World Club challenge against the Penrith Panthers. That's a huge moment for anyone. It's obviously only an isolated moment, but he's had big ones. He's 23 years old. What do we say about halves? They take time to mature. There's upside there. There's obviously talent there. Whether he makes it in the NRL, we don't know. But if he can hit his straps and be one of the, top 10 halfbacks in the NRL, partner with Cody Walker, could have a premiership under his belt in a year's time.
Which is crazy to think. And look, Wayne, it's mixed reports. Some people say Wayne had nothing to do with his signing, and other people, he individually picked him out. I don't know what the truth is. I find it extremely hard to believe that they just went and signed a guy on a massive 3-year deal without Wayne's approval, especially when around that time there were a lot of questions as to whether JD would be the coach. As a club, that might be one of the worst decisions of all time. As a club, you go, okay, we've got a coach under pressure that's a rookie. Let's go and sign a Super League halfback on a 3-year massive deal whilst this is all happening. That's outrageous.
Yeah, I think as well, as Timmy just said, he only needs to be a top 10. Honestly, if he can just be a top 15 halfback, I think they can compete. And
when you got Trell and Cody Walker in your spine.
On top of that, you have a look through Wayne's history. His last 2 premiership winning halfbacks were Ben Hornby, who's a very good player, but he was a utility. He wasn't an out-and-out halfback. And the guy at Brisbane.
The guy, Shane Perry.
I reckon I could pick most guys out of a rugby league lineup. Shane Perry, I think I genuinely struggle with. And, you probably, when you look at halfbacks that have won comps over the last 30 years, respectfully to those guys, you might have them in the bottom 5 or so of that list. Both coached by Wayne Bennett. He can make it work.
Yeah.
Darren Lockyer, Jamie Soward, both at the peak of their powers next to those guys. Cody Walker's one of the best natural ball players I've ever seen. They can make it work.
Yeah. Alrighty, boys, it's time for the rubber to meet the road. Where do you have, and so we'll do in slots of 2. I've got them 5th or 6th.
So do I. 3 weeks ago, I had them 3-4. Now I've got them 5-6.
And for everyone listening, we did our lists without speaking to each other and in private, just so you're aware.
Yeah, they've dropped down a little bit for me the last month just with these injuries, but I've also got them 5th, 6th. I do, as we said, I think they can win the comp though.
I've got them 5th, 6th as well. Hammy actually has them 3rd or 4th. And just for sports bet, they're the favourites to be the most improved at $3.60.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if they're not. Like, they were second last year. Like, how can they not be the most improved? Surely.
Well, if they scrape into the 8, they'll be most improved.
Jeez.
That's true.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see the Rabbitohs this year. It is going to be. And as I said, Latrell Mitchell, for me, he is my smoky for Dally M. I think he's going to have an absolute blinder. Alrighty, it's time for the Parramatta Eels. I tell you what, I am so interested to see what version of the Parramatta Eels run out. And it's just all these like little things, like their training jerseys. They've got one with the dude that wears spots, and then there's another colour there. All these like little things, like what cultural standards are being set, what messages are being sent with this system that Riles has brought in. And I know it sounds silly, and you know, people probably listening going, Kempy, you are a nuffy, like caring about that kind of stuff. But that's what interests me. Like, these are, you're trying to set these kind of standards, and, you know, you look at the Penrith Panthers, every year they've got a new theme of, you know, whatever it is, Top Gun, wrestling, Fast and Furious, whatever it is. And I look at the Eels and I see all these like changes with their kit and stuff, and clearly something's going on there that's different. Is it going to work? I'm not sure. I am so intrigued to see what happens at the Parramatta Eels. Matter of fact, they might be one of my most interesting watches heading into this year, because it's not smooth sailing. They got Mitch Moses is apparently negotiating at the moment. They got Dylan Brown, who are apparently negotiating. They lost their club captain last year. Like, he's walked into a bit of a shit fight in regards to everything happening. In saying of all that, their roster is still pretty bloody good. They signed Lomax. They've still got Moses. They've still got Brown for now. They've got a junior bowler at the front there. They got your mate, Jaman Hopgood. Like, that roster is still a bloody solid roster. So it's all just going to really fall down to rookie coach, first year. Do they react correctly to him? Are they gelling with him? Do they believe in his messages? Has he got the senior playing group on his side, or has he not?
I'm excited about Parramatta. I think people are sleeping on them a little bit. As you said, mate, you know, they're going to get the ultimate culture test, round 1, Sunday afternoon, Melbourne in Melbourne. Doesn't get any harder than that. But, you know, I look at them and, you know, like, when you look at what makes great sides, you know, your spine and whatnot, like when it comes to your halves, there's probably better halves pairings out there, but like, it's top
Not
3
by
halves
much.
pairings for me.
Not by much, jeez.
To be honest, they might be playing the only better halves pairing than them in that game. Like, I just think Mitch Moses, he's my smoky for a Dally M medal this year. I think if he stays fit, Parramatta make the finals this year. I think what he did in Origin last year and just how different Parramatta look with and without him. They've obviously added Zach Lomax, which I think is enormous. I think the other one that people aren't talking enough about is Josh Adokar. What have we been saying for years that Parramatta need? In one off-season, they add Lomax and they add Josh Adokar. I'm worried they've lost Regan Campbell-Gillard. They need someone to step up there. I think, mate, seeing your mate the other day, Jack Williams, in the leadership group,
That
made me sit up. I went, fuck,
What's happening there? Yeah.
Something's happened there. How does that guy, with all due respect to him, go from being on the bench for the Cronulla Sharks?
Not even every week. Like,
Well, I was just about to say, if Teamless Tuesday I open it up and he's in reserve grade, I go, okay, I can make sense of it. He arrives at Parramatta and in a heartbeat, he jumps into their leadership group. That says something to me. I don't know what you think, but I'm sort of expecting him to be named in the front row.
Stallion's blood flowing through his veins, boys.
oh my God.
It's exciting.
Friggin' oath it is.
Yeah.
But, and that's the thing where, like, you sort of say, and, you know, even look in Supercoach circles, that if you wake up one day and on Teamless Tuesday's named in New South Wales Cup, it never happened. He was always just a staple of that Cronulla Sharks side for a long, long time. Always played good minutes, was never a standout, but to be thrown into the leadership group first year at a new club under a new coach, it's a massive sign of certainly Riles is showing for him, the club's showing for him what they think of Jack Williams. And look, he's a bloody good bloke. He's one of the hardest trainers in the game, and you know, he doesn't have to be the biggest talker. You're not asking him to be the skipper who, you know, he's one who will lead by example.
Honestly, the biggest knockback in his game is his ball handling. He just needs to sort that out. And what's crazy, I'm actually shocked. I didn't think he made the side every single week. So he made the side essentially every week.
Yeah.
His last game in reserve grade was 2022. Timmy's spot on. He played 49 games in the last 2 seasons.
Never dropped.
Yeah.
That's like, I mean, again, it just shows you that, like, even me, a guy that watches every game, knows, you know, all the squads, just didn't notice him at times. And yet that's how far he's gone from that to a leadership group. There must be something there.
And it was in a stacked Cronulla pack in terms of depth. Had so much depth for all these years. And he was very, very rarely a forward who, would play 15 minutes off the bench or whatever. It was always in decent game time.
Could we see almost like a Sorensen-esque... I know Sorensen wasn't making the side, all that stuff, when he went to the Penrith Panthers, but like he goes to the Penrith Panthers and just goes bang.
I believe they've done it at pretty similar times of their careers, gone to clubs with far better opportunities. Jack's a bigger boy than Scotty Sorensen, but he's also quite nimble on his feet. He's got good late footwork. So through the middle, a similar enough player, as I said, with an extra probably 10 kegs on him, but maybe. And like I said, the glaring probably issue in this, not glaring issue, but probably question mark in this side, aside from Isaiah Iongi, is just, as Roo said, who's partnering Junior Bolo to start. And maybe it's Offengawi at the moment. He's had a lot of chances. He'll do a job, but it's waiting for someone to put their hand up and say, no, I'm a starting front row in the NRL.
I'll be worried if Offengawi is starting the year with Junior Paulo, because that tells me that none of the young fellas or recruits have exploded in the preseason. I think Offengawi is a good, solid NRL player at this stage, but I think he's past his best. And I think he's a bloody good to have on the bench, but I'd be a bit concerned if he was starting
It
this year.
sounds a little bit more left field because they're blokes who have played on the edge throughout a lot of their career, but like in Sean Lane and Ryan Madison, I don't know what they've done with sort of Sean Lane in the preseason, whether he's been training on the edge or in the middle or where they're going with that, but because they're sort of probably perceived as edge forwards, Madison's made the move more so to the middle in the past, but Junior Borlo's a big boy and can play big minutes. Jermaine Hopgood, big minutes, not massive, but a big enough boy. You could easily throw Ryan Madison or if Sean Lane's going well enough and start them in the front row. I have no qualms with that. So I think it's the best of Williams, Madison, Offengawi. They do have options. It's just which one wants to make it their own.
I don't mind Madison in the middle at all. Like I actually like Madison in the middle. I think that he's on the edge. Yeah, he's good, but I want his hands on the ball quite a lot.
And the other thing, Parramatta's game plan is pretty simple. I would have Brendan Hands or Joey Lusk, I don't really care, but one of them is probably an 80-minute hooker.
I'll be going Hands.
Yeah, and just saying all you need to do is dish and get good ball to your halves. But you need a quality link man there. Jermaine Hopgood's fantastic at that. If Ryan Madison's starting in the front row, he's also got incredible hands as a middle forward. So they've got the two link men there to get ball from their number 9 to their halves.
Well, I tell you what, if you've got a front row of Madison, Paulo, and Hopgood, there's an argument that's one of the best ball-playing front row 13s together. I'm not saying, 13 alone because you've obviously got Yo. I get all that. But what I'm saying is like you'd be hard to find two front rowers and a 13 with as good ball-playing as all three of those do.
Without going through the rosters, probably the best.
That's what I'm like. You'd be at the very least top 3. Like Madison's ball playing is still. I mean, he was 6. He played 6 for the bloody Roosters. I'm pretty sure at some stages.
Yeah, he did.
Junior Paulo, we know how good his ball playing is as a front rower, and Hopgood, outstanding ball player.
I think the other one that we don't have in this best 17 at the moment, but I think is a huge watch this year, Luca Moretti, who they re-signed the other day.
See, I'd consider putting him on an edge, and that's where you move Madison into the front row.
I think between Cartwright and Kelmer, I think Moretti's going to stay as a front rower.
Stay as a front rower.
And I reckon he's one that could jump out of the ground a little bit this year.
I just like, because he's such a nuggety little, like he's got that late kind of footwork at the line. He's quite a nuggety player. I wouldn't mind seeing him play a little bit on the edge. Did he play edge when he came into the side?
He's played between both, hasn't he?
Between both? I just don't mind.
I feel like for the Eels, he's been in the middle. He came from the Roosters, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
He has his footwork for a little nuggly fella. Like I just wonder whether that late footwork at the line. In saying that, I granted, I get what you mean. Like you got Kelmer, you got Lane.
They have a lot of edge options.
Yeah, so yeah, fair enough. That's fair.
I think if I could pick a player that's a watch for me at Parramatta this year, Kelmer. I reckon he's going to go enormous.
Surely it comes together this year.
I think it came together last year. I think because Parramatta were going so bang average, I think he was slept on a lot throughout the season. I really hope they just pick him on an edge and just let him go. I'd love to see him on the right edge outside Mitch Moses, put Zach Lomax outside him. I reckon that could become a lethal edge very quickly.
With you, I think Kelmer's in for a big year. If he can stay injury-free and just string together 80-minute games. And just the other one, we talk about middles and like who's going to put the hand up. Young Charlie Geimer as well was really good last season and then unfortunately had an injury. But a lot of good reports around him and one that can potentially fill that void.
Geez, I've got to say, bringing Williams into this side, it does really change their forward pack quite a bit. Like it really, I'm looking at this forward pack compared to last year. And let's say your best 17 route at the moment is Offengawe Paulo starting, I'd actually start.
I'm going to add in as well. I made this before the Williams
leadership. Thing. Okay.
Had I known that, Williams starts for me.
Okay, so let's assume Williams and Junior Paulo start. Let's Hopgood at 13, and then edge back row of Talang and Cartwright. You're rolling in with a bench of Lussick, Madison, Offengawe, Lane. Like, it's a pretty strong bench. Like, not the best in the world, but it's strong.
On top of that, I am completely open to running with a 4-forward bench in this side.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder with hands defensively, can you get through 80 minutes every week?
Yep,
size-wise.
That's the test. Yeah, I think the other one, just to keep an eye on with that 14 jersey, young Riley Smith. He's been at the club for about 2 years now. I think he's going to be one to watch in trials. I think Gutho's held the Bronco record there since 2017. He broke it by 4 seconds 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
So, very talented player, Riley. I think he's on a train and trial at the moment. Have we got it on that list? He's one that I think is a big watch in finals. It wouldn't shock me if we get to round 1 and he's the 14. I think he can jump out of the ground this year.
So this is the Parra Eels first. We'll just go 8 rounds to their bye. Storm, Tigers, Bulldogs, Manly, Dragons, Raiders. Storm, Tigers, Bulldogs, Manly, Dragons, Raiders, Tigers, bye. I tell you what, outside of Storm, I know Bulldogs and Manly are placed above them and, whatever at this stage. It's a pretty good start to the season to get a good foundation for the year. If they don't come out of that with winning, what do you reckon? It's 5 out of 8? Or probably 5 from 7?
This is a big question mark. Like, their roster looks great. It's just Jason Riles, first-time NRL coach. How awesome fella. I think he'll win the boys over.
Surely.
But there's winning them over and then getting the best out of them on the field. It's a different thing. You can be their best mate. It doesn't always equate to results. But I think, if he does hit the ground running, Jason Riles, the boys respond. Very promising signs and no reason why they can't push for the top 8.
Jeez, look at this. So we'll go through their outs and gains. This is their outs. Sanders, Blaze Talangi, RCG, Sivo, Gutho, Arce, Rodwell, Makatoa, Harper, Ogden, Tamapenu, Sini. Here's their gains. Lomax, Iongi, Hawkins, Papali'i, Samrani, Jack Williams, Katonga from the Bulldogs. I am really interested to see how he goes. He was bloody good in the trials last year.
Base.
And that's like they need players like this in their depth of their forward back. And then they've got Addo Carr, Ronald Volkman. I tell you what, the Eels have low-key done pretty bloody well in the off-season. Not many people are talking about it.
Mate, there's not enough people talking about him. I think they're going to do well. The top of that list, mate, Zach Lomax. Like, he's arriving now as a kangaroo, arguably the best winger in the game, not named Brian To'o, going to be playing in the centres. I get it. I've seen a lot of people criticise me about playing in the centres. One of my little hot takes, I reckon he's going to get Dally M Centre of the Year. I reckon he kills it this year.
Wow, okay.
If you put him on that right side outside Mitch Moses, I think he can. I think he's just a new guy now, and I think he can carry it on at Parramatta.
It's a big talking point, and I put a post up just talking about this quite a while ago, and the pushback was like, oh, he played so good at wing, and he's a winger. I think people are, and look, I'm more than happy to put my hand up and say I'm wrong halfway through the season. It wasn't the position that he was playing that made him good last year. It was his mindset that made him good. If you took Zach Lomax throughout all the years before and he played with that same mindset in any of the positions, whether it's a fullback, wing or centre, he would have played outstanding. I really don't think it was the position that made him play well. It was his ability to apply himself that made him play well. And I'm not sure whether he'll be a Dally M centre, but I agree with you in the sense that I think it's not the position. It's his new mental application to the game that's changed. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I do agree, but I also prefer him on the wing. I understand that in this lineup, centre probably suits him. I just think his biggest weapon is his ability under high balls, whether that's attacking or defending them. Not to say he can't attack them from centre, he can. And they'll say, mate, when you're playing centre, you still, and he'll want to, chase them. But just on the wing, I feel like he probably gets more one-on-one opportunities for those cross-field kicks. I think kick defusals, he's massive for them as well. I love his finishing ability. I prefer him on the wing, and I would love to have seen him stay there. That being said, if he was to do that at the Eels, you push like a Bailey Simonson or Sean Russell to centre. Maybe that could or couldn't work. But yeah, I like him on the wing. I understand why Parra have got him at centre.
I'm I can look. If you said you prefer him on the wing, I can get with that. I'm totally fine with that. My point is more along the lines of there's a lot of people that think he's going to move to centre and play like he used to play 3 or 4 years ago.
No, it was a mental shift.
That's what I mean. I don't think we're going to see Zach Lomax go back to Zach Lomax from 2021 or whatever it was, where he's constantly trying to flick pass and all that kind of stuff. Whether he's a centre or a winger as a better player, I actually, if I gunned ahead, had to choose, I actually probably think that he suits the modern era of a winger better. And I actually think that the modern game, winger is almost becoming more valuable than a good centre. But I also do think that he's going to play bloody good footy in the centre role.
Yeah, the other thing, he was so good out of yardage on the wing, and we saw it at Origin level, which I understand is a different beast, but just so energetic, and every time there's a kick return, he was flying to the other side of the field to get there and have that next run and take a hit. And he's obviously such a great tackle buster and so hard to put down. I think we're just going to see him naturally, due to the position, have 10 extra runs when he's playing on the root wing rather than... It's hard over a 27-week NRL season plus finals to get out there and have a lot of runs every game and go looking for it from centre when you have to hold your width. You can't roam as much as probably we'd like to. I'd love to see him roam as a centre, but I don't think it'll happen. I just think the work rate is better on the wing, and he's such a talent that it gets him more involved in the game. Prefer him on the wing.
I've heard a lot of people sort of also talk about how when he was playing centre, he's throwing balls over the sideline and flick. Like, if you have a look at the comp this year, guys that played more than 20 games of first grade last season, he averaged the third most offloads in the competition. Do you ever remember last year going, oh, that was a shit offload? Yeah. That was I think it's so blatantly obvious. It's a mentality switch.
It's a mentality switch.
I think people telling me he's going to go back or he wasn't good at centre forward, I think it's just a lazy argument. I just don't see it.
I don't see, put it this way. Do you really think him just changed position? He just all of a sudden woke up and became the best one of the best outside backs in the competition. No, it's not the same Zach Lomax as a few years ago. We're looking at a new version of him. As I said, in a perfect world, if you've got a really strong backline, I probably would put him on the wing because I think his physique suits the modern era. But I still think he's going to be one of the better centres in the competition this year.
He will be one of the better centres in the competition, and he'll still be elite this season. As a position, wing gives him a better opportunity to utilise his natural talents than centre does, in my opinion.
I think so. But sometimes it's what your squad needs.
For sure.
And I think that when you look at the Eels, they need him to play centre. And look, on the flip side of that, if Riles can somehow work out for him to play like a Tommy Turbo in Origin in the centre, all of a sudden you got the best of both worlds. You got almost like a roaming fullback that's out in centres that can do his thing.
I also think as well, like we talk about, his skill set and how good he is in the air and all that. And I've had people say, they won't kick to him at centre. I'm sorry, they've got Mitch Moses, Dill Brown.
Better spot.
It's a better spot. I want him jumping over sevens and second rows and going head to head with wingers.
Yeah, it's actually a better spot.
It's where he does his best work for the Dragons last year. It's not when he runs down the sideline and catches the ball in the corner. It's when he cuts back in and he jumps over guys that aren't in usual jumping positions. I agree. I hope they do let him roam. I think I look at the rest of the side and I'd like to think they just let him.
Especially with Iongi at fullback, who could be wrong. I don't know if he's going to be a massive meter eater this early on in his career. So Lomax having an extra 5 runs even, could help a lot.
Completely agree.
Another guy that I think, like Moretti and Dury for me, they're two guys that I really think under a fresh start with a fresh opportunity, I'm really interested to see. Because Dury's an out-and-out edge-back rower, to my understanding. I think he might have used to be a centre at one stage, but I know he's an out-and-out back rower. Really interested to see Dury and how he goes. Matty, how old is Dury? Because I think he's maybe 24, 25 now.
Been floating around for a bit now.
Yeah, he's been around a bit. I think there's something there still. I really do. And I can't wait to see him get an opportunity.
24.
So for a forwards age, he's starting to get into the right kind of thing. And I look at guys like Moretti and Dury, they just needed an extra year to be at that level of NRL to give the Eels depth. Whereas you go back to a couple of years ago when we were talking about the Eels and their forwards depth wasn't great. Well, it was because the young fellas just hadn't had enough time to develop into what they needed to be. And so when you got guys like Dury and Moretti who may not even make the 17, that excites me. And then you look at guys like Hawkins and Volkman. What was the number one frustrating thing about the Eels? When they lost Mitch Moses, they either had a rookie that never played NRL or no one in a key position. And now they head into this season with, Hawkins and Volkman's a little bit different, but Hawkins, for example, like he's probably never going to be the main guy at a club. But I tell you what, he can be in a squad. A guy, when a bloke gets injured, he can come in and do a job. And I think that you look at Hawkins and they've got that balance now. And they've got like a guy like Volkman who he's still on the cusp of becoming a do-a-job guy or eventually being an out-and-out, oh shit, he's actually a bloody good NRL player. I still think there's a lot of room for growth with Volkman because he's still relatively young, 23 or so, maybe even 22. And so I just think the squad balance, ironically, it may actually have improved this year.
Ronald Volkman's 22.
22 years, there you go.
Yeah, I think Hawkins can do a job guy if necessary. Volkman has still got levels to him, in my opinion.
And so you look at that and you go, like you even look at like the Brown situation. Let's say Brown was to move on. You know, Volkman, he could be that next six that goes on and kills it. Like I think Volkman's more of an out-and-out six. I know he can play a bit of both. But the fact they got him on a training trial, relatively cheap, he's still 22 years old. He was in the Roosters system. They loved him there. At the Warriors, he wasn't. Actually, the Warriors, didn't they win? No, they made when he was their half.
He did very well in New South Wales.
Yeah, they killed it. They killed it. So, you know, that's a pretty good resume for a guy coming through. Surprisingly, their recruitment has done so well. I haven't really seen many people talk about the fact they lost Sanders and Talangi. Like, put it this way, when they first lost Talangi, it was a huge deal. Since getting Lomax and maybe they got Lomax before, but like since they've done their recruitment in the off-season, I haven't heard many Eels fans really complain about that. Granted, if Talangi comes into that Penrith side and rips, I'm sure it's going to hurt. But I feel like their recruitment since that time has been so strong that a lot of Eels fans have gone, you know what, I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah, man, I'm confident they're going to be okay. If the halfback plays 20 games, I'm confident they're going to be okay. All comes down to Mitch for me.
Okay. I'm interested to see Hopgood. Really interested. Obviously had an injury last year, missed quite a few games last year, if I recall correctly. What was it? Was it a pec?
That was back.
A back?
Yeah.
A guy like Hopgood, it's almost like I feel like his body needed a little bit of a break. He just goes so hard for so long. I can't wait to see him under a guy like Riles. Try to find that balance between making him, tear his body apart every single week. And he's a year older. He's a year more experienced. We've got to remember a guy like Hopgood, he really has only been playing a lot of first grade for 2 years now.
Yep.
So he's heading into his third year of first grade, roughly his third year. There's still a lot of room for improvement with a guy like Hopgood. And, in the first couple of years, he made his Origin debut or was in the squad?
Squad.
He's in the squad for Origin. There's still room. There's still room to get even better. Really interested to see how Hopgood goes under Riles.
Yeah, for sure. And I love seeing him put into that leadership group as well. For a guy that was sitting behind Isaiah Yeo a couple of years ago, not looking like first grade was on the horizon, to make the move to Parramatta and just have the instant impact that he has, it really has been incredible. And to be so close to Origin, I know that they've got, the Gilberts and the Tinos of the world coming back this year, but I think Hopgood will go very, very close. He hasn't played Origin yet, has he?
Played Origin 1, I believe. I think he played Origin 1. I'm just double checking.
I thought he was in the squad, but I could be wrong. But yeah, I think if I was coach, I would make that his goal for this year. Origin.
Yeah, Origin's a goal.
Yep.
Yeah, played off the bench in Origin 1.
Origin 1, yeah.
2024.
Now, looking at some of these other players, I actually think Bailey Simonson is in for a massive year. I think that last year, before he got injured, so I started the year off a little bit slow, really found his groove. I think he's going to have a big year, Bailey Simonson. I felt like before he got injured, he was fast becoming one of their better outside backs. I think that now that he's got other outside backs around him, like Lomax, Yado Carr, it's going to give him space to almost be... He's going to be the least targeted from the opposition, which is going to give him space to do what he does, which is just heaps of runs, get through a bunch of work, break tackles. I'm really keen to see... Because I personally believe he's a really important cog in the wheel of the Eels, because if he doesn't step up and play well, all of a sudden there might be a bit of a weakness in that back line that can be exploited. So I really do believe they need Bailey Simons to kill it. Especially,
I would assume he's going to play right wing. To be on that edge of Mitch Moses and outside Lomax if he gets that flick on point again. That's great real estate.
Yeah.
The more I look into this team, the glaring issue is with that back three is going to be yardage. And we spoke about Lomax. They have to get him having his 18 to 20 carries a game and coming off the line, because again, Iongi's young. I haven't seen enough of him, but I don't think he's going to be that big 200-metre plus metre eating fullback just because he's young, a smaller body for the moment. Bailey Simonson, not a huge metre eater. Josh Addo-Carr, definitely not a huge metre eater.
Bailey's pretty decent. He's not bad.
Yeah, all okay.
Yeah.
But, most good NRL teams these days have that one who can, pretty reliably go to your 200, whereas they don't have it. So they need to probably get a few extra at a low max. Look, maybe Iongi is a beast. Maybe he can go 200 a game, but that's one issue.
I know in reserve grade he does knock up 200 metres a game, but is that just due to his incredible footwork and line breaks rather than actually 20 hit-ups?
Just to show you, the point they're in, we've just spoken about Parramatta for, I assume, 20-odd minutes. The name Will Pensini hasn't come up. He's probably been the most consistent back there over the last 2 or 3 years.
Absolutely, and he's 21, 22 years old. It's a joke.
I think this squad has put themselves in a really, really good spot. Can you imagine if they're getting back on that plane after beating Melbourne in round 1 down there?
Confidence.
I know it's a long shot, don't get me wrong, but they're going down there with a new coach. They've got something, they've got someone new to impress, a new environment. It could be a game changer for them.
I probably sold Iongi a little bit short. I think you're right, Kempy. He averaged 164 metres a game in Cup last year, but there was 2 games there that were 20 and 40 minutes. So you probably bump that up to about 170, 175, which is pretty good going. And there's 5, 6 games here where he's gone 200 plus. As you said, I don't have post-contact meters and that sort of stuff.
He's
but
similar to a Kinney kind of thing.
Yeah.
He's just brilliant footwork.
Maybe he can punch out that 180 to 200 sort of thing.
But I do understand your sentiment though. They still need a winger that's going to go
Someone needs to help
180 metres or something like that.
You don't want to rely on your rookie, 20, 21 years old or something, fullback having to run 200 metres a game.
No. And I that's where I really do believe Bailey Simonson. I'd be shocked by the end of the year if he's not averaging over 150 metres a game. I think he's going to have a big year. I really do. Now, other guys that you look at and you just go, could go one or two ways. Really explode and reach their potential or it might be the last time you see him in the NRL. But a guy like Widemu Greg, big boy, Riles, he was a bloody good forward when he played. So he's going to know how to relate to to a guy like Widemu Greg. I think he came down from the Cowboys a few years ago. He's had a bit of a strange kind of time at the Eels where sometimes you go, wow, this guy's bloody good forward. And other times just has a bit of a quiet game, doesn't play as well. It's a defining year for him, really, in my opinion. And I think that if he can, if they're to make a push for the top 8, it's going to take guys like Greg to really put pressure on put pressure on the bench constantly.
And we're looking at guys like Madison Lane, talking about his middles, they played on the edge most of their career and whatnot. He's a genuine middle, and I think he could make himself a really important part of this side by just providing an exceptional 25 minutes a week.
Well, if put it this way, if Widemu Greg goes to another level, you've got Junior Paulo, who's he's got 2 more years left in his career on a massive wicket. And so if you're the Eels, you want a younger guy to come in and be that main big boy front rower. Whereas if no one else steps up, they're just going to have to they're going to have to re-sign Junior Paulo on essentially whatever he wants, because these big boppers that are out and out front rowers are so hard to find.
Sorry, continue.
I was going to say what I'm really interested in. So Junior Paulo hasn't had any boxing fights this off-season. To my understanding, I'm actually really stoked in that. I know he loves boxing and he's a bloody good boxer, but I just think that there was that year where they made that grand final and he just went through so much work. I just wanted to see him rested. Heading into this year, please don't play him off the bat 60 to 70 minutes in the first few rounds. Build Junior Paulo into the year. Give him an opportunity to be peaking to rounds finals footy rather than just gassing him that first year, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he just turned 31.
I know, it's crazy.
In November.
It's crazy.
I feel like he's been around for 20 years.
Did he debut at Canberra? Is that where he started?
Didn't he go? No,
Eels before that.
Eels, Canberra, back again, I
Back
think.
to Eels, yeah, right.
I
was just having a look to it, their squad and who's off contract this year. Bryce Cartwright and Kelmer off contract.
Yeah, fighting for a spot.
Imagine those guys playing for contracts. That's huge.
But then you got a guy like Dury who's coming through. If he can have a bloody big year, or even a Moretti, depending where you play him. If you play him in the middle, it's a little bit different. But if you're the Eels, you're looking at it going, we don't want to have to sign these guys if they're not playing really well on a massive contract.
Yep.
And so there's this huge opportunity to impress a new coach that goes, look, I can re-sign, Cartwright on 600 or whatever, or this young fella that steps up and kills it on 400. they're going to take the young fella? Because I'm sure Riles is looking at this going, I'm not in a rebuild, but at the same time, I don't want to have an aging roster that in 2 years' time, all of a sudden, I have to rebuild.
He's been really good at times, Wiramu Greg, and you sort of just wonder why he hasn't kicked on a little bit more, but there's potential there. Like, he can have games where he can come on and just bust the game wide open.
Honestly, sometimes it reminds me a bit of Fafita.
Yeah,
like, he really does.
Beast.
Obviously, not as good for Fafita and hasn't had the career as Fafita, but there's so much potential there. It's just whether he can find it or not. Anything else in the Eels, boys? All right, it's time for the rubber to meet the road, baby. It's time for the rubber to meet the road. I've got them 8 to 10.
I have got... you go, Timmy.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 8 to 10.
I was gonna say,
twos, 8 to 9. 8 to 9.
I have got them 7 to 8.
You got me up and about. I actually propelled them up a position off the back of that chat. I've got them 9 to 10.
9 to 10.
That's funny, Timmy. I did the exact same thing. I originally had him 11, 12, but I've bumped it up to 9 to 10
I didn't
now.
say.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking at this now. My list actually says 9 to 10, but I might have. Oh shit! I want to get him in the 8. Anyway, around there.
Hammy, who is not listening to this chat, has them bottom 4.
Ooh.
Wow. Haas pairing with Mitch Moses and Dylan Brown. Look, I guess also we haven't spoken about it, but if Mitch Moses goes down, it's just over.
It's red, and that's... I feel like I'm tipping Parramatta a lot like I'm tipping Manly. If Mitch goes down, similar to if Turbo goes down, it drops them probably 8 spots.
We'll get to Manly, but I do kind of feel like Hopewadi, Lehigh is kind of like, and obviously not as good as Tommy, but I actually will get to it. But I look at him and go,
G'd for the Manly chat.
Yeah.
Can't let him say I'm G'd for the Dragons chat. 12 months has made a big difference.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I'm G'd
That's
for the
interesting.
Dragons chat.
Okay. Alrighty. Time for the Gold Coast Titans. All right. 2024, they came 14th. 2023, 14th. Now, you can't forget, before they fired Holbrook, they were sitting 9th. I'm pretty sure. And they had a few players out coming back from injury. 14th. Wins in 2024 season, they had 8 wins, 16 losses. They're actually better in 2023 season, 9 wins, 15 losses. When I look at this Titans side, this half situation scares the living daylight out of me. And we hear whispers about Foran not starting. And matter of fact, because of that, I am extremely concerned about the Titans heading into this year.
Yeah, I think Foran has to be the halfback. If you're lucky enough to have him in your squad, he has to be there. I'm going to draw a bit of a line in the sand, boys. I'm not talking the halfback jersey again here today. That's how I feel about it.
Just quickly then, before we do that then, we all agree, we believe Foran should be the 7.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we are a bit shocked that there's talk about Campbell and Brimo being 6 and 7.
Yeah, agreed. And if it is a case that Foran is injured or he's not 100%, he's my halfback or he's probably not in my side. Pick Carter Gordon at 14, in my opinion.
Okay. So just that's because we've already spoken quite a bit about the half situation, guys. And look, for new people coming in that may have not listened to the podcast for the last few weeks, or even for the last couple of years even.
Last 4 years.
Yeah. We've always been concerned about the Gold Coast Titans' inability to really settle on a fullback, really settle where they put Brimo, Campbell Graham, and now Kinney. That's not Campbell Graham, sorry. Jaden Campbell. And now Kinney has arisen. And so it just has complicated things so much for the Titans, and they never seem to know where to land everyone. And so that's why we're always frustrated with the Titans, where we've... Look, I can't speak for the other boys, but my personal opinion is that they should have made a tough, hard call a bit ago. Granted, I get the argument. People say that, well, hang on a sec, if you make a tough, hard call and let go of either Brimo, Campbell or Kinney, what happens if one of them gets injured? But, at the moment, I don't think that those 3 people all being in the squad has helped them at all. I actually think it's like, yes, there's been injuries and people have filled in, but there's been no continuity. There's been no combinations built. I still think the Achilles heel of the Titans organisation for at least 5 years has been their inability to nurture and develop a halfback.
Campy, we sat here this time last year and had concerns around just roster mismanagement and having too many quality spine players. I can't believe I'm saying that, but just going, have they overinvested a little bit in the spine, which saw AJ Brimson play centre. Fast forward 12 months, Keanu Kinney, who was like in that conversation, but who was like sort of the reserve fullback, he's now the Kiwi fullback. Jaden Campbell's come into the halves from predominantly playing fullback and killed it. They've signed Carter Gordon from Australian Rugby, who looks like a potential star, or if nothing else, a regular NRL starter across multiple positions. That headache has only amplified even more. Again, great position to be in, but could you have dispersed your money a little bit better across your squad?
Yeah, and also I understand the great headache argument, but I actually think it's too much of a headache because there have been the inability to settle. Like, for example, we still don't know whether Bremo's a centre or a 6. We still don't know whether Campbell is a 6, a 14, a fullback. You know, there's been no ability to settle. And I really do believe the Titans' Achilles heels for quite a few years now is their handling of their halfbacks. They have some of the best sevens come through the grades. Then they let them go. Anyway, we've been over it quite a lot, guys, so we're not going to bore people that listen to the podcast all the time. So that's my biggest concern with the Titans. Some positives for me is a guy like Tino coming back. That's, missed to state the obvious. He actually had an interview with the Courier Mail on the weekend and was really, really honest about how tough it's been for him with this injury. And I'm assuming how tough it's been is the pressure he's under. He understands that he's the main man in the side. He understands he's the captain. He needs to lead the club. He wants to lead him to a premiership. Tino coming back in is absolutely massive. However, we are way past the point of some of these other young forwards having to stand up. It is now or never for this young forward pack. They need to stand up and help Tino. They need to play consistent footy. It can't be, a month of good footy, a month of not good footy. It's time for them to really step up and become mature first graders that play nothing less than a 7.5 or an 8 out of 10 every single week, in my opinion.
Completely agree, and that's what excites me about Tino is that he's not coming back to a side that Tino needs to, get in the phone booth and put the cape on. He comes back and there is other forwards. There's Mo Fodawaker, there's Campbell Gillard. I love Bo Fermor. We know what Fafita can do, and I look at the bench, mate. I think last year sort of forced Randall and Jolliffe to really come of age. I trust them week to week as 7 out of 10 first graders. Pahulu, I feel like he can be that guy, but he's not. There? I get it.
Well, we'll talk about it quickly for people listening. So the Pahulu situation is just, we don't really know whether he'll be at the club next year, as in not 25 but 26. Apparently there was, basically if he played the last year, he would have got around 40 grand reportedly. And then he was rested that last game. Now, I'd have to go back and look at like form and all that kind of stuff. But I guess from his management, the argument was he was selected up until that point and then not selected when he had made himself available. And so I guess another situation where you look at it and you go, that's just not good for squad morale when you've got that kind of stuff happening. So yeah, that's just wanted to note that with the Pahula situation.
Yeah, so that's probably the one jersey that I look at that I'm like, okay, are we going to get? But the rest of them, I look at that forward pack, I go, it's a very consistent forward pack. I think Bo Fermor's in for a huge year. I think Fafita's going to be so, as he is every year. But if you have a look at last year, like that first half of the season, he was incredible, and I just think his confidence got knocked around heaps.
With everything that happened with the Roosters and all that kind of stuff.
It was the Roosters into Origin, and it was, I don't know how much of that is Fafita's fault, how much of that was management's fault. I've got no idea what happened behind the scenes, obviously, but I think it really knocked him around. And I think Hasler's now had, 8 months to just try and get his head in the right place. And if he can get him back to, not even his best, just 80% of his best, I love this forward pack all of a sudden. And that's where I look at them and I go, if this forward pack plays their absolute potential, I don't like it, but maybe there's a world where Campbell and Brimson can work as running halves.
Yeah. I've just been burnt so much by the Titans. I've always backed them so heavily.
Completely agree with you, but I think there is a world where it can work if this forward pack is dominating. Yeah. I wouldn't be betting on it.
Yeah, I just can't see, if they go with Campbell and Brimo, I just don't know whether that is going to beat top 8 sides.
Put it this way, if they do go with Campbell and Brimo and it shits it and doesn't work, you can change it.
Yeah.
I'm obviously, you want Foz training with one of that two as the halves, all pre-season, etc. In our opinion, it had delayed a little bit, but I look at this team and they could honestly finish 1st to 17th. Like, you tick boxes when you go through it. They have depth. They have the best depth in key positions of any team in the competition. Their strike in the back line is incredible. Carmen Pereira is one of the quickest wingers in the competition, best finishers. They have yardage between Phil Sammy and Keanu Kinney. Jojo Fafita's not even in this 17.
Which is crazy.
Which is
so
crazy.
Good.
You've got Brimson who can ball play and do everything at centre. Because of all these versatile players in the team, including, let's say, Carter Gordon plays off the bench, he can cover just about every... They can cover every position. Let's go to their pat. Fodawaker, Origin. Verrills, he's won a premiership. Campbell Gillard, Origin. Fafita can be the best back row in the competition, not just on his day, but more often than not. Fermor could play Origin this year. Tino, one of the best forwards in the game. They tick so many boxes.
Oh, mate,
and then you add
I'm
in
with
Des
you.
Hasler, who's now second year at the Titans, one of the best coaches we've had in the game. I'm with you, Campy. I've been burnt by them so many times, but if we're looking at them as a standalone year, far out, I think they can have a big year.
Oh, mate.
But
Them at their best. Like, Foreign plays the whole season. Like, Foreign plays 20-plus games. And all of those boys playing at their best, they genuinely could be a smoky for top 4.
And one issue with him in recent years has been injury concerns, and that's going to be there this year as well. But, like, you add in even just Carter Gordon, who's just another player to cover these. But to our knowledge, as it stands, going into round 1 or round 2 when they play their first game with the round 1 bye, Jaden Campbell's fit. Foz maybe has a little bit of a niggle or something, but fit enough. Brimson's fit. Everyone's good to go.
I've had this hope with the Titans so many times, and just all this noise around the halves. Like, put it this way, if they go into a season where there's not noise around all these key positions, that's when I go, I'm all in on the Titans. Whereas, like, every year we go in with all this noise around who plays here, who's like, I just don't like it. Now, some questions in regards to roster. So this is Rue's predicted roster, potentially. Kinney at the back, Canberra on the wing, Sammy on the other wing, Kelly, Brimson, Campbell, Foran, Fodawaker, Verrills, Campbell, Gillard, Fafita, Fermor on the edges, Tino at the back there, Randall at 14, Jolliffe at 15, Pahulu at 16, and then Gordon / Alec Haas as a 17. I got a question for you. I actually would be playing Randall at 13 and be moving Tino into the front row to make it so that I can bring a guy like Fodawaker on for 20 to 30 minutes of pure power and destruction. Thoughts, boys?
Don't have an issue with it. I think this forward pack is so good that you could throw them in a hat and almost pull them out, and I think they'd be okay. Like, if Randall, when I bring Randall on, it'll probably be in the 13 role anyway, if you want to start him there, sure. And then who would you bring off the bench? Sorry, was it Mo?
Probably Fodawaker. Or even, let's say Campbell Graham's getting a little bit... Campbell Gillard. Fuck me. Campbell Graham. I just can't get him off my mind. It's a big stretch. Let's say Campbell Gillard is a little bit older. Because I actually, now that I think about it, maybe you do start with Tino and Moe, because then you can say to RCG, mate, I just need 20 minutes of you off the back fence. And you actually might get 3 years out of RCG. So either or, but now I'm thinking about it, maybe I lean towards starting with Tino and Moe.
I think they'd just be a week-to-week thing with these sides. And I think as well, big thing for me would be just managing Tino at the start of the season.
I don't want Tino playing too many minutes, man. He'll run himself absolutely dead.
Yeah,
he's too much. He does too much work. Like the worry I have with a guy like Tino, and I've been saying this for quite a while, at some of the best clubs, he's an attacking weapon. At the Titans, he's a work merchant. And it's just like, you got one of the most athletic players arguably to ever play the game. He's 6'6", 120 kilos, and he can play 80 minutes, and he can do it at an incredible click. And then you go, all right, I'm going to turn him into a workhorse. It's like you're wasting one of the best. Like, he was coming off the bench at the Storm and absolutely destroying sides. And so I just look at him and I go, there's so many other players that, like, for example, Randall. I understand he's not 6'6", but let Randall be the workhorse that gets through.
He plays like he is.
Yeah, he plays like he is. But let Randall make 50 tackles a game. Let Tino be a weapon again. I don't understand. There are very few players in the NRL that are game breakers. Tino's one of them.
And yeah, I was going to say, you look at the size of the pack as well. That's going to be a question mark. As we know, the modern game, it's getting quicker and quicker by the day, and we're seeing this more mobile pack have plenty of effect in the game. Tino, enormous. Campbell Gillard, big boy. Fodawaker, big boy. Fafita, big boy. Fermor, far more nimble than the others. But there is probably a question mark, especially playing up in Queensland early in the season. It's a big pack. So I like the pack Guru's got to start, but there is an option to start Randall and just get a smaller body on field and, have one of the bigger boys being more dynamic off the bench. But once again, good problems to have for them.
Yeah.
Like, they've got a lot of options.
On paper, that forward pack is outstanding, absolutely outstanding. It's similar-ish to the Payne Haas situation where, under Seabold, he was just playing these crazy big minutes. And granted, it's easy for me to say, like, Seabold's, his job's on the line, he's under so much pressure. Very hard not to play a guy Payne Haas bloody 70, 80 minutes. But I just look at him and go, sometimes you've got to protect him from himself. Same with Paddy Carrigan. And I just look at Tino, I'm like, I want Tino, breaking the line, bending the line, offloads, all that stuff. So
to state the obvious, especially the first 10 weeks of the year leading into Origin, then manage through Origin, coming out from an ACL, just... If you want to play in bigger minutes back end of the year and hopefully all going to plan going into finals, sure. But the first half of the year and manage through Origin and just give the bloke a chance.
All right, my KO can't miss player for this year, Keanu Keeney. I am so excited about this kid. Seeing what he did last year, the effect he had on the side towards the back end of the season, seeing him go to the Kiwis and just cement himself as the fullback for the foreseeable future. I understand there's issues with the halves and everything. I just love how involved this kid constantly is. He is just always looking for work, so good on his feet. There's the second syndrome argument, which I get.
I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked.
I think he's too good.
Yeah.
I personally think he's too good, and I think that his game isn't built off... Like, he's obviously a very skillful kid, but his game is just built off hard work. And I think that people that just look at his stature probably won't realise that just yet. Once again, I think if this forward pack can win the middle... And I look at the halves they're going to run out with, apparently, and the only thing I can make sense of it is that Hasler is leaning into just playing all-out attack.
Just fast, play the balls on the front foot.
Do I agree with it? No, but if they're going to do it, I'll tell you who's going to really excel off the back of that, Keanu Keeney. I think the sky's the limit for him. He's another one that I think will get wildly up there on, like, Dally M counts this year. If the Titans can just hang in games and win 50% of them, or close to... I think he's going to be electric this season.
Mate, him in the international games was like a revelation.
It
was actually insane the way he played. Like, I know that, error here or there. Guys, I'm allowing Kinney an error here or there. You know why? Because he runs for nearly 300 metres every single game, and he is constantly threatening. Like, there are certain players, again, we spoke about Tino, but there are very few players that genuinely, you throw them the ball, they break the game open. There's a reason why sometimes, a player gets signed for big bucks and you're like, hang on a sec, he doesn't, have 25 hit-ups a game and get through, like his stats don't match up. You know why? Because he's a game breaker. Like, it's similar-ish, obviously very different types of players, but like, for example, Latrell Mitchell, he's a game breaker. You don't need him doing all that other stuff. Whereas, ironically, around Kinney, he's a mixture of both, where he'll have 30 runs and have all the good stats, but also, the defensive side, even in the international games, the amount of times you would see the defensive side controlling the momentum of the game, and then Kinney got the ball and he would just completely split the game open. And all of a sudden, that defensive side that was controlling the rhythm is now on the back foot. That's what Kinney can offer. That's what he can offer. He's a bloody good player. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, the other thing that excites me with him is just, I love seeing the evolution of young fullbacks and just their ball playing, which is just so vital to the success of any footy team and anyone wanting to be an NRL fullback these days. And very, very early days, I'm watching Kinney and going, all right, has he got that ball playing? Has he got that ball playing? He's young, he can develop. But in the space of 12 months, his ball playing has come on leaps and bounds. So I'm like, give him another 1, 2, 3, 4 years, like the evolution of what he can do. Because the running game, not an issue. He's a beast. Runs from massive meters, bust tackles, has the work ethic. You add the polish onto his ball playing, and he can be one of the best NRL fullbacks in the NRL very quickly.
Talk about, like, he's genuinely puts bums on seats kind of player. Like, he's the kind of player that the Titans have, like, funnily enough, Campbell is also that kind of player. But he's the kind of player that could get a bit of a groundswell of Titans fan base. I know it's a smaller fan base. I get all the jokes people make, but, sometimes you just need a superstar to arrive. And guess who they're all saying they're playing like the young fellas growing up, and young girls like, oh, I'm Kinney in the backyard. He's that kind of player. That's how electric he is. So I can't wait to see him going this year. And as you just said, Rube, I would be shocked if he has a bad second year. He just doesn't seem like the guy that's going to... I can't see it happening. I'd be very shocked.
Yeah, and you look at I look at Dream Buller, for example. We're all very impressed with his first season, but looking at him and seeing that he went quiet in his second season, he was a guy that he had a lot of highlights and he had a lot of these sort of just unbelievable moments. You go, wow, he's like his athleticism and everything is just incredible. Kenny, he's got the ball playing, he's got the speed, but he just rolls his fucking sleeves up and he just goes. I just can't. I can't see him not going well this year. And I think the experience from the Kiwis, I think he's just going to go to it. Like he played against the Kangaroos and Tonga. He ran for 250 metres in both of them. He broke 12 tackles across those 2 games. They're the 2 best sides in the world, not named New Zealand, who he obviously can't play. I just think he'll take so much out of that.
I think as well with that one, he had a stinker in the first half against, was it Tonga? Had an absolute Barry, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then he came out, he almost got player of the match.
Yeah.
So to do that as a young kid.
Yeah, I can't. I guess like the only challenge for the Titans with Kinney will be, you know, if you've got such a live wire that has so many runs, it's building structure attack around them because you just don't know where they're going to be. And also sometimes they'll tuck the ball instead of ball playing, or sometimes they'll see an opportunity that they'll want to take. And so it's walking that fine balance of allowing him to look up and do what he wants to do, but also falling in line when they need him to be a cog in the wheel.
It's not too bad when you have a structured, experienced number 7 in your team called Kieran Foran, but when you have 3 fullbacks in your spine who all are like that, good luck.
I'll tell you, look, you know what? If there's one man that's a mad scientist that could get, that we're walking back and going, he might have just revolutionised the game, we have to remember, Desi Hasler is the one responsible for that ball playing forward, front rows, tip on, out the back. The Bulldogs did it under Desi Hasler. It changed the game. It literally changed. All of a sudden, front rowers no longer could just tuck the ball and run. They had to be able to pass +2. So Desi Hasler, he's also kind of responsible for Tommy Turbo being a bit of a roaming player as well. And so I say kind of, obviously not only. And so you look at it and you go, look, if there's a mad scientist that could somehow get 3 fullbacks and look, to be fair, the Storm right now have 3 fullbacks. Again, I don't like, I want Foran at 7. I'm just like saying, maybe.
You know, the biggest... I love... We're going to talk about it after the start, but it's just... you can't talk about the Titans and not talk about it, right? They'll score points. They'll score shitloads of points. But you then have Jaden Campbell and AJ Brimson in your halves. 2 massive defensive targets. Kieran Foran is one of, if not the best defensive half in the competition. He's the glue defensively of whatever edge he plays on, and you're losing that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think as well, just on Hasler, and we've spoken about this before, you know, those seasons that he had with, you know, Turbo won a Dally M at fullback under him. Barber won a Dally M at fullback under him. I think Kenny's got that sort of ability. And when you talk about the halves, you know, Melbourne have an unorthodox halves pairing. Like, if we were doing this season preview today and we had an NRL side that had halves that were 20 and 21, we'd just about say, fuck, they can't win without that experience. He did that in 2011 with DC and Foran. They weren't who they are now then. He had to do things a little bit differently. Like, this is one of Hasler's strengths. That 2012 Bulldog side, you just mentioned it. Like, you look at that side on paper, it shouldn't have been getting to a grand final. It shouldn't have been there. But he is a genius coach. He is damn good at what he does.
Yeah. Man, they're just, honestly, they are such a, I don't know what's going to happen with the Titans this year. Some key questions for me. They need Sam Verrills to stay on the field desperately, just to build some connections, especially, look, if he's going to go all in on this, you know, Brimo, Campbell, Kinney at 6, 7 and 1, guess what they need every single week playing 9? An out-and-out 9 that knows it to get the ball to the right person, because it might be the hardest job in the entire of the NRL. Imagine being a 9 and you've got Brimo there, you've got Campbell there, and then you've got Kinney there as well. Who do you give the ball to?
Then you got Fafita and Tino screaming at you to give it to them as well.
Like, seriously, like, whereas if you've got 4 on there, it's just like, I get the ball to 4.
Yeah.
And so I just think that if they are to make this work, they can't afford to have a makeshift 9 at 9. They need a genuine, high-quality number 9 playing each week, and I think Verrills is really important there.
Because if it's not Verrills, then you're sort of looking at your
Randall and
probably Foz is the next choice, I would say, if you're not picking him in the half.
Oh, man, I don't want Foz in the washing machine there. He bloody...
Nor do I, but find me another hooker in that squad.
Yeah, I know. Some other guys that I think going to be really interesting. A guy like Tony Francis last year, he's off contract, super talented. Interesting to see how he goes. Arguably one of the most underrated backs in the competition, in my opinion, Sammy. I can't wait to see him go around again. Jeez, he's good.
I don't know why he's underrated still. I don't know what it is. Like, he plays
He's been around forever
every
too.
week.
Yeah.
He's been doing it for ages.
And he also, sometimes he puts some of the best outside backs on the sword and washes them in games. And because it's the Titans, they got such a small base, you don't really hear about it.
You know, but he's dancing on Clint Gutherson. He's starting stinks here and there. Like he does things to get attention. Just I don't know why people don't appreciate him more.
I think he's so good. He's so good. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes this year. Timmy, who stands out to you in the Titans that you're looking at?
Um,
I think Alec as well is another guy that I'm interested to see how he goes.
Yeah,
Heaps of talent.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like every time I watch him, I see something special. But the Titans don't seem to utilise him all that much. I don't know if there's more to it or whatever. But he's a guy that I'm always excited about. I think one that me and Tim are generally pretty excited about every year. It's just defence. It's just Brian Kelly. I love watching Kelly.
Just defence. That's it.
I can't wait to see Carter Gordon. Just the hype around him.
Yeah.
Where does he fit in? Like whether he's in the 17 in round one, probably off the bench if he does. Whether he slots in at some point, he's going to start games and just sounds like a gun.
I could see him slotting to centre initially, because like if you're going to put him at 6, surely you want to put him with a 7 that is experienced. You can't expect a union player to come across and just immediately know how to play in the halves like at an NRL level. I mean, look, maybe he's that good, but I agree with you, mate. When you watch, when you see him in person physically, super impressive. Similar to Nwanga Nitawase. Big, 6'2", probably 100 kilos, super athletic. I can't wait to see how he goes in the NRL.
It's going to be interesting to see if he does really well this year and sort of emerges as a guy. Okay, he has to be in our halves. I wonder if that almost just puts the sword to their throat to go make a fucking decision.
If he kills it this year and he's like an out-and-out NRL starter, someone's going to have to go.
Someone's going to have to go. It has to be the thing that puts.
I mean, I guess Foz could retire potentially.
Well, that's the other thing as well. Like you mentioned before, if it doesn't work out with those guys, we just bring Foz in. And I agree with you for this season. But then we're sitting here this time next year going, okay, fuck, we're back
Same
to where we
problem,
were.
yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, boys, it's time for the rubber to meet the road. Unfortunately, this half situation scares the life out of me. I've gone from last year, I had them as the biggest smokies to make the 4. They're in my bottom 4 at the moment.
You go, Timmy. Sorry.
I just want to caveat that by saying, listen, if they made the 8, wouldn't be shocked but I would expect that would be with 4 and 7. But at the moment, this half situation has me completely worried. I have them in the bottom 4.
I've got them 11-12 at the moment.
I've done your backflip, Kempy, and haven't learnt from your lesson, but I'm just up and about for them. I have faith. They can pull it together this year. Second year Desi, I've got them 9th, 10th.
Nah, I'm with Denon. They've hurt me too much last few years. I've had so much hope, thinking they could make the 8. I've unfortunately got them bottom 4 this year, but they're one of the teams in the bottom 4 which I hope I'm wrong about, because if they can pull it together, then they'll be bloody good to watch. Hammy, he agrees as well. He's got them bottom 4.
Yeah, look, there's probably Cowboys and Titans are kind of similar-ish in the sense that if they make the top 8, wouldn't surprise me, but also could be a bit of a disaster year.
If we get to round 1, they've named Foran at 7, he's going to be the halfback. Does that move the needle for you at all? Or?
If Foran's fit the whole year,
yeah,
they'd be around my 8 or 9, I reckon.
Okay.
He just needs to be fit the whole year, and also he needs to get selected at 6 or 7.
Foran's played 20-plus games last 4 years.
Really?
Yeah, surprising, hey? Because there's always a little something, but there's never been
I feel like he's
anything
always
like-
getting taken from the field or something like that. Jeez, okay. Well, yeah, wow. In saying that, their forward pack has improved dramatically. It's a friggin' good forward pack.
And I guess they did lose a lot of games last year in the first half of the year by 1 or 2 points. Then they went on a good run. The end of the year was a disaster. So it's there. It's just, I thought it'd be there last year. I thought it'd be there the year before, and it hasn't been. So
I feel like they are arguably the biggest swing team where they could, if everything clicked for them, they could generally be the bottom end of the top 4, but they could also get the spoon. Neither would surprise me. I think they're that big a swing team.
I just don't know where they land. But for me at the moment, I've been burnt too many times. Go back to all the previews for the year. I've always been the one that's been really high on them. Unfortunately, you look at some of these other top 8 sides and you look at their 6 and 7 and go, well, for example, we're looking at Mitchell Moses and Dylan Brown and we're going, ooh, they might just make the... Imagine this side with Mitch Moses, Dylan Brown in it.
Yeah.
You'd be sitting there fucking... So I'm just a bit worried. So unfortunately, it breaks my heart being from the Gold Coast. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm up here with egg on my face and they killed it, but I have them at the bottom 4 at the moment. Alrighty, before we get into the next side, who needs a good day? We do, because we're doing a massive preview. That's right. Go to begoodhealth.com.au. Use code DMP for 10% off your good day. The best multivitamin in the business, guys. Easy to use. It's just a sachet. You take it with you anywhere. You put it in your water. You shake your water. You drink it. It's beautiful. It's nice. And it gives you everything you need, allegedly. Don't come at me. Go at Tom and Eddie if it doesn't give you what you need. Use code DMP, 10% off. And I think you can actually partner that with a subscription and you get 20% off. So, as I said, guys, we all use the Good Day. It's so easy. It's so nice. It's so good to use. And it's the best multivitamin in the business. All righty, let's get into it. The Warriors. Is it still up the waz? Is it, what happened at the waz? Is it konnichiwa? What is it?
Oh my God.
Oh, okay. All right, now on to the next scene. Okay, so last year they were 11th in points per game. Line breaks, they were 13th. Tackle breaks 6th. Meters 3rd. Meters 3rd, isn't that interesting? So getting up the field is not a problem for them. Offloads 4th. Completion rate 82%. And that's what's, I guess, surprises me is I still see some people, even people like, that watch the game quite a lot. They've got this tag with the Warriors that they're still this team that like throws the ball around and has a lot of errors, and like, especially since Webby's taken over, if anything, the argument could be made they could be too conservative at times. And so I'm really surprised that like that stereotype of like the Warriors that they just throw the ball around, they're willy-nilly and that's their strength. It's like that hasn't been around for quite a while, in my opinion anyway. I mean, it's just the way I see it. Alrighty, looking towards this year, I hate to almost talk about like we talked about in the last for the Titans, but it really is the halves that I have to look at and go, what's happening there? You could look at like smaller questions in regards to fullback, and is Chance, still the best fullback at the club? Is he still at his best? And all that kind of stuff. I think that's a bit of a smaller question because you've still got guys like RTS that can move back there if they have to. But my biggest question heading into this season, from a negative perspective, is who plays 7, who plays 6. Now, we know Tamade Martin can play 7, and we know Metcalf can play 6 at a high click. But A, Metcalf, he needs to stay on the field, had issues with injury. And B, with Tamade Martin, I was wrong about... So last year we spoke about Tamade Martin, and he actually had a better winning record, and Timmy brought this up, a better winning record than SJ last year when he was playing 7. And yet for some reason, I'm still just not sure whether he has the kicking game and the ability to lead a team around for a whole season at 7. Granted, now that he would have had a whole preseason at 7, that may have sorted that out, but that's probably my biggest question for the Warriors. I think their forward pack looks good. I think their back line looks good. I think they've got enough great leadership at the club, which we'll get to. The biggest question is, who is their number 7?
Yeah, and I agree with you. Who is number 7? For me, it's just where does the kicking game come from? Because as you said there, going up the field's been great for him. 3rd in the league. That's AFB to me. He's not there. Toy Harris is retired. James Fitzharris arrives, and I think culture-wise, he'll be fantastic. Meters-wise, I have my concerns. You had Zion the other day who joined the Canterbury Bulldogs, which really surprised me
We'll
too.
get into that. That's interesting.
Bizarre. So, yeah, I have serious concerns. I don't think this team will be as dominant through the middle as they were last year, and the kicking game, I love Metcalf. I like Tamade Martin. I think they're both very good players, but I have big concerns. That's where Tanner Boyd becomes very interesting to me. I think his kicking game is very, very good. I think he's been poorly managed up at the Gold Coast Titans. I think he's got a lot to offer.
I'm sorry, I have to say it. The fact the Titans let Tanner Boyd go blows my mind. Anyway, apologies.
I didn't know if you were going to agree or disagree with me then. Yeah.
No, but like we just spoke about how they don't have a 7, and they literally just let a 7 go. Anyway.
I remember about a year ago I was talking to Jamie Soward, and he was saying that, which is interesting, he got a bit of help from Graham Arnold throughout his career, who's actually just joined South Sydney this week. He said that he was talking to Graham Arnold a year or two ago, and Graham Arnold said to him, who's the best kicker in the game? And I think Sowie sort of went with the Moses Cleary's the word. And he goes, no, in my opinion, it's Tanner Boyd.
Yeah, wow.
The way that he strikes a ball and just all of his technique is perfect and everything. So
that's interesting because that's exactly what the Warriors need.
Mate, it's 100% what they need. And that's where I think Tanner Boyd, Is he the best halfback at the club? He might not be, but just because he's the best kicker in the club, I think they're going to be on the back foot. I think they're going to need that long kicking game. And that
Look, Metcalf at his best at 6 with a guy like Tanner Boyd inside him. Like, Metcalf can be the attacking weapon.
Yep, and that's where I think Tamari Martin can play halfback and can do well, but is he a big enough needle mover for you to go, okay, we're just not going to have a long kicking game? That's my big concern.
And what do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I think last season they fell into the trap of not adapting their game. What worked for them so effectively in 2023, which saw them go deep into the finals and make this great run, was just this power game through the middle and some really crafty ball playing forwards, and then just the big shift to the right. SJ produced his brilliance. They'd score in the corner through Dallin with Tennis Lesniak. They tried to do the same thing all of last year, and it's like there wasn't a plan B. And you can't do that in the NRL. You have to adapt. You have to come up with new game plans and keep creative. They just didn't, and it backfired on them. It's going to force them into changes this year because so many key players in this are gone, SJ being the main one, but even Tohu Harris, a ball playing forward, Adam Fanua-Blake.
It's huge losses.
Central to them. They're huge losses. But it's going to force them to change the game plan and come up with something fresh. And what we saw Andrew Webster do in that first year with the Warriors suggests that, he's a creative thinker. He can think outside the square. He'll come up with something. But it'll be interesting because we're going to see a very new Warriors outfit. Around the halves, I'm starting with Luke Metcalf and Tamari Martin. But you bloke summed up quite well. The kicking game and the long kicking game is an issue. They'd sit there and they'd measure their averages and they'd be doing it at training, seeing how far they can go. I'm sure Tamare and Luke Metcalf are really working on their long kicking games. I don't know how big it's going to impact them if they don't go with Tanner Boyd, and I don't think they will to start. I think Metcalf and Tamare get the first crack, but if the long kicking is an issue come around 3, 4, 5, there'll be a change pretty quickly.
The one real big positive that I have is Fisher Harris. And it's not for what he brings on the field, which is a top-tier front rower, because they already had a really good front rower. From a purely, if you take names out of it and you just look at like what they deliver on the field statistically, they already had a bloody good front rower there. What excites me for the Warriors is they have the captain of New Zealand at the club. He's not coming to the club to win a premiership for the club. He's coming to the club to win a premiership for the country. He's trying to win a premiership for his heritage. And that's what excites me about Fisher Harris coming to the club, is that you look at Penrith Panthers. Yes, there are so many other clubs out there that are super fit, have a lot of talent, all that. They all essentially, the top tier sides, train the same to a degree. You could make an argument that Penrith Panthers have been a little bit fitter than a lot of other clubs. Okay, you can make that argument. But the one point of difference I really felt with the Penrith Panthers that have shone so brightly over the last few years is they have a team that is playing for the area. Like, what has been the ongoing message out of that club for so long now? We play for the area. We play for the area. What is in Origin, the knock on New South Wales for a few years before Freddie got back into power? There was a little bit of a disconnect between New South Wales and the team, and Freddie tried to bring that back. Queensland, that's always been like their strength, is their ability to connect to the people and play for the people per se. And what excites me about Fisher Harris is, as I said, he's not trying to win a premiership for a club. This isn't a job for him. This is a premiership for his country. And I just wonder whether, yes, okay, you've lost Tohu Harris. Yes, okay, you've lost Adam Fanua-Blake and SJ. That's a huge loss. But can Fisher Harris in the next 3 or 4 years instill enough of a need and desperation to win for more than just your club and for your country that takes the club to another level? That's what I hope Fisher Harris can do, in my opinion.
And I think he can do it, but I think rugby league is just, and I hate to harp on it once again, but your halves are just so important. And that's, I think as well, like obviously AFB going, I think Tohu Harris is going to be a huge loss. Like seeing him and Tohu in the same team, JFH and Tohu, like that really excited me. I thought, okay, I think they might be okay here. Him retiring, it leaves such a hole in that side.
A massive, massive hole. I look at, with Fish, I'm trying to think, when was the last time they had the Kiwis captain in their side? Because I think, was Mannering a Kiwis captain and they made a grand final during that period? Because it would be interesting to see when was the last time they had the Kiwis current captain in the side.
I assume that would have been Mannering, right? Yeah.
Because that matters. That matters. Like, when you've got a young 7 coming through and you've got the New Zealand captain, the leader of the country, sitting you down and saying, mate, stay in New Zealand. We have a job to do here.
Did SJ skip it all?
Potentially SJ was a captain, but again, they made a grand final. But I don't know if SJ was ever captain.
I don't
of
think
that.
he was. I think it would have been Stacey before.
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, SJ was never captain.
So could you
I'm trying to-
keep
I'm
checking?
trying to find it, yeah.
But let's just assume it's Mannering. I think it's a big deal to have the current Kiwis captain at the club, and I think that when you sit down with the young fellas and you say, guys, you're not staying just to play for a club here. You're playing for your country. The unique thing the Warriors have over any other team in the competition is they play for a country. They're called the New Zealand Warriors. There's no one else called the Australian. They're playing for states, and whereas they have this added pressure, but also you can use it as a positive by trying to convince the younger fellows, saying when you put that jersey on, you are representing not only just a city that you may have moved to or whatever. You're representing an entire country, your heritage, and that's where I hope Fisher Harris can keep the young fellas. That's what makes it so surprising that Zion left. Like, I would have thought, if anything, Fish coming to the club, that increases the likelihood of a young gun like Zion staying at the club.
It's a very interesting, I don't want to say 1 year, let's say 3 to 4 years for James Fisher Harris, because as it stands, he's going to go down as one of the greatest front rowers of all time, as he should, 4 premierships, the leader, etc. Unfortunately, if he has 3 years at the Warriors, and this isn't being glass half empty, it's just factual, if the Warriors don't play finals for 3 years and, they meander and don't go great, Fisher Harris will average his 130, 140 metres per game, make his tackles, he's not doesn't pad the stat sheet. Like,
His strength is in the intangibles.
Exactly. And fairly or unfairly, probably unfairly, people will say, he did it with, the greatest Penrith, one of the greatest teams we've ever seen in the Penrith Panthers, and then goes to another club and couldn't do it, and his stats won't look that good. Like Jerome Luai, for example, who is facing the same conundrum. If he goes to the Tigers and they don't do well, he's a halfback, he's a 5'8", he'll win games for them with moments of magic, and he'll score tries and try assists, and they'll say, he had his moments there, but Fisher Harris will run for similar metres and make similar tackles and all of that. On the flip side, if he can go and do what he's done at the Panthers, not win 4 premierships in a row, but if he can win a premiership at the Warriors in the next 3, 4, 5 years or whatever it might be, even at the very least turn them into a regular finals team, a premiership would just be incredible for them.
I mean, a premiership, if he wins a premiership at the Warriors, he is the greatest front row of all time.
Because then it just emphasises those intangibles, Kempy, where you go, clearly it's not all about stats, and clearly it wasn't just because he was in this unbelievable Penrith team. He's taken that leadership and what he does off the field and helps retain players and get players up each week, and he's done that at a club who haven't won a premiership. So, as I said, a premiership would be the ideal goal, obviously, but even if he can just get them into a regular top 8 or top 4 team in coming years, his legacy is going to be dictated by what he does at the Warriors.
I honestly reckon if he goes to the Warriors and they win a premiership, I think you've got to put him close to Glenn Lazarus. I really do. Because, I know Glenn Lazarus did it at 3 clubs. What I'm saying is that, I feel like Glenn Lazarus, if you look at impact on clubs, probably stands head and shoulders as the GOAT front rower. Whereas you look at a guy like Fish, the 4 in a row, then you look at the record win against Australia. Then if he was to go to the Warriors and they would win a premiership in the next 2 or 3 years, I think you have to start making the argument of is he up there with a guy like Glenn Lazarus?
It just changes everything when you look back on his career if he can get that done.
Oh, for sure. And that's he's won 4 comps in a row. If you get the thing about Glenn Lazarus for me is, he won at Canberra, he won at Brisbane, stacked teams. Then he went to the rugby league desert, Melbourne, and won there.
Yeah, crazy.
If he can go from this Penrith side, which, we always point this out, when Fisher Harris was playing with them in 16, 17, 18, they weren't the team they are now. He was a huge part of building what the Panthers are. If he goes to New Zealand, who win their first comp in their existence, 30 years, it's a huge game changer.
Oh, mate, it just, changes everything when it comes to greatest front rows of all time. I will say he's also my KO can't miss player of the year. Matter of fact, he's my KO can't miss player of the next 2 to 3 years, because I know Warriors fans are hyped for Fish to come to the club, but I think it's going to take longer than 12 months to instill what he needs to instill in that club. Yeah. So don't expect him to go there and immediately just go, okay, here's the culture that I bring, everyone get on board. I think it's going to take at least 12 to 24 months, probably 24 months, for really to see the benefits of bringing a guy like Fish to the club.
Don't judge it on the next 12 months.
I think so. So I know that it's only natural to be super hyped about a guy like Fish coming to the club. I get it, and it's rightly so. And he still offers a lot of quality. And also, I'm not suggesting that they've never had blokes come to the club and want to play for more than the jersey. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just saying that's an added benefit that Fish brings to the club. But I'm saying just be a little bit patient. If in 24 months they're still like roughly the same club, then I think you can look at it and go, okay, maybe he didn't have the impact that we were hoping he would. But I think it's going to be more of a 2-year job than a 12-month job when it comes to Fisher Harris and what he needs to do for that club.
So just on Kiwi captains, it was before Fish, it was Bromwich, and then Dallin had a stint, but he was not at the Warriors then. Then it was Bromwich before that, and then before that was Mannering. So the answer is Mannering.
Yeah, so the last time they had the Kiwis captain, they made a grand final in 2011.
Yeah, but Mannering wasn't even the captain then.
Yeah, he wasn't captain until about 2013.
2013, he was the
wow,
captain.
okay.
So,
Wow.
And then I think, just having a quick look at it, before that, it would have been Ruben Wiki in the early 2000s.
Yeah. I mean, he would grow into be a captain, I guess. Like, you could throw it in there. But it's a big deal. It's a bit, look, like, I guess the thrust of my point in regards to the captaincy is I think we all just assume, of course the New Zealand Warriors have the Kiwi captain. It actually doesn't happen as often as you would think it was, as we just shown, because even Mannering wasn't the current Kiwis captain when they were in a grand final. So it's a huge get. Matter of fact, it might be the only time ever they actually recruited in the Kiwis captain and he wasn't at the club already. So, yeah, it's a huge get. But, yeah, he's my KO can't miss player as well. I cannot wait to see over the next 12 to 24 months what impact he has. And let's talk about the Zion situation, because it's blown my mind. The only thing I can think of is Bulldogs have gone, we got plenty of cash. We need a big boy that's an enforcer. Here's a really solid contract to get you out of that club.
And if so, credit to him. They've nailed it.
Yeah, unless, look, if there's something else going on where, didn't apply himself to training or something, I don't know, whatever it is. But if it's purely just, because like what I don't get is, didn't they release him from his contract as well?
I think so, yeah.
The other option is that Webby has gone, look, you're quite a ways away from getting a starting position at the Warriors, and he's looking out for the young fella and saying, you've got an opportunity to essentially, I wouldn't say walk into the Bulldog squad, but like, you'd be right up there. And maybe he's just done him a favour, which it's not unheard of, coaches going, you know what, I really like you as a young fella. You're a few years away from getting a start here. Take the big contract, and maybe down the line we can get you back.
Yeah, which, could be accurate, but I just look at their squad and I wouldn't think he'd be too far away from getting in there. Like, maybe a year away, but I think there's guys on the bench there that I've got, like Bunty Afoa, Tom Ale, who are solid players. But I think Zion's got more upside than those.
It's interesting, isn't it, though? Like, you look at it and go, it doesn't entirely make sense because he looks good to the eye, promising talent, big future. Only got the one NRL game with the Warriors in the NRL.
Got sent off.
Yeah, in the NRL, and then...
Sent or 10 in the bin? Was it sent?
he got sent, but that was in a trial.
Trial match.
Trial.
Apologies. Yeah. He got injured in his first game. Didn't
Only
he?
played I shouldn't say only. Played 16 games in New South Wales Cup last year, so, there might have been a little bit of injury, but he was there for the brunt of the season. Half those games he played off the bench. So, again, without having studied New South Wales Cup week in, week out, the performances probably haven't been there. So
as in his stats statistically in...
Just saying, like, he played half his games off the bench in New South Wales Cup last year, and we're sitting here talking about him like, why hasn't he been a bit more in the NRL frame? Because the Warriors pack had injuries last year. You think opportunities would have come up. From round 19 to round 27 last year, he played 8 games. 6 of those were off the bench in 30-odd minutes. So, I don't know. I'm just sort of speculating.
Yeah. Interesting, because there were huge raps on him. He's, 20 years old now?
21.
21?
So in his one game, he played 13 minutes. I can't remember if he got injured, but he played 13
I think
minutes.
he did get injured.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Maybe a head knock, maybe?
Yeah,
was
I'm
on-
pretty sure there was something.
It was on
it against the
Anzac Day.
Doggies?
No, it was against Gold Coast on Anzac Day when Gold Coast upset them, got their first win
Yeah,
of the year.
okay.
Still, though, it is only one game.
With Zion, what I guess surprised me is that there was a feeling of that. There was like 4 forwards, young fellas, like, is it Lauatiti, Ali,
Leotawa.
Then there was another centre as well.
Sorry, Leotawa was the centre.
He's the centre. There's guys like Laban.
Laban's a gun.
Yeah.
Jeez, he's a gun.
There's
Starting
one of them
the
that's
trial as well.
escaping me that changed his last name this off-season. Dimitri.
Dimitri Vormega or something.
Yeah.
It used to be Sifakula.
He's
but
just
it's now
changed his
Vormega.
last name.
So there was like 4 of them that were just, and there were, the word coming out of camp was that they almost, like similar to Fish coming to the club, were like, no, we're not going to Australia to like be taken by other clubs and win them premierships. We're going to stay here and win a premiership for the Warriors. And I guess that's what's so surprising, how quickly The only thing I can think is that the Bulldogs have just gone, we've got a big contract here for you. We've got plenty of money, and you're going to be pretty much, at the very least, probably on their bench. And he's gone, mate, it's too much to pass up. Anyway, back to the Warriors. Okay, how old is Charles Nicoll-Klokstad, Matty? So my biggest concern is I have Chance at fullback for me because I like his ball playing. We've spoken about this. RTS, ball running, probably the best ball running fullback in the competition, at least at his peak of his powers.
He's 29.
Now,
29.
29. With Chance, I like his ball playing and I feel like they score more points with him at fullback. The worry I have with Chance is he had quite a lot of little niggling injuries and that, and I worry, is he still at the peak of his powers? I'm not sure, because last year he probably wasn't close to the level he was the year before, and it's such a key position heading into this new year. You need CNK at his best, at his absolute best, if they are to make a dent. And then I look at RTS and say, let's say you do move RTS back to the fullback. The biggest concern we have with him was just the modern fullback needs to be able to ball play, needs to be able to put on a lot of try assists. And when you look at their spine with Egan, Tamate Martin, Metcalf, can you afford to have a fullback that can't ball play as well as most of the top tier fullbacks?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I don't have numbers directly in front of me. I don't know. I don't rate Chance as a ball player as highly as you guys do. I think that in that season where they had that incredible sweeping right-hand side and he would always be in the same spot and he'd have to land that last pass. Like, I think in that spot he's very good. I don't think he's a fantastic ball player, to be honest with you. I'm probably not as high as you guys.
I don't think we think he's fantastic. I can't speak for Timmy, but he's just better at... Like, when RTS did jump at fullback, he had, like, no try assists, a line break assist, whereas Chance had quite a few. Yeah,
like I look at Chance in 2023, he had that incredible season. Like, he had 8 try assists. Last year he had 5. I don't know. Maybe I'm not seeing it. Like, for a total over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 seasons, he's had less than 25 try assists combined on stats there. Like, I don't know. I personally don't see it. I agree with you. Roger isn't the greatest ball player in the world, but I just think, I think when you look at the lack of experience they've got in their spine, in their halves, I want to get Roger involved as much as I possibly can. That's my thought process on it.
Yeah. I'll get over it. Actually, I don't even apologise for it, but just the try assist between NRL.com and Fox Sports are the two major ones. They're just so different. And just when you're having the conversation, it's such a different conversation between their stats because, like, Fox, who I think adjudicate try assists way better, they had him at 14 for that 2023 season, almost double to what NRL did. It's just a completely different conversation. So no knock on what you're saying. It's just they're just differential.
Well, he must have been good because they were scoring all those points down the edge.
He was outstanding. And, yeah, so 14 on Fox Sports, which, to clarify to anyone new to my rant on this one, NRL.com stats, they just give it to whoever throws the last pass. Kalen Ponga could beat 15 tackles, run 90 metres, tip on to Best, who tips on to Marju. Best gets the try assist. Whereas, Fox will give it to, like, when Chance runs a sweep and attracts all defenders, draws them all in and then passes, then it's a tip on to the winger, he'd get it, which I think is much better. Anyway, on that, I think Chance is a good ball player. He's not top 5 or even probably top 7 fullback ball players in the NRL, but I think he's an NRL calibre ball playing fullback. I like him there. I think Roger at fullback, for the reasons you mentioned, I don't like him at fullback. Roger's biggest strength is just getting through yardage, running big metres, being elusive in that sense. He's been named on the wing for the trial this weekend. I saw something that he might have been pulled from the team list, but the intention looks
I don't mind him at wing because you're going to get the ball in his hand.
Fantastic on the wing.
Yeah.
You're not worried about him being clunky in the back line with his passing or any of that because he'll just run.
And he debuted on the wing as well.
Yeah,
like,
which
that's
is his
where he comes
strength.
through.
I think he'll run for his 25 runs a game. He'll run for 200 metres per game, which will be massive for them. It takes a bit of the load and that back 3 yardage off Chance to have to do that. And maybe he can focus on getting himself right for the attacking sweeping movements. I'd let Roger roam from the wing. I think that is a really nice back 3 between them two and DWZ.
I think that when you look at meterage, if RTS, Chance, and DWZ, like you're looking at, you're probably going to average, what do you reckon, about 550 metres a game? Maybe even, I'll go more conservative, 500 metres a game between your back 3. If your back 3 is giving you 500 metres each game, That's huge. It's like 130 a bloody metres in most games.
And when you lose someone like AFB through the middle, who Fisher Harris come in, they're not like for like. AFB plays bigger minutes and runs for more metres as a result. You need to pick up a few extra metres there. The back three, they'll do it. Like, no worries.
And that way you can fit Leotawa and Berry in the centres, most likely, that I'm looking at currently.
What have we got here?
Because Leotawa is an out-and-out centre coming through the grades.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so he's big boy. Berry, you got to keep there. I know he didn't have the best year last year, but I feel like there's still a lot of upside in Berry.
I'd go Leotawa and Berry, yes.
Yeah, in the centres. And then you've got RTS and DWZ on the edges. I think that's a bit better balanced. Look, the positive thing with RTS is at any stage, let's say CNK is a bit damaged and he's struggling with injury and soft tissue or whatever, you can always just put him back there and he's going to give you a 7.5, 8 out of 10. He's going to give you a 9 out of 10
You've
ball
also
rating
got Tane Torpicki, who's a...
bloody good as well. Bloody good ball playing fullback as well. It's just, I guess the question is that what version of CNK are we going to get?
I'll tell you another thing, like maybe they could have got away with Tuivasa-Sheck at fullback when Sean Johnson's there because he's such a brilliant creative player. But you've now got two relatively untested halves in there. We're not sure about the combinations, how that'll all go. I just think if you throw in Roger there, I'm just not sure where the points are going to come from. And that the class edge on the backline and the backline movements and that silk that you always talk about, Kempy, I don't think it's there.
Well, I'm just looking at meters last year. They came third. So meterage is not an issue for the Warriors at the moment. It could change year on year. And, maybe that had a lot to do with Adam Noah-Blake. But, yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to see where they run out. Boys, a front row pairing of Barnett, Fisher Harris. Ooh. I'll tell you what, that's exciting. That is exciting.
It's lethal, isn't it? It is super exciting. And that's the big positive you take out of this. And it's crazy to be complimenting your team's front row forwards that have just lost AFB. But it just shows, one, how good Fisher Harris is, but two, how far Barnett has come.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Like Barnett's development over I know AFB's been incredible and he's been the best forward at the club since he arrived pretty much. But there's an argument to be made Barnett is actually Webby's crowning glory. Like he has truly gone from a good forward with a lot of talent to one of the better forwards in the competition. It's just and also he does it whether it's on the edge or in the middle as well. He was outstanding when he got moved to the edge.
I actually think there's an argument he's better on the edge, but he's an elite front row forward. I'll tell you what I thought was interesting too, and it's just teamless, whatever. We'll see how it all plays out. But they named their trial team the other day. Fisher Harris starting, Barnett's got the C next to his name. Maybe it's just a trial, maybe nothing to read into. But I reckon
that's what maybe just trying to give him some, just in case Fish gets injured or whatever, maybe some experience.
Yeah, once again, I'm not overreading it, but I thought it was interesting. I would have made Fish captain on arrival.
It gives you, I guess, an insight into, at the very least, who's probably going to be the vice captain. Because I'd be shocked if Fish is not the captain. Jeez, could you imagine how fucking strange that would be? In saying that, who knows? Barnett's technically been at not technically, but he's been at the club for a few years now. So, and obviously international is different to national. I'd have Fish, no doubt, a captain.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good pickup, Roo, because I would not have picked it. Another guy that I just really think needs a huge year, needs to clean up the errors a little bit. I know he's been really unlucky with head knocks and that, but Neokote, he just needs to. He's a big signing for them. He's on a big wicket. He was so good at the Eels, and although he's had these real big, great moments, I actually think. I know you've got him in your best 17 on the edge. I don't mind him in the middle, if I'm being honest. I don't mind him in the middle. I know Ford, has kind of forced their hand a little bit on the edge because he played really well and then he struggled a little bit for form. But I just need Neokote to have a big year, in my opinion.
To be honest with you, when you were talking then, you were saying he needs to, he's been unlucky with HAAs, but he needs to. I thought you were talking about Ford. I think you can go. I'd actually say that sentence fits Ford more. I reckon he needs. And on Neokote playing in the middle, as soon as I saw them yesterday in their trial team, named Laban on the edge, I went, I love that. I'm heaps into that. I think it's time for him to get an opportunity. And Neokote, he needs to have a big. I think this is a career-defining year for Ford. I think
the reason why Ford I put less pressure on is because he's not on a huge wicket. He's relatively young. He's got time, but I agree with you. He really needs to he built so well. Don't lose all of that progress you've made by having, a year and a half of poor footy, because all of a sudden you're back where you started.
Yeah, and forward, funnily enough, we spoke about him earlier. Like, he reminds me a lot of how I've looked at Jack Williams the last few years. There's a footballer there. He's tough as nails. You know that.
Just ball.
It's just errors and just penalties. And, you guys, I've been doing this podcast with you guys for years, and he was in reserve grade for the Dragons. I'm going, why the hell isn't he in first grade? He went over there, he impressed in the early parts, then errors started to come into his game. He really needs to get them out of his game, because if you look at the guys that are like notable omissions, these young forwards between Laban, Haliasima, these sort of guys, they're going to come through quickly, and he could be one of the guys that gets.
You don't want to give Laban Haliasima a chance,
No.
At all. Especially like Laban, for me, he could be the boom forward of the competition this year.
I think if he starts there, every chance he will be.
And the other one in the same team, why there's probably another hard team to put a number on for the Warriors, but Vormaga as well. Apologies, I haven't heard his new name pronounced, but
Probably Vormunga.
Vormunga?
Yeah, I assume.
Vormunga. He was outstanding last season in limited opportunities. There was a game back in the year, I reckon it was the Doggies, and he came on and played in it, and you're just like, holy shit, this dude can
He nearly
play.
won the game for him.
Yeah. So,
And he was in the front row running like a winger.
yeah,
It's crazy.
he is exciting.
Yeah. Like Vormunga, I hope I'm saying that right, guys, and Laban Haliasima, those three boys, special.
And that's where you have a look at that bench. And at the moment, I've got Tom Ale and Bunty Afoa there. Now, compare them to Jackson Forward. Who do I think is a better footballer? It's Forward. Who do I rely on more to get through 20 minutes error-free? Ford's at the bottom of that list for me.
I mean, Bunty Afoa is going to give you 20 minutes, get his job, get off the field.
You know he'll do it every week. He comes a 7 out of 10. That's all I need from you.
Now, do they need to reinvent the wheel, boys? Because I feel like the style of play they played, they didn't have any plan Bs. We spoke about this, but it was very Sean Johnson. It was like perfectly built for Sean Johnson as to where he is in his career at the moment. They don't have, no one in their spine right now is anywhere near Sean Johnson in regards to ball playing. And do they need to change things up a little bit?
I agree with what Tim said before. I don't think they've got a choice. I think they have to.
Yeah, okay. So you think that they might move a little bit away from the conservative style of footy and maybe try to get some offloads back into their game?
Yeah, a little bit, but I also think, I thought it was very evident last year, as we said all last year, there was no plan B. It was get to the left post, swing to the right, and if that doesn't work, fuck, what do we do now, sort of thing. I think you could even, I couldn't believe they played Roger Tuivasa-Sheck at left centre and that was their entire game plan.
It's correct.
Absolute star at left centre, and they weren't using him at all. I just couldn't make any sense of it. So I think that whoever they pick in the halves, I'm very keen to see which side they favour, how they play. I don't know what it's going to look like.
Their playing style, I don't have a clue either. Their playing style is going to be completely different. I don't know what it looks like either. We're going to get it. By the time this podcast has gone live, we're going to have had a bit of a look at it.
Yeah, true.
On Friday night. So it's going to be a great watch.
Alrighty, boys. It's time for the rubber to meet the road. Where do you have the Warriors sitting this year? I have them 11 to 12. Unfortunately, or 10 to 11. 10 to 11. Unfortunately, the Warriors for me, as I said, I love the Fish signing, but I think it's longer than a 12-month project. I don't think he's just going to immediately arrive and everything's going to change. They've just, like any team that loses SJ, Tohu Harris, and Adam Fanua-Blake, all in 1 year, like we're talking about guys that are the best in their position at the best, at their best, all in 1 year. They're not in a rebuild phase at all, the Warriors. However, I think it's going to take a little bit longer for Fisher Harris to instill what he needs to instill at that club. And I also have to remember, Webby is a rookie coach. They've got some bloody good young forwards. I think in another 12 months, those young forwards under Fisher Harris, like Laban, Haliasima, Mayanga, are going to be absolute beasts. When they come into that side, all of a sudden that forward pack goes to one of the most destructive forward packs in the competition. Plus, they've got all the good lessons that Fisher's taught them. I just think it's going to take a little bit longer than 12 months for that to all settle in.
I have got them 12-13. I am concerned I might have them a little bit high, unfortunately.
I've got them I'm trying to work out the bracket of 2. I've got them in 14. So what? 13 to 14.
Just do the even number second every time.
Yep.
I've got 13 to 14.
I unfortunately have them bottom 4. I just think Fitz Harris is going to be a good signing, but I don't think it completely offsets what they've lost. I'm a tad worried for the Warriors this year. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. I love the Wires ride in 2023, but yeah, unfortunately, I got them bottom 4. Unfortunately, as well, according to Sportsbet, they're the equal best backed for the spoon, for the punters. So the punters aren't loving the Warriors. They're equal, I forgot to mention before, with Para. And what Hammy said, Hammy has them 13 to 14.
Wow.
It's the other tough thing with a lot of things to work out. This trip to Vegas, they have to travel more than anyone else in the comp. Chucking in a trip to Vegas as well. Makes it like, even their trial game this weekend, like, Christ, could we have put it in New Zealand? Do we have to make them travel over to Sydney before the season starts?
Maybe they're staying in Sydney and then...
I hope so.
Yeah, that'd be stupid not to, yeah. Which actually helps them because they get that extra week there.
Fair, yep.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a bit of time. And I just think that that Haas situation is a question for me. Alrighty, it's time for the Brisbane Broncos. 2024 season, they finished 12th, wins 10, losses 14th. 2023, they finished 2nd, wins 18, losses 6. Points, they were 9th. Line breaks, they were 10th. Tackle breaks, 11th. Meters, 15th. Offloads, they were last. What's T20? What's a TO20 mean?
Time in opposition 20?
Yeah, time in opposition 20. Yep.
Tackled in opposition.
Tackle, they were last, which just shows you their field position was terrible. Completion rate, they were second last, which shows you why. And they had the most errors of any player, any team in the competition. You know, we spoke about swing sides in the competition. This truly is, they could be unbeatable. Like, they could come out, not unbeatable, but you know what I'm saying. They could come out and we're all sitting here going, how do you beat this side? They're too big, too powerful, too many guns in key positions. Or they could come out and completely not gel with Michael Maguire's new style of coaching and be bottom 4. And it's disaster. You know, he's moving players on and people aren't getting re-signed and it's just an absolute disaster. Initially, I really felt like Michael Maguire is exactly who they need. And I still do think that. I just hearing interviews and some of the whispers and that, I haven't felt like they're fully like, yep, like this is all in, we're good to go, everything's gelling. So it's just been a bit mixed feelings from them. Sometimes I look at it, when I hear stories where Reece Walsh is winning fitness, I'm going, oh my God, it's on. And then you hear other stories of like, oh, you know, for example, Piakora, he may not start this year. And I go, holy shit, like one of our best young forwards is not going to be starting. That's a concern. Then there's injuries and, you know, Reynolds goes down with injury, Payne Haas goes down with injury, and it starts just to really worry you. So I get these really mixed feelings. I tend to lean towards they're going to react well to Michael Maguire. My only hope is that Michael Maguire he really knows how to relate to this modern kind of rugby league player. Because I know in a perfect world, we all want to sit here and go, whatever coach walks in, the players just turn around and they go, yes, sir, no, sir, whatever you want, sir. But that's not how the world works. The Broncos notoriously are a new generation of kind of athlete. So I just hope that they really have found a middle ground. I think that another KO can't miss player of the year for me, it's Reece Walsh. Because he's going to be a barometer for me personally as to how well this squad has reacted to Michael Maguire. If he is all on board, then the sky's the limit for him. If he is struggling to get on board with this new kind of coaching style, I struggle how the rest of the squad is going to be able to take the impact of their superstar not getting on board with it. Boys, what do you reckon?
I'm so intrigued to see Reece Walsh this year. Yeah. I think he's one of the more interesting watches. And, mate, I think that the way that, like, if you have a look at, you know, we've only got a 3-game sample size to go off with Madge as a coach in the last 12 months. And he made a huge decision in going from James Esco, who's not an unsafe fullback, but he went for essentially the safest fullback in the competition, Dylan Edwards. Reece Walsh is the polar opposite of him.
Couldn't be more different.
Couldn't be more different. And I just, I always say Reece Walsh, he's probably going to lead the comp in errors the last few years. I don't love it, but I'm okay with it because I know he'll come up with enough gold to probably make it worthwhile. I don't think Madge is going to lean into that angle of it. And I'm so intrigued to see how that impacts the football of Reece Walsh, how much of a leash he's given to do whatever he wants. He's got, two very experienced, dominant ball players inside him. I'm not sure what it's going to look like for Reece Walsh. I love as well that Madge, as I said, we had a 3-game sample size last year. He had 12 months to prepare for 3 games, and I'm sure a lot of that would have been built around how do I stop this kid? And he would have studied his weaknesses. He probably knows him better than potentially Kevin Walters could have, because he would have studied him so much last year and got so well prepared for him. So I don't know if he's going to lean into the Cowboys sort of nature of Reece Walsh, if he's going to try and bring him back down to earth, force him to play a safer brand of footy. What's your sort of read on that?
That's the thing. I just put it this way. All of the talk from Mike Maguire has been nothing but glowing praise for Reece Walsh. It's been, he watches more footy than anyone, more tapes than anyone. And that's the thing. It's kind of a misconception about Walsh is that people think that he's just this, because he's a cowboy on the field, that he's a cowboy off the field. But he's actually not. He actually loves rugby league, watches it all, does everything. I don't know how the playing group's going to react. And as I said, I just really think Reece Walsh is going to be a barometer. Listen, Reece Walsh as fit, because that's one area of his game he really does need to improve is his fitness. Because sometimes in defence, he is called out when it comes to, and hearing stories about him leading fitness, we could be in for one of the great seasons. We really could. When was the last time we saw an electrifying player like Reece Walsh? They don't come around often. And if Michael Maguire is the best version of himself, making Reece Walsh the best version of himself, he will be unstoppable at the back. What do you reckon, Timmy? What do you reckon the Broncos?
Yeah, I mean, Reece Walsh, he'll win a Dalian medal at some point, and it could be this year. We don't know. But I do think around Michael Maguire, he's a coach that I'm definitely giving a year, because he's at such a big club like the Broncos, to put his fingerprints in it, because we know the Broncos traditionally don't give coaches a lot of time because their standards are so high. But you look at what he's come into, and I think it's fair to say that there's been a soft underbelly at the Broncos, certainly last year, the year before they made a grand final, so hard to knock. But last year, in my opinion, players, the whole playing group, not the whole playing group, lots of the playing group rested on the fact that they had played in grand final the year before, job was almost done, that was good enough. And we saw how that ended up for them. If there are indeed players in that squad who have a soft underbelly and don't want to buy into the hard training ethics of Michael Maguire, he'll get rid of them. That's going to take time. He's inherited this squad entirely. So it's going to take time for him to get the players in there that he wants. So, and I think you mentioned a misconception around Reece Walsh. I think there's a bit of a misconception around Michael Maguire as well. He's got a hard edge. He's a hard trainer. He has all that. But he's also one of the nicest coaches in the NRL, who, as you said, gets along with the boys, very likeable character. They're professional athletes. They just need to buy into his training ethics, not so much that he's a prick of a bloke or anything, because he's not.
He's not, no.
He's not at all.
I don't think anyone's met Madge and been like, he's a prick of a bloke. The only knock is he too hard of a trainer? And I think he's developed past that. I really do. Yeah.
So I think it's exciting. As you said at Kempy at the start, they're another huge swing side. Could finish first. I'd normally say not wooden spoon, but we've seen it. We've seen it capitulate. So who knows? But massive swing team this year.
And I really think Michael Maguire, he's a smart operator. So he's going to identify the key people that he needs to get on side. And Reece Walsh is one of them. Paddy Carrigan is absolutely one of them. Payne Haas is one of them. And all of the word from Michael Maguire has been nothing but glowing, especially about Payne Haas and Reece Walsh, which is a really good sign for me.
How much is Paddy Carrigan going to love playing under Madge? And just that, Paddy Carrigan is roll the sleeves up, get through the hardest. He'll love it under him.
You'd have to think so, surely. I guess just hearing the Pia Cora situation, though, has made me go, oh, shit. Because what are your thoughts? So the report came out today that Jazeski may have leapfrogged him into starting on the edge, and Pia Cora is now fighting for a bench spot. I personally think that may just be a little bit of a keep Pia Cora on his toes. But if it is true, because the talent Pia Cora has, he should be walk-up start no matter what with his talent. It concerns me if he's not, though, because then that means that it's not gelling as well as you would have hoped. What do you reckon, boys?
Yeah, I don't mind with giving him a bit of a wake-up call, if that's what it is. I'm not convinced Jack Goz is the answer on that edge. I'm not sure who is when I look at this squad. I don't think you've got a huge amount of depth when it comes to the back row.
It's our weakest area. We have to go out and recruit for it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like Jaden Hunt ended up there last year. I'm sorry, he's not an edge. I don't see that at all. So yeah, I'm not sure if Jack Goz is the answer, but I don't know. I hope he's just trying to get a reaction out of Piakura. Could be fantastic for him. But yeah, I'd be finding a spot for him in my side for sure.
Timmy, what do you reckon, mate? Hearing that news.
To emphasise, this is purely speculative, but Brendan Piakura, to me, is potentially one of these players who might have a soft underbelly. He may be the hardest trainer there and have the hardest... I don't know. I've never met the bloke. But I'm looking at a player with supreme talent. Roo, you've shared that story that Jarrell spoke about Piakura coming through the grades and how he was the most promising one ahead of Haas and Walsh and all these kids. And the fact that he hasn't quite hit the ground running at NRL level, only played a handful of games sort of last year, he had injury troubles, I know. And then the fact that you come in this year and there's actual chat that's come out that Jack Kajewski may start on an edge over him. I'm just sitting there going, is he maybe the ones that, as you said, needs a rocket up the butt? We see the best coaches do it all the time. Like Wayne Bennett's a special for it. Yeah. Katoa last year. Of just whether it's a headline to get him up and about or dropping him to Reggie's or the bench for one game. That's what I'm reading into this situation.
Yeah, I think it's just to keep Piakura on his toes. I really do, because he's got so much talent. I think that Piakura's biggest struggle is he has so much talent that he almost always leans into that instead of going, you know what, I'm going to get through all the boring stuff first and then do the talented stuff. For example, like the amount of times he wants to just jam blokes, so he'll shoot up and he'll try to jam someone. He might get a bit of a head knock, or he might bump, like he might hit them well, but they bounce back and then they offload the ball or whatever. And I think that his biggest issue is he has too much talent almost. Like sometimes when you don't have that talent, you don't even worry about thinking about it. And so if I was, trying to guide Piakura as a coach, I'd be saying, mate, just give me the first 40 minutes, just do all boring stuff. All boring stuff. And then once where we know the lay of the land with the game is, I'll give you a license to try the really talented stuff that you have.
That attitude to me will forever be known as the Fafita regime. Because every time this sort of happens to a player, and of course a back rower who runs a good line, I just think of Dave Fafita and what he did a couple of years ago, where he was the same. He rested on his ability and he knew he'd score tries and do some fancy stuff. But then there was just the year about 2 years back, was it, where he just rolled up the sleeves and got through the hard yards, and it was his career best footy. And that's maybe something that, as you said, Brendan Piakura can take on board as well.
Huge year for Stags. I'm pretty sure Stags is in the leadership group as well, so really important, especially with such a young backline, that Stags has a big year. I mean, we speak about it all the time, but it's just a matter of his work rate. He needs, I think Michael Maguire will really put his foot down on that and just be like, look, it's now or never. Good sign that he's in the leadership group, though.
We've talked about this for a number of years, and, we've always come to the same conclusion. Maybe Walters is just happy for him to be the Ferrari used here and there.
Madge won't be.
Mate, you have a look at the backline Madge picked for New South Wales last year. They're all guys that come out of their own end. And you know what? To Katoni's credit, he's never had a season where he averages over 100 run metres per game until the last 2 years, so he has improved. But last year, 111, he was a kangaroo centre going into that season. I think under Madge, if he's not at least 130 metres per game, that's where I start to go, okay, maybe this is a Stags thing.
And you look at this, the back line, and it's been such a key topic of the show, as it should be, and it's just the yardage out of the back three. Cobbo's back on the wing. He'll run some decent metres. Jesse Arthurs, he needs to bounce back here after a disappointing 2024. Decent enough for metres. Reece Walsh is the superstar of this team, and Ben Hunt and Adam Reynolds are going to put him in some incredible positions to do what he does best, and that's put points on the board. You don't want Reece Walsh having to run for his 200-plus metres a game. It's different when there's a runaway try sort of thing, whatever it might be. But coming out of yardage, you don't want him doing all these hard yards. They need Tony Staggs to help out Arthurs and to help out Cobbo to make sure Reece Walsh is fresh for what they need him to do, and that is put points on the board.
Yeah. Now, some other big talking points. It is the Moser. It's the 9 situation, because a lot of talking points coming out of Michael Maguire has been basically that 9 jersey's up for grabs. He's made it quite clear from the get-go that he's going to wait and see who plays the best in that 9 role. I'd be leaning towards even starting Moser. I really would. I think that if you've got a halves pairing of Hunt, Reynolds, that's enough experience for Moser to not have to worry about direction or anything. It's literally whatever they say, just do it, get through your tackles. I think Walters or Pax is a bloody good 14, really good 14. Walters almost perfect 14. Can play 13, 6, 7, 9. I may even be starting the year with Moser there, and I'm really keen to see how he flourishes under a guy like Michael Maguire. Interesting.
I was going to say the opposite pretty much. I've almost got Moser locked into my 14, and that starting role for me is between the other two. I think the thing that makes it hard is that you're hearing all these positive things about Pakes in particular coming out, but I think as well, because Adam Reynolds, I don't think he's been training all that much. Billy Walters has had to jump into that 5'8" role from what I've gathered, so it's hard to tell who's actually leading the hooker race, or whether Walters is just filling in at 6.
It's almost hurting his,
you know what I mean? So it's hard to work out where they're at. I'm sure Madge would well and truly know. Be a good one to watch in trials. But yeah, I would be, I don't know, I like Pakes, but I think Billy Walters has done a job for the last few years pretty well. So in my side, I would go Walters at 9, and I'd bring Moser off the bench.
Without seeing trials yet, and I know there was a trial on the weekend, but without seeing trials, I would be starting Moser and Walters off the bench. Starting Moser, and I'd be bringing Walters off the bench. However, I'm not locked into either decision. What do you reckon?
Yeah, short answer, I don't know. Long answer, I sort of get that Parramatta vibe where you've got 2-star halves plus a superstar in Reece Walsh floating both edges. You pick the best defender, the one with the best service, and it's just going to get these blokes good quality ball, make his tackles. I probably haven't seen enough of Blake Moser to say whether that's him, Walters, Pax, I don't know, but I think it's a simple role for the 9 at the Broncos with all of those 3 stars on deck.
Now, another, selection decision. There's been talk about Carrigan moving into the front row. Again, I don't mind it. Look, I love Carrigan at 13. One of the best 13s in the comp. The good thing about Carrigan, and he's already come out and said it, he said, I'll do whatever best for the team. So I love to hear that. There's no ego there. There's no carry-on. And if there's a bloke that could have a bit of an ego, it's a guy like Carrigan. He's won a Wally Lewis medal. He's bloody one of the best players in the competition.
There's no Carrigan.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Not bad.
Doors over there, mate.
Oh, my God.
I've had heaps worse. I've had heaps worse, and you all know it. Matty knows it.
Now, when I look at that, Carrigan and Haas starting front row, and then you could put Hetherington at 13 if his defence is really good, and bring Jensen off the bench. It actually might strengthen the bench a bit, because at the moment, we'll just go with Roo's bench. It's Moser, Willison, Hetherington, Takora, or Hunt. That's a relatively young bench if you went Moser, Willison, Takora, and Hetherington. Whereas if I've got Jensen coming off the bench, I reckon that's a fair bit of oomph. And I just wonder whether if you did pull Carrigan, the drop-off in the front row when you do bring Haas or Carrigan off probably isn't as dramatic as when you bring them off at the moment. Because at the moment, if you bring Haas or Jensen off, you've got to be able to replace them with either Willison or Takora usually, which is 2 relatively young fellas.
Yep, completely agree. And my concern is every time I see Carrigan moved out of 13, he goes to the edge, I think you look awful.
I don't like him on an edge, yeah.
Yeah, I hate him there, and I just get concerned not having him in the 13 in that link man sort of role. I think it could cause issues, but I also don't have probably enough depth on Kobe Hetherington in that role. I'm keen to see it in trials. So that's my concern. But I agree with you. With the side I've got there, Carrigan 13, Jensen starting with Haas, the drop-off, it's a cliff for me, and that's a big concern. So the idea of moving Carrigan into the front row, I don't push back on it because of you'll avoid that big drop-off to me, but I do have worries about how they're going to go with that link man role, but that's just because I haven't seen enough of Kobe Hetherington there. So keen to see it.
I, for a couple of years, have said that I want Carrigan in the front row. I think it's a no-brainer. I just think you have a 1-2 of him and Payne Haas up front. He can still play his big minutes. His biggest strength is his running game. He can ball play. He can link. It's fine. I don't want him doing that. And I also think there are far better players to do it. I think they've got quite a big pack. And if I was the Broncos, hopefully Kobe Hetherington can be that man and be the slightly smaller bodied lock with good ball playing. But I'm in the market for someone like a Connor Watson, a Kurt Mann, a Cameron McInnes, who can be that smaller bodied, big minute 13, who can be a really good link man. As I said, hopefully
Just squeeze Pakes in there? Is he too small?
Potentially. Yeah, potentially you can. I haven't considered him or looked at him as like a 13, but that's the kind of thing I'm going for. Like, they've got enough size in the pack. Why not?
He'd bring a lot of dynamic.
Yeah.
If there's any knock on the Broncos pack, it's probably the speed of it.
And also, you got Haas and Carrigan playing big minutes. Let's say, for example, that it is Corey Pax who slots in and plays the 13 role. Maybe Billy Walters, whoever it might be. It's just, you're not asking them to have 15 runs a game there. There are plenty of ball-playing locks in the NRL who have 8 to 10 to 12 sort of runs a game, but their focus is just being the link man, getting through their work, and just, as I said, between the 9, you're going to have Hunt on one edge, Reynolds on the other edge, and while sweeping, it's just making the ball movement as fluid as you can from one side to the other. And, yeah.
I tell you what, just speaking on Walsh, like, let's say he does really gravitate towards Michael Maguire. Reece Walsh, with Michael Maguire's meticulous preparation, is going to be a nightmare for defence. Like, if he fully gravitates and buys into what Michael Maguire is saying and becomes like just almost obsessed with rugby league, think about Reece Walsh armed with the knowledge of an opposition's weakness constantly. He will just tear teams to shreds.
Yeah. Plus, you got two halves that have seen everything in rugby league.
Like, it'll be, I mean, again, I'll always talk about Billy Slater. His number one weapon was his fitness. I'll always believe that. But I reckon his number two weapon was his preparation. His ability to go, I'm going to watch hours of video before every game and know whether you step out. There's the great story in the grand final where they had the play ready to go. And so if you could give that to Reece Walsh with the talent he has, he will be unstoppable.
It does put him in a really unique spot that he's got a meticulous coach. He's got the most experienced halves combo. I haven't done the numbers, but I'd assume close to the games ever seen, let alone right now. And then he gets to run behind Haas and Carrigan.
It's massive.
It is perfect.
And then you got guys like Selwyn that are game breakers, Katoni that's a game breaker, Mariner, who was a rookie. What I'm excited about with Mariner is his attack is like unbelievable. His ability to score points and just be in the right place, right time is so good. It's just his defence that he needs quite a lot of work on. Michael Maguire is going to give him the best defensive coaching that you could nearly find.
Would it surprise you at all if you won the Dally M this year?
Mariner in the centres.
Sorry, Walsh.
Well, not at all.
Yeah.
Not like Michael Maguire. He is arguably the most meticulous coach there is in rugby league. And then you pair that. You prepare hard work with talent. It's the perfect combo. It's the perfect combo. Now, outside of... So, as I said, my number one concern is, does the playing roster react well to Michael Maguire as a coach? I hope that they do. I think that they will, but there's a chance that they don't because they are the next generation athlete and they are different. It's just the way it is. There's some positives, there's some negatives with that. We look at... You go to the cricket, like a guy like Sam Constas, he comes in... One of the positives of this new age athlete is they will try anything. They'll forget that it didn't work the first time and just go again because they're fearless. Whereas the old school athlete were too scared to do that because it's just a different time. Now, so that's my number one worry. My second biggest worry is obviously the Ezra Moran situation. There's no denying that if he comes back, there's going to be a lot of negativity around it. If the club isn't doing well and if he isn't playing well, it is going to be extremely tough for everyone involved.
100%. I think dealing with noise is going to be enormous. And, as soon as they're going poorly, you'll have old boys coming out. The article will be, the Broncos have got the New South Wales coach coaching them. The Ezra Mam thing is a slam dunk if you want to use it. It's just, there can be so much noise going on here in a heartbeat that we've seen it before. It's derailed so many seasons. That's my other big concern is just how they're going to deal with that situation because the media's going to come for them.
And look, I don't say rightly so and bad things deserve to be written, but it is a very serious thing that
Bloody oath.
It deserves to be talked about if it's impacting.
Yeah, this where someone like Madge Maguire with, I think he'd be a that kind of older fatherly figure to a lot of players at clubs that he's been at, and a very well respected bloke in the rugby league community. And I think that's where he'll pay for himself, just with the experience that he's got. Having Ezra prepared for his return when that does come in, I think it's around 10. Mate, there's going to be headlines. You're going to cop shit from the sideline from rugby league. It is what it is, and just he's got another 12, 14 weeks before Ezra returns and playing footy again to have him ready for that comeback.
Yeah, and as I said, like, this isn't a situation where a bloke got pissed and fell over and there's a funny video online. This is an extremely serious situation, and so it's not like it's unwarranted for that pressure and scrutiny to be there. It should be there, so you can't not talk about it. It's going to be a distraction, and that's just the reality of the situation.
But I think as well, all going to plan, Ezra becomes available in round 10. If Hunt and Reynolds are doing well and your hookers are doing the job, I don't think he comes back into the side.
Yeah, that's
There's serious potential of that happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Outside of that, as I said, huge year for Stags. Really interested to see what happens with Jensen, because he's 30 plus now, and he's in the back end of his career. He's been a stalwart of that side. Like last year, when everyone else, not everyone, but there were a lot of players not playing great. Geez, he put his hand up and just did his job. He just did his job.
And he's a wildly important part of this side, because if you take him out, I have serious concerns all of a sudden.
Mate, you take Jensen out of this side, and all of a sudden you're out of the 8, even not at their best, but like, let's say they play 8 out of 10. Without Jensen, I don't think they make the 8. They'd have to all play 9 out of 10 to be making the 8 without Jensen, because he's so important to their rotation. I mean, I'd make the argument he's one of the value signings of the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I look at this best 17 and it looks fantastic to me. But if he's not in it, like, straight away I'm like, I hate that bench.
It's just so young.
I don't trust that bench week to week.
It's super young. It hasn't earned its stripes yet. And I mean, funnily enough, and look, every club's done it. Broncos, look, Dearden went to the Cowboys, killed it. So granted, I'm not just singling out the Cowboys, but the Cowboys could desperately use Jensen now. Like, he'd be perfect for him.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not pretending like every club it happens to. We lost Dearden, we could have treated him better. But I'm just saying that's how good he's been for the Brisbane Broncos. Huge year for Willison. Huge year. I really liked glimpses of Willison last year. It's just going to be a matter of keeping him on the field, getting minutes under his belt. Still so young. But there were some really, really nice moments last year from me with Willison.
There were some fantastic glimpses, and there were some disappointing glimpses as well. But yeah,
as a young fella, it's just like, I think
100%, yeah, for sure. But yeah, like, each year you need to see less of those poor glimpses, obviously. So he doesn't have to blow the world away. He just needs to do a role for this side. But I think it's frustrating with a guy like him, because you can see the potential.
Huge potential.
You can see you're just around the corner from being a star.
Yeah.
And I'm guilty of this as well. We just expect it to happen so quickly, and it does take time, especially in the front row. It's a brutal position to play in this game.
Well, the tough thing for Wilson as well is, like, he doesn't have time anymore because they need him. You know what I mean? If he was in a squad like the Melbourne Storm, be patient. Unfortunately, the Brisbane Broncos, it's like, we can't afford to be patient. We need you.
Yeah, well, like, it's a squad that can obviously win a comp with the roster they've got together. But if they're going to win a comp, they probably need one of Willison, Takura, to a lesser degree Hetherington, who we think will start at 13. Hetherington will do his job and he'll be reliable. If Willison or Takura can step up and be devastating in that X-factor sort of prop role off the bench when Haas and Carrigan get a spell, that'd be enormous for them.
Yeah, enormous. Absolutely enormous. Jordan Ricky, I'm so intrigued to see how him and Madge go together. He's just going to be, because talent has never been a problem with Ricky. And I think he has worked so hard on his defence and all that kind of stuff. And I think that if he's another guy, if he can gravitate towards Madge, he can become one of the best defensive edge back rows in the competition. I really think Ricky has the ability in him to be one of the best defensive back rows in the competition.
No, I agree. And I think 2 years ago, if Madge would arrive there, I would have gone, I can't see this working. But I think Ricky has, I don't know if you call it attitude or whatever. I just think he's approached the game and has improved a lot over the last 2 years.
Oh, absolutely. And as I said, I think his defensive talent and ability, it's all there. If Michael Maguire just leans into it, and I really feel like Ricky's the kind of guy, if Michael Maguire identifies him as almost like a father figure is a strong word, but just let Ricky lean on your shoulder a little bit as a coach. I think Ricky will pay Michael Maguire quite a lot for that kind of care. It just depends on, which direction to head. Sometimes coaches come in and go, you know what, I'm going to be really harsh on you. Sometimes they come in and they go, I'm going to be harsh on you, but I'm going to give you that shoulder to lean on when you need it.
Yep.
That's what I hope happens.
It's interesting, that edge back row slot, isn't it? Like, we flagged that certainly last year, but I feel like even the year before, it's like a concerning area for them, that there's no depth there. It hasn't changed. They haven't signed a backup. They've got Gajewski, who reportedly in the frame for a start in round 1, but Pica and Ricky, firstly, they're not locked in starters. Secondly, if they are going all right and one of them goes down injured, same headache as last year, isn't it?
I just think that their salary cap is so, you've got guys like Paddy, and Paddy's already taken a pay cut. Haas could get more
Just
elsewhere.
lots of middle forwards, though. We've touched on a few other clubs, Parramatta being one of them, where they've got so many players that can go between middle and edge. The Broncos don't. They're either middles or they're edges.
I'd be really interested to see with the Cape Well, and I spoke about this at the time. I did feel like the Cape Well was probably a year early, and they needed Piacora to explode onto the scene. Probably didn't work out, but Cape Well's still at the club right now. It'd be almost a godsend. And look, it's hindsight hero kind of stuff. No one could have predicted, but yeah, that is their weakest spot, and they're probably carrying too many hookers, and that money that's in the hookers right now should probably be into one outside edge back rower, in my opinion. All right, boys, time for the rubber to meet the road, baby. Time for the rubber to meet the road. I have the Broncos in 6th or 7th.
I have got the Broncos 5th or 6th.
I've got them 7th or 8th.
I have the Broncos 3rd or 4th. Hammy has them 7th to 8th. And the Broncos are actually the best backed to win the comp this year. Now, Hammy did tell me, and he put in brackets, they are always very well supported in the preseason.
They've got a big fan base as well.
Yeah, they're paying $8.50 at this stage. They are the best back to win the comp.
I can't believe they're the most backed. I know they've got a big base, but there's still so many unanswered questions there. So many unanswered questions. Just to wrap it all up, in my opinion, I think the boys do lean into Michael Maguire. I think he gets the best out of them, and I'm extremely excited for this season.
They're 3rd favourite to win the comp on Sportsbet.
See, I think that's... You're telling me that they're ahead of the Sharkies right now?
They're $8.50. Sharkies are $13. Manly are at 16.
Jeez.
Huge.
All right, we'll get to them anyway. All right, now it's time for the Dragons. It's time for the Dragons. Season 2024, they finished 11th. They had 11 wins, 13 losses. Season 2023, they were 16th. They had 5 wins, 19 losses. Their attack, they were 12th. Line breaks, they were 12th. Sorry, points, they were 12th. Line breaks, 12th. Tackle breaks, 7th. Meters 14th, which is pretty interesting. It's probably, we speak quite a lot about their forward pack and probably not being as dynamic as other ones. Offloads are actually 3rd, which is really interesting. Tackled inside opposition 20, they were 11th. Errors, they were 2nd, which means they were the 2nd worst. And completion rate, they were 78%, which is 14th. Okay, let's get into the Dragons. Unfortunately, I love the signings. I love Gutho there. I love Val there. My biggest question is that will they be able to beat some of the bottom 8 sides? I think so. But I just look at them and I go, that halves pairing against some of the top tier sides is probably my biggest question. Now, is Flanagan a good enough coach though to coach around that and almost create an environment where they play to their strengths, which is just 2 really good 7s, essentially, that stick to either side of the field, get through their work, defend really well and kick. But that's my biggest question is, can Flano do that? Because it's going to be a tough ask. They've lost Ben Hunt and Zach Lomax, which were responsible for a lot of their points. I'm really unsure with the Dragons this year. It's the 6 and 7 that I'm just have the questions about.
I feel good about them. I do have concerns about the halves. Obviously, they're not an elite halves pairing, but I think it's allowed them to have strike players elsewhere. I love that, if I was coaching this side, Damien Cook could start in jersey 9 by about the 20th minute. I'm moving him into the spine. So that brings a bit of experience there. Mate, I think as far as the outside backs goes, Gutho at fullback, you know what you're going to get week in, week out there. I imagine the left edge will be Val Holmes and Tui Pelotu. I love him. Sully on the right side. I assume he'll play right. Like Holmes and Sewell in the centres, I love that. You'll have Sloan, Ravalawa probably finding it out for that wing spot. I love the back line, the forwards. I think they'll do a job. I think it'll be ugly all year, but I think Flano will just simplify everything they do. I think they'll hang in games. Once again, I don't think they'll ever look like a top 8 side, but I think they'll get dangerously close to it.
Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Similar to Guru, I think, yes, there'll be some ugly wins because that is Shane Flanagan's style of footy, but they've added a lot of class to this team. I mean, like, Terrell Sloan was the fullback last year. It'll be Clint Gutherson this year. Two very different players, but I think Gutho's touch and his decision-making and ball playing on the end of the backline movements will be just a wonderful addition for them. You know, losing Ben Hunt, that's obviously the red flag there. Two younger halves, although Flano's getting a fair bit of experience behind him now. I think they can do a job, but like Cook, classy as, there were sort of times last year, and Little, fortunately, was pretty durable last year. He's had a lot of injury troubles in the past. You've now got Cook and Little. You've got two absolute star number 9s, in my opinion, to rotate between. I love Cookie, and we'll talk about him more soon, I'm sure, but playing that 13 role and just a small, agile body. I think Val Holmes, all class. I think it's a good-looking lineup. I think it's, despite the key loss of Ben Hunt, I think it's a significantly better lineup than last year. So I'm pretty optimistic about them.
I think before you get into it, this would be interesting to know. They are favourites of the Spoon at $5, but
Brought to you by Sportsbet.
Brought to you by Sportsbet. But Sportsbet have taken more bets than any other team for the Dragons to make the top 4 at $14.
What? Wow.
I think that's a bit over the top, but I don't think they'll get... I'm hyper confident they will not get the Spoon.
I just look at like this year to last year, where they finished 10th or something last year, and were they're in the finals race up until the final round of the competition. Minus obviously Ben Hunt. Do we not think it's a better roster than last year? Cook coming in, Gutho, Val Holmes. They lose Lomax, yes, but what do you reckon?
Oh, absolutely. Like but I just think that Ben Hunt and Lomax, like the whole game revolved around them. Like they just. Everything was around them, like all the line breaks. Not everything, but you know what I'm saying. Like a large chunk.
Far off everything. Let's be honest here.
But that's the thing. The beauty of it now with all these different strike weapons, it doesn't all have to be down that right edge. Hit them either side.
I will say, what I absolutely love about their off-season transfers, and geez, they've just been so crafty in the way that they've like there was a period there when they lost Ben Hunt and Lomax, where I'm sure even Dragons fans were going, "We are done. Like, what are we going to do?" Because no one was available. Like, people were like, there was no one on the market, and their ability just to move and shake in the market and wheel and deal and releases and all this kind of stuff has been nothing short of incredible. Like, to pull Gutherson to the club, he got released early. I think Holmes, he got released early. Then you got Ilias, he got you're talking about 3 players that got released early from contracts that, I mean, even Leilua got released early when he initially came back. Like, just a lot of wheeling and dealing. And I just think that whoever their recruitment is deserve a lot of credit, because, like, it's one thing going into the transfer market while people are available to speak. It's another thing dealing with players that, are currently under contract, and you're sitting there going, we've got all this money in the contract. So, as I said, I just think they've been really crafty. And then you look at Emre Gula as well. They've been really crafty in the market. Again, my only concern, my biggest concern, is just like they've just had the heart of their team just plucked out. And is it in a short space of time, will they be able to completely reinvent themselves? Because that's what they're going to have to do, is just like completely reinvent the way they play enough to improve on last year. I'm just not sure.
Yeah, and I get that concern, but I think it'll be an exciting challenge for them. Mate, last year it was survive to 5th tackle and kick it to wherever Lomax is. I think they will be. I think it'll add just a lot to their game. I think it'll be exciting for them to be able to just change everything, blow it all up, start again. And I'm so intrigued to see Val Holmes this year. I think attacking wise, been one of the best players in the game for a long time at the Cowboys. He's been incredible up there. Defensively though, mate, it's like he got off the plane in North Queensland and defence just went out the window. I just cannot see Flano. After seeing what he's done with Sully, I can't wait to see what he does with Val Holmes.
And you say they've had the heart ripped out of him in Hunt and Lomax. Let's call it what it was. They're 2 blokes who didn't really want to be at that club and were trying to get out of there. they bring in two blokes, Damien Cook, who was the heart of the South Sydney Rabbitohs, and Clint Gutherson, who was the heart of the Parramatta Eels, blokes that have come to this club and want to be there, I think can rejuvenate them.
Heart. When I say heart, I don't mean like the intangible heart. I just mean like the key core of the team. Yeah, I don't mean they're like actually wanting to play. Look, as I said, like Flano, if there's one bloke that just proves everyone wrong, it is constantly. That's just my big worry. Now, in regards to their lineup, the Molo situation looks like he's probably played his last game for the club, I'd assume.
And I love the way that Flano's handled that. You know, like, okay, we'll find someone. Like, just go out and get it sorted.
Brings in Gula. And so you've got Laurie starting, but Flano doesn't seem to be a big Laurie guy.
No, he doesn't.
So you're probably...
This is my 17. I'm not... Well, he might not have a choice to start him now, but he doesn't seem to be a huge Laurie guy. I know he loves these Couchman boys.
What about the young front rower that they just re-signed for quite a...
Tonga?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not... He's come through the junior grades and been the biggest front rower on the field. I'm not sure how he's going to go in first grade. I'm keen to see more of him, but he's an option. He's a big watch in trials.
Yep. Going to be interesting because, like, we spoke about the Broncos needing some of these younger fellas to just explode onto the scene to go great. Like, if a couple of young fellas explode for the Dragons, that's a game changer for me. You know, like if, for example, if Pacifici, I hope I'm saying that right, Pacifici Tonga comes in and kills it, and then the Couchman brothers go to another level, all of a sudden this forward pack just gets that shot of rejuvenation because we spoke about statistically their meterage just wasn't that great last year. Granted, they've actually brought in Gutho, who usually gets through quite a lot of work, and they've also brought in Holmes, who gets through a lot of meters as well. But if those young forwards can come and explode into the scene, all of a sudden that that part of their forward pack that we want a bit of more dynamic ball running, that could happen.
And you look at, they obviously lose a lot of class, and no knock on Lockie Ilias, but him from Ben Hunt to Lockie Ilias is naturally a significant downgrade. But it's also one of the great upgrades going from Tyrell Sloan to Clint Gutherson, because Tyrell Sloan, you know, it's a long journey, but he's getting there and sort of getting towards his potential, and a year on the wing I think will do him wonders. But the biggest probably weaknesses in his game was just clean-up work, positioning, these sorts of things. That is the biggest strength of Clint Gutherson's game. What that'll do for them in a team that was already a bit hot and cold, but generally a defensively good team, and they're building into their structures with new faces. Gutho will tidy so much up for them that were problem areas for them last year.
I think another kind of unsung, but something that hasn't been talked about, like Sele hasn't really had the opportunity to play much footy, and like he's a bloody good forward.
He's a great forward, and he hasn't had the opportunity at the Dragons. Realistically, he didn't have the opportunity at South Sydney either. He couldn't put together 6 to 8 weeks, unfortunately. If he can, that's huge for them as well.
I mean, if he could step up, as I said, like some of these young guys plus Sele, like that's the thing with the Dragons. They've got some pretty good young guys that have a lot of potential. Or you look at Sele, who just needs to get some more footy. But even a guy like Faitala Mariner, like he went to another level when he went to the Dragons. It was actually super impressive. I'm interested to see if Sele stays on the field and plays a lot of minutes, maybe he replaces Molo to start, potentially.
Yep, could do. Yep.
In the middle there. DeBella at 13, you'd have him over Eisenhuth. It seems like Flanagan's a real Eisenhuth at 13 guy.
At times he was, yeah. I think the way that I see it is, and you know what, with Molo gone now, obviously this was done before that.
Yeah, you might move DeBella in.
It could change. You could move DeBella up there. I think that realistically for the last 60 minutes of the game, Cook's going to be my 13. That's what I'm sort of planning, and that's what I'm so excited about Jacob Little this year. Just get him on fresh after 25 minutes. I thought the back end of last year he was probably the second best hooker behind Harry Grant.
He played some. I mean,
no one watches the Dragons.
Yeah, no one wants to, and like he just went under the radar. You go look at his stats at the back end of the year. He was killing it, absolutely killing it.
How exciting is Cookie at 13 going to be?
Yep.
He could tear shreds with, like, particularly a tiring pack. And as we said, he hasn't been a big ball running number 9 in recent years. Running through the middle, tiring forwards. He could. He could have one of the biggest years of his career. Like, honestly,
it could be a revelation. He really could. And then you tie in Gutho being super fit around him as well, and also Little's running game is underrated. Like he's a bloody good runner of the ball. So that's going to be really interesting how they use it. On the wing there, Sloan, Ravalawa. Look, This is a hard one. I don't know what the right answer is. Like, do you put Sloan in there to try and continue to develop him to eventually take Gutho's fullback spot? Or Ravalawa? Like, I know sometimes defensively, not the best, and he has an error here or there. But when he's on, he is on. Like, he is tough to handle coming out of his own end.
Yeah, mate, I feel like you wake up on Sunday morning and see who's in a better mood to play almost between these two. Like, they've got so much talent, but you just never know on their day which one's going to be the one. So, I don't know. I'm happy to throw this jersey in the middle of them in trials, and so best man comes out here.
What do you reckon, Timmy?
I was thinking the exact same as Roo. I think it's a trial one. You look at Sloan. If Sloan can handle himself defensively on the wing in trials, I'm giving it to him because the speed on the end of that back line, and look what Gutho does so well is just create that 3-on-2 and get the ball to the winger out in front and give him space. When that's Sloan, he'll be away and gone. So I think I'd love for it to be Sloan. Just need to see him defend well in the trials and hold his own there.
The good thing about on the wing as well, like, you don't get that many... there's not that many times in a game that you have to make a big read. Like, it might be 3 or 4 times in a game where you've just got to either jam in or stay out. Like, it doesn't happen that often. So hopefully Sloan, like that, hopefully over the whole preseason, that's just all he's working on, really. His attack's great. Just got to make sure he gets through work. Just work on his defence. Now, one of the bigger questions is, does Ilias play 6 or 7? Or does Flanagan play 6 or 7? What's weird is I've actually heard whispers that Flano was going to stay at 6 and Ilias is going to come in at 7. So it's going to be interesting where they land on that.
Yeah, I personally don't think it's a question. I think Flanagan 7, Ilias 6. I think that makes the most sense.
Okay. What do you reckon, Timmy? I'm a bit unsure, to be honest. I don't know where I land on it.
I think it really matters. I think one will play left edge, one will play right edge.
Who will take the bulk of the kicking, though, do you reckon?
I don't know, shared. I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
I don't think the number that these two are going to wear in their back is going to change too much. I would imagine, like, Ilias was the 7 at the Bunnies. Granted, he played with Cody Walker, who was at the time an out-and-out 6.
Sorry, I guess my more of a clearer question. I didn't ask the question correctly. Whose team is it?
It's Flano's team for me.
Flano's team?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Flano's team.
I guess then the concern would be, like, he's had this opportunity quite a few times. Just hasn't seemed to take that next step. Do you think that Flano, he's obviously the coach, is going to almost, like, yes, technically it's Flano's team, but he's putting in almost like safety nets where, like, he's not going to have to do, like, it's not this, it's Flano's team is not the same as it's Cleary's team, if you know what I'm saying. Like, it's like it's Nathan Cleary's team at the Penrith Panthers. Like, he has to kick, do everything, whereas, like, do you reckon Flano is going to almost, like, diffuse the responsibility across guys like Gutho and Cook and...
Yeah, I don't think... Like, when I say it's Flano's team, I don't mean that as if, like, Panthers is Cleary's team.
That's what I'm saying.
So I think there'll be... it's probably a little bit unorthodox, but I'd almost lean towards it sort of being Gutho's team. I think that's how they'll represent. They'll fight for they'll fight tooth and nail. They'll hang in every contest. It'll just be all effort from them. Like, I look at Gutho, he always ends up with a lot of try assists. It's never pretty. He throws balls reverse spirals. They're floating backwards. They do, like, it's never pretty the way that Gutho does things, but it's all effort and he gets the job done. And I think that's what the Dragons are going to be, and I think that's what those halves are going to be.
Like, I always say with players like a Matty Burton or Lockie Galvin, how when they're these great quality ball running 5'8", Cody Walker, I hate seeing them wasted on one edge, and I say let them roam, let them play both edges and like utilise them the best. But I think an Ilias-Flano combination is one's just left edge, one's right edge. I think they share the load. I don't think it'll be specifically anyone's team to dominate. I think it'll be a shared load.
I wonder whether they'll really lean on Gutho for direction coming out of their own end. Because I do think when you are coming out of your own, you need a dominant half or whoever saying to his forwards, fucking get there.
Might even be Cookie.
I think it's Cookie.
Cookie?
Yeah.
Telling the boys.
Especially if Cookie doesn't, like if he plays the first 20 at hooker as we're sort of suspecting and then Little comes on, Cookie doesn't have to be getting to every ruck. Like he can be sitting around there calling the shots.
Yeah. So I just reckon Gutho, having been the captain of the Eels, and I'd probably give Gutho more of the responsibility of telling him forwards where to go coming out of their own end.
Mate, I think with those halves, they will have a very simple game plan. And I agree with you. I think Cook, Gutho, both one, either, who cares? I think it'll be a very simple game plan that they won't, coming out of their own end, I don't think they'll go outside of that.
Yeah. Just keep it real simple. grind teams out of games, be annoying, be not dirty's the wrong word, but just get the game down into the gutter and just fight for everything kind of thing.
And I don't even think dirty's that much of a wrong word. I think that they will just play tough footy.
Now, I cannot wait to see how Sewer goes this year. I thought he started the year phenomenally. Then his form fell off a little bit, and then he kind of come back a little bit towards the end of the season. But he was vital in all their important wins and that. Like Sewer was one of their best players. Really interested to see him back it up this year. He's really important that, we know how talented he is, and we know, at the Broncos, one of the next big things, and played Origin early and all that stuff. But I think that now it's a matter of, because he's a bit older now, you can't afford to have one good year, one bad year, one good year, one bad year. And I think Sewer is like almost a leader at the club now. And I think that it's really important that he comes out this year and has a similar year to what he'd started the year with last year.
I agree, and I think Leilua's in a very similar boat, realistically.
It's a bloody good back row. Like, doesn't get spoken about enough. It's a bloody good back row.
Mate, that's what me and Tim are saying. Like, if the halves can just give us 7 out of 10 every week and not have brain explosions, kick at the right times, kick to the right spots, it's a good footy side.
What do you reckon in the back row there? Sewer and Leilua locked in.
Yeah,
Mariner come off the bench.
Oath that. They're 80-minute back rows. They're destructive. They're good defenders. I think they've got the beauty as well. They've got a lot of depth in the front row. There might not be like a bunch of locks to who are going to be the main men in that, but there's a lot of depth. They're all good footballers. Yeah, so I'm just looking at this year to last year, and I think this is a significantly better squad. I love the attitudes, the work ethics of the blokes that they've brought into it. So I'm just sitting there going, if they were 10th last year, why can't they go higher?
And I think as well, like, it's the second year with Flano.
Yep.
That those guys were there last year are going to have that first year with him. And as you keep saying, I think he's brought in Flano guys that are just going to work in his process and how he does things.
Alrighty, time for the rubber to meet the road, baby. I have the Dragons. I've got them 12th or 13th.
I've got them 9th or 10th.
I've got them 11th or 12th.
Sorry, Hammy has them. Hammy's got them 13th to 14th, and I've got them 9th to 10th.
9th to 10th, so that's the highest.
I like the
got 9,
Dragons.
10.
Yeah.
Yep.
9, 10. So essentially where they were last year. They'll end up there.
I'm not backing against Flano again. I'm just not doing it.
Time for the Dolphins. And don't forget, grab your Grumpy Coffee from grumpycoffee.com.au. Use code PREVIEW for 10% off. And also Bloke Undies, premium, high-quality undies. Use code PREVIEW for 10% off your Bloke Undies. That's at bloke.shop. Alrighty. And also a massive thank you to Sportsbet and KO for getting on board and being a partner of the season preview. The Dolphins, heading into this year, last year, 2024 season, they finished 10th. They had 11 wins, 13 losses. 2023 season, they finished 13th, 9 wins, 15 losses. There's a big Wayne elephant in the room. History would suggest Wayne Bennett leaves, and whether the things fall apart a year or 2 years after, they tend to fall apart. Surely, the Dolphins have looked at history and found ways to stop this from happening. Now, Christian Wolfs has been a part of the coaching staff leading into this. He's also been responsible for Tonga's incredible rise in international footy. He's been around the block for quite a while, Christian Wolf. I just worry, without the Wayne Bennett factor, at least for the first 12 months, all those games where they produced magic to hold on there, to stay gritty, to stay tough. Then you throw in the fact that Gilbert's coming back from a long-term injury. You throw in the fact that Flegler's not back yet. They've got some aging forwards. They've got some guys that have just retired. Little bit concerned they may drop a little. I don't have them for a spoon, but they may drop a little bit this year, unfortunately.
Yeah, look, reality is history doesn't suggest. History grabs you by the collar and screams at you that life's going to be hard after Wayne Bennett.
Talk about trauma.
Tell me about it. But there's just about no team that has gone better after Wayne's left, realistically. It's just is what it is. I will say this, I know that when Wayne, he had a departing speech to the Dolphins last year at their awards night, and he actually said, like, every other job I've ever been to, people have signed me, brought me in the building to win a comp. The Dolphins didn't do that. The Dolphins brought me in to set them up for the future, and he He did say, I have gone about it completely differently. They've got Wolf there, who's obviously been in the system the last few years, but has been hanging around rugby league for a long time now. He's been involved with Tonga. They've been incredible over the last few years. So I think the Dolphins have done as good job as they possibly could.
Oh, man. It's been seriously
been
amazing.
Yeah, 100%.
Considering all the injuries they've had as
Considering all that, like, they've had a lot of things go against them that people consistently ignore.
The fact that last year, it's like they finished 13th the year before, and then the year before that, they finished 13th and they finished 10th last year? 9th. No, sorry, 10th. Was it 10th?
10th, yeah.
Mate, they played against the Knights in the last round.
Yeah, they were
Trey
playing
Fuller had
for
a
a
try
finals
taken off him. If he scores that, I reckon they win the game and they play finals footy.
It's actually insane. And you consider, like, they went into that game with a halves pairing of Averillo O'Sullivan.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And then you look at, like, clubs like the Broncos finished below them. Like, think of all those clubs with the rosters they've had, with the history they have, that finished below them last year. It's nothing short of incredible. It
is.
really isn't.
Yeah, and they've had so much go against them. And even though I know for a lot of people, he wouldn't have been in their best 17, but, like, a ball hasn't been kicked and they've lost Trey Fuller already.
And Flegler.
Flegler, yeah. Like, I haven't even put Flegler in my side here. You're hearing mixed vibes out of there. I don't know if he's going to play. I've got no idea. I hope he does, but I think I would be preparing for him not to play. I like some of the signings they've got this year, but it's just the post-Wayne Bennett saga.
And also, for me, it's just that 6 jersey that I just am a little bit concerned about.
And I mean, like, the reality is too, like, we all saw it. They went hard at Ben Hunt. They've got $1 million sitting there that they haven't been able to use.
Yeah.
Like, that's the reality of starting a new franchise. It's hard to convince guys to go there, especially when Wayne Bennett walks out the door. It's tough.
Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I've got a few worries about them this year. I mean, first and foremost, there's going to be points in them. Like, it's a very aggressive, highly attacking roster. It's probably more in the defence when I look at them. And, like, I mean, I don't need to touch on Bennett. You blokes have just done it quite well. But my biggest concern is that they have... I don't like Avery at 5'8". I don't know if defensively he's going to be good enough to do it. Maybe he will. But if it is Avery who starts next to Katoa's like going to be the next potential superstar of our game, but he's still young. He's still an easy spot. If Averillo doesn't start at 5'8", it's Cody Nikorima. Also, I'd have probably Nikorima, or I would, over Averillo. But whichever way you look at it, they've just got these 2 easy spots, that key 3-man position either side of the field, and it's just easy spots to get at for the opposition. And
what I'm not understanding, and just for that point, surely they've got a 6 somewhere that's an out-and-out 6 to pair with Katoa.
Yeah, it's solid, better defender, a solid body.
Yeah, just in Queensland Cup or something.
Yeah, and I just look at like Finifuiaki, Lemuelu, again, talented footballers, but there'll be plenty of points in them. They'll score tries, they'll bust line, they'll tackle rate, they'll offload. Defensively, how are they going to go on the edges, outside? Like, they're the 2 blokes tasked with having to bodyguard Averillo and Katoa. Are they the men for the job? Like, we saw it when it first came about, the Dolphins, and they had Kafusi there, who was a hitman. He was the man for it. I don't have the same confidence in Finifuiaki and Lemuelu to do that same job. So,
and Aiken was outstanding on the edge too.
Aiken was outstanding. So I'm worried about them defensively.
I just don't understand how a club where they've got both of their feeder squads, which is Norths and Redcliffe, pretty sure, in a Queensland Cup final, and there's not at least 1 6 in those squads. It's not a bloody good, because you don't need a world-beating number 6. You just need a number 6 that can make his tackles, which will relieve a lot of pressure for Katoa, who, then that gives Katoa a bit of time to kind of like learn his trade in defence. Whereas when they're both spots, it just doubly hurts kind of the team. And so I just reckon Katoa is so talented in attack that he doesn't really need a crazy 6. He can make those... His ability to square defence up, it makes enough space for everyone outside him. And so it just shocks me that they don't have an out-and-out 6. Now, Donahue...
That's what I was going to say. Could Kurt Donahue be
surely.
that man?
I've just been so surprised they've been reluctant to put him in there. Like, I think he's a relatively big enough body, decent defence. I know he's young, but I just reckon they need to give him a crack.
He's played 9, so they're obviously comfortable enough with his defence.
I just reckon they need to give Donahue a crack there. I know he's young as well as Katoa, and you've got 2 rookies, even though Katoa's like been playing for 2 years now. But I just reckon they need to potentially look at giving him a crack. The Averillo situation for me, I just don't think he's consistent enough in defence to be put at
Yep.
6, in my opinion.
They love him up there, though. I've realised.
Oh, mate, I'm sure he's a legend of bloke, and he's so good in attack. He's so crafty. He's deceptively quick, and he's deceptively strong. That's why I can afford to have him in the centres, because I kind of go, you know what, it's less decision making, less spotting out there, much harder to get to as a team. But I just think at 6, it's just.
So are you saying you'd rather have, like, who if you could pick anyone to play 5'8", would it be Cody?
Donahue would be getting a real crack this year for me.
Okay, over Nicarima?
What I'm saying is that right now it doesn't look like he even gets a look in at number 6. That when someone's injured, he doesn't get called in. If I'm going into this season, he would be on equal footing with Nicarima as to like whoever plays the best in the trials gets that jersey.
Yeah.
Because I just think that honestly, with this side, I would be looking at who's the best defensive 6 in my squad, and he'd be getting put there.
Because that's the hard thing if they are going to pick Gavrilo at 5'8", it means that one of Donahoe or Nicarima doesn't make the side, which I don't know if they can afford to not have those guys playing.
I understand Tupou's got a lot of potential, but he hasn't done enough for me to warrant immediate selection on the wing. And so I would put Bostock back on the wing. He's a bloody good winger. I'll be putting Gavrilo in the centre. And I'll be saying to Tupou, mate, go and kill it in New South Wales Queensland Cup. Then we'll give you the first crack you can. Or if he kills it in the trials, there's that too. And I'll be saying between Nicolima and Donahue, I'll be saying whoever's the best defensive 6 in the squad in trials gets the jersey in round 1, in my opinion.
Yeah, because there's even talk now, like, I'm pretty confident Jack Bostock's going to play centres, but I assume that means he would move to right centre, but apparently there's a chance that Farnworth's playing right centre.
Man, wherever Farnworth wants to play, he's playing. I wouldn't be moving him anywhere. Like, as in, like, if he wants to play on the left, put him there. If he wants to play on the right, put him there. Whatever Farnworth wants, he gets, in my opinion. That's how crucial he is to that side. I just
like, if they're going to run like that, it means you're going to have Bostock on the left with Tupou, like two guys that haven't defended together. Bostock playing a new position. It just seems like a lot of movement going on.
Yeah, I don't. I'm with Timmy in regards to, like, I would be leaning so heavily into defence because they've got attack. Like,
so many points in this roster.
the Hammer, Farnworth, Asako, Bostock. And then you look at Marshall, really crafty around the ruck. Lemuelu and Finifuaki, attack is their game. That's the best part of the game. Then you put Plath at 13. I cannot wait. He's another KO can't miss player of the year for me. It's Plath at 13. I love this bloke. Like, seriously, he is, you know, I think you've already said it. I think he'll play Origin in the next 2 or 3 years. I'd be shocked if he doesn't. And
you look at, if you had Mitch Moses and Dill Brown, like really good defensive halves there, and then you had like Finifuaki and Lemuelu, be like, cool. Like, not to say they aren't good defenders. I'm sure they'll be fine and they're young and learning their craft, but they're next to really good defensive halves. But when you've got 2 weak defensive halves and then 2 edge back rows with a few question marks around their defence, they're big gaps to target.
And then also you throw on like Bostock, he's relatively young. Tupou, he's a relatively rookie kind of edge as well. Like, I just feel like some of these, not enough defensive selections are being made. If this is the case, look, we could come to round 1 and he's made all the right calls and really focusing on defence. But yeah, I'd be looking at put it this way, putting an out and out defensive 6 in there. That's one of the best defenders in my squad. It really does kind of shore up the not to a point where they're going to win a comp or anything, but it takes them from a side where I'm like fully worried about their defence to they might be able to handle it, you know?
Yeah. I guess on a slightly more positive note, Finay Filiaki, I think he could be one of the value signings of the year. Apparently he's flying up there doing very good things.
It's just, for him, it's just about match fitness and getting long minutes around him because he's so explosive and every time he runs the ball, he's literally like trying to break tackles and fighting for every metre, which is good. That's part of his game. It's just a matter of like, instead of getting 20 to 30 minutes, and there were some games where he would get a bit more minutes and you could see him kind of fatiguing a little bit. So he's just got to find a way to be able to get more minutes out of him, I reckon. But he is truly dynamite. Like,
he's exciting.
He is a dynamite back rower. And I'm sure the only reason the Cowboys bloody let him go is because they've essentially got 2 Origin back rowers at the time that, you know, were killing it.
Yeah.
Because Finifuaki, he signed quite a while ago, didn't he?
I think so.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they probably wouldn't have let him go because they ended up getting Bateman to the club. In regards to, I know Hammer wants to be an out-and-out fullback, and I know the club have gone, he is the fullback. I get that. But I tell you what, if Fuller comes back and plays the way he was playing in Q Cup, there is a world where you consider getting Trey Fuller back in the squad and you make Hammer a roaming centre, in my opinion. With Hammer, I just need to see him get through a bit more work. I think this squad needs it.
Finney Fuiaki signed in April last year.
Yeah, okay.
If Fuller he did an ACL in the Q Cup grand and in the finals anyway, I think it was prelim. So what's that, September? When does that mean he'll be available? What are we talking about?
It'd be mid-year, wouldn't you?
Maybe like June, July would be about that 9 months. It normally takes about 9 months. So June, July, yeah, back after the regular season.
So I think you just said the same thing. Like if Fuller was fairly fit and available, but I would seriously consider playing Hamiso in the centres and playing Fuller at fullback just to get them all on the side.
Yeah, get them all on the side, but also just get some meters.
Yeah.
Like that's the one thing with Hammer. He's a Ferrari. He is, but. For example, Latrell, he has usually like 2 or 3 tries a game. So you go, you know what? You don't have to do all the run. Whereas sometimes Hammer, he can go like 2 weeks with not much, and then the third, like he'll be good, but not as good as we know he can be. And then the third week he sets the world alight. And with Hammer, he is their superstar now. He needs to essentially be 8 out of 10 every week and involved constantly at fullback, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think his ball playing is developing as a fullback. He's probably not top 10, 12. Like he's the bottom tier of ball playing fullbacks in the NRL. But it's getting better, and we saw some significant improvements in it last year. Even with Fuller, I'd persist with Hammer at fullback just because I think he's so lethal there. When he gets half a gap on a kick return, he can take off. I don't mind the call of like a roaming centre because I think his best asset is just sniffing in and around the ruck. And the second that second phase play goes with that offload freeing, that's where he takes off. He doesn't necessarily need to be at fullback for that. However, I think the fullback role does facilitate that ability the best. So I like him at fullback. And I also look at their back five and they're not desperate for like a defensive centre. Like Farnworth is a gun. He'll also help with yardage big time being back full time this year. Bostock, whether he's centre or wing, he'll be good for yardage too and quality. I have big raps on Tupu coming from the Tigers. He had some great signs down there. Just didn't really happen like it didn't for a lot of Tigers players, but he could have a massive year, Tupu. Sarko's a gun. They've got Avrilo there, who I think should probably be playing centre anyway. So it's not like they need to fill a gap in the back five. So I'm happy with Hammer at fullback, at the very least for the entirety of this year because Trey Fuller's coming out from an ACL injury. If Fuller didn't hurt himself, it's probably a different conversation, but at least for 2024, I'm happy just to build with Hammer.
I'm happy he's there. Like, I'm not against it. I just look at it and go, is there a way to make this squad even better? And is it with Hammer as a roaming centre and Fuller back there? Maybe, potentially. Like, for example, if you had a centre pairing of Hammer and Herbie, like, wow, that's pretty incredible. And also, you have to remember, defensively, Hammer is arguably the best friggin' defensive centre in the competition, which is very underrated. I know Stephen Crichton's out there, but I'm just saying, in Origin, when he plays centre, he scores a bunch of tries, he makes a bunch of tackles, barely misses them. I'm just going through his stats, and these are NRL stats, so take them with a grain of salt. But over the 2 years, he scored 15 tries each year, which is outstanding from fullback. But he's only had 4 try assists each year. So and then you look at his meters run, which is pretty good, 148, and it was even better last year, 165. So it's it's definitely getting better.
It can just be so misleading with him meters because every second week he runs 80 meters, scores a try like he's
I'd love to get average runs per game. That'd be a really interesting one. But yeah, so as I said, 148, 165, which is pretty bloody good. I know fantasy points aren't everything, but you look at his point, 40.9 and 44.2, whereas like the best in the game statistically are around your 55 to 60 kind of thing. Again, I know I'm nitpicking here, and it's more of a fact of imagine if you could get Hammer roaming centre with Fuller at fullback as well, how dangerous this backline could be.
Let's say hypothetical, had they got Ben Hunt and he was playing 5'8", good defensively experienced guy, how much would that elevate them for you?
Heaps.
Like, as in, are we talking finals? Are we talking?
I reckon I'd put him in I'd put him in contention. Look, put it this way: if Flegler was 100% like fit to play this year, and they had Ben Hunt, they'd be in contention for finals for me.
Yeah, okay.
What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, we get to the latter soon, but I've got him pretty low down. I think Ben Hunt would just shore up one of the half spots and still take so much pressure off Isaiah Katoa. He's not an unbelievable defensive half, but he's pretty good. It'd shore up that. I think it changes things a lot.
Yeah. Now, some other players in this side, really interested to see Saifidi. You know, I did feel at times at the Newcastle Knights, he did get comfortable at times. And, you know, because he was, you know, they needed him so much and he was almost irreplaceable in that squad. And understandably so. He's just such a man. He's so big. And he would have some, you know, some good games here, some quiet games there. And they just kind of like needed him. So he was never getting dropped. Now, he's never getting dropped here. However, going to a new club, I'm sure that Christian Wolf is like, mate, you are our marquee signing in this offseason. We are desperate. Flegler is injured. He can't come back. He may not be back all year long. We absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, need you to be one of our best every single week.
Yeah, for sure. And I almost find him frustrating to watch at times because I know there's a state of origin front row.
Oh, mate, him at his best is...
It's incredible. And like it's almost at a point, though, with him that when I see it, it almost frustrates me because I'm like, fuck, where was the... Like, the Knights teams you've been in and now the Dolphins team, they need this week in, week out. They need more consistency out of him. And I'm hoping a change of environment will be really positive for him.
Well, a Saifidi Gilbert front row pairing is a bloody good pairing. Like, I love that. I really do. What do you reckon about Saifidi?
Sorry, 14 runs a game for Hammer.
For Hammer?
14 per game.
Yeah, so like it's relatively low compared to some of the top tier fullbacks. Granted, I understand he's more of a Ferrari. I get that for sure. Imagine if you could still get 14 runs like that, but you also had Fuller in the side. That's kind of the angle I'm getting at. To be extremely clear, still extremely happy with the Hammer at fullback.
Yeah, I think you nailed it in just, I think he needed a change of scenery, Daniel Saifidi. He'd been there a long time, just seemed very comfortable. I think at a new club, under a new coach, plenty of forward depth there. It'd be like, all right, just hopefully it revitalise him. Not that he was poor by any means last year, but he was a long way from the best 40 that saw him play State of Origin, and hopefully we get close to that this year.
I think as well with Dan Saifidi, like you got to remember when he came into first grade, like the Newcastle Knights had no standards during that period. It was 3 years of wooden spoons. They won a handful of games throughout that period. Like it was a tough entry into first grade. So I think a change of scenery will be good for him.
You know, we've spoken about it a little bit, but I am so excited to see Katoa this year because, you know, his development over the last 2 years and just when he is on and you see all of his weapons, whether it's... Because sometimes there are games where his defence is actually quite good. Like, it's not like you roll into every game and he's, you know, being spotted up. His kicking game is absolutely phenomenal. Sometimes his running game, his ability to create space for his outside men. I cannot wait to see Katoa. Because I do feel like because Wayne Bennett is his own unique kind of coach, you know, he can drop Katoa, he can bring him back in, he's trying to teach him this. I do think Christian Wolf will just be like, mate, this is your team. There's no dropping or anything that anymore. You're past that period of your apprenticeship. It is your team. If we are to do anything, we need you here every single week doing what you do best.
So what I'd love to see if the Titans aren't going to pick foreign, I'd love to see him drive an hour down the road.
Get up to play him at 6.
Just play him next to Katoa. I think
wouldn't that be interesting, playing him at 6?
I reckon it'd be great to see because I just my only concern with Isaiah is that we're going to get 6 years down the track and go, fuck, they never really found that experienced guy with him. Which
is interesting why they pulled out of the Brown situation so quickly. So Dylan Brown, there was reports there was a connection. And then it just got shut down pretty quickly.
I wonder why they that. Seems like a perfect fit, doesn't it?
Mate, Katoa and Brown. Maybe Dolphins felt like they were getting used again. Because like that's the thing with the Dolphins. Like they have been used and abused by so many managers to drive prices up. So when you go into a negotiation, like I'm sure that the Dolphins go into negotiations now and just go, this is our offer. If you're interested, you've got X amount of days. Because they have to, otherwise they just get used.
Why is that? Because they play out of a beautiful part of the world. They play games in Brisbane with a big fan base. Like, why are they getting used and abused?
Because everyone knows they have money.
Yeah, they got a coin on.
Oh,
Yeah, so every manager just goes, yeah, they've got $1 million because they've got $1 million to spend.
yeah,
so
right.
if you're the Eels, you go, shit, we actually could lose Dylan Brown for 1.2 million because I know we debated about is he worth 1.2, $1 million, 900 or whatever, but what we know for sure is the Dolphins, they would probably pay 1.2 for him.
So to the same point, why do the Dolphins still have so much money in their cap? And like, I know that you have to use X amount of your cap to be eligible each year. Like, you need to pay up. Why?
Well, I think they're trying to set a standard. Like, I think they're trying to go, you know, we could go silly here and give some guy some crazy contract, but if we give the wrong guy that contract, it could nosedive our whole culture.
I think you've also got to remember, like, you look at this side now and it's solid, but Hammer was a bench player for the Cowboys. Bostock was playing SG ball when they signed him.
Herbie wasn't the Herbie that we know now. Like,
But
he was
like,
good.
I get that, but they've now got this war chest. Like Ben Hunt, for example. Like, why can't they give? I know you said about standards and that, but Ben Hunt.
They tried with Ben
They
Hunt.
tried
He
to.
just wanted to play for the Broncos.
Yeah, okay.
And that's why I am surprised with the Dylan
Yeah.
Brown one. I get the feeling that they felt like they were getting used by Dylan Brown. That's what I get the feeling.
Yeah.
Not Dylan Brown, sorry, his management. Dylan Brown has nothing to do with all that kind of stuff. His management. So, and I also do think that they're like, if we start throwing our money around and get a guy here, like for example, let's say they got the cheese there for 1.5 million because they were just like, let's just spend it.
Money.
What if he got up there and he, you know, ran a mark and, you know, that can really drag the culture down at the club. Not to suggest that would happen. I'm just saying it could happen, you know, or let's say Cam Munster went up there and started running a mark. All of a sudden you've got this guy on a 5-year deal, 1.5 million. How do you get it can smash your salary cap.
Easier said than done.
And I think that I actually think they deserve a lot of credit for. I'm not pretending like they haven't gone after big players, but they finished bloody 10th last year, and no one is ever questioning their culture at the club right now. I think that's one thing we all admire at the Dolphins right now is that the culture is a really good culture.
And that's why when like they first started out and they were struggling to attract talent, I get that, like new club, people wanted to win comms, this and that. But like 2 years of sample size of them playing brilliant football, I said, in a beautiful part of Australia, I'm like, it just seems so appealing to me for football.
I think there is the other side of it now that, okay, what's life going to look like after Wayne? Like everything looks great now, culture looks good now. What's it going to look like in 2 years' time?
If Christian Wolf can get him near the 8 or even in the 8, I actually think recruitment for the next year will be easy. Because then all of a sudden you've got a coach you know is going to be around for 4 or 5 years at least. You've got a young 7, a young team. I think actually recruitment, I think a lot of managers and players are waiting for post Wayne Bennett, as you just said.
Yeah, and you know, you've also got the Tongan halfback, the Tongan coach. Like he can start to build a little hub there if he wants to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that's also an exciting thing because, you know, what is it? 50% of the NRL now is Polynesian. You know, if you have the Tongan halfback that's, you know, changing the game for them long term, you might be able to go into camp and say, mate, you know, come to the club.
Which I have no doubt whatsoever is part of having Finay Fuiaki there.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Anyway, it's time for the rubber to meet the road. Okay, here we go. I have, unfortunately, the Dolphins in my bottom 4. To be fair, I have them at 13th or 14th, but bottom 4.
Well, I'm exactly the same. I've got them at 14th, so 13th, 14th, or bottom 4, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to say 13th, 14th.
Yeah, I don't have them winning the spoon, but I just feel like that 6 jersey, the Flegler situation, unfortunately, just hurts them a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't have them spoon, but I've got them bottom 4.
I got him 11th, 12th, and Hammy's got him bottom 4.
There you bloody go, hey? Alrighty. Now it's time for a season preview, 25, of the Canberra Raiders. Look, what's interesting is you go actually back to last year's stats, and attacking-wise, especially points per game, they were 15th. And yet they still managed to have a relatively solid year. Now it's defence where they were quite decent. I look at the Raiders and I always just have admiration for them. You know, you look at the spine that they had heading into the last year. You look at the fact that people forget Fogarty missed like 12 weeks last year. Like a huge. I mean, for some of the best teams in the competition, if they lost their 7, they'd be like we spoke about earlier. If the Rabbitohs lose Cody Walker, it's, you know, panic stations. The Raiders already having a spine that's really inexperienced and not locked in, lose their 7, their most experienced guy, who also is, you know, he's not like he's the best 7 in the competition. He's a middle of the range 7, And yet they still managed to find ways to get wins, to have a solid year. And matter of fact, they ended the year by beating the Roosters and the Penrith Panthers. Heading into this year, I truly believe that I know that they're going to have a rip and tear, but I just think that they're in such a deep rebuild right now, and we're going to see the benefits of that in 2 to 3 years, that it may be a bit of a down year for the Raiders. And it's not going to be for a lack of trying. It's not going to be because they didn't have a go or they were soft or anything. I think it's purely because they made a decision as a club, probably last year, to look towards the future. They've brought Sanders to the club from the Eels. They've got guys like Stewart, Kaya Weeks, Strange in the halves at 6 that are going to be learning their game. They've got a couple of young forwards that will begin to be blooded now that Papali'i's most likely towards the end of his career. I think it's going to be a down year. However, I think they're going to reap the rewards of some tough decisions made now in 2 to 3 years' time. Timmy?
Yeah, and I think they're a year into their rebuild. I think it started last year. So that's where, I've seen a lot of people tipping them to be quite lowly down the ladder. And look, maybe they will. And it's a little bit rinse and repeat of what we said 12 months ago, because it's still very early on in this rebuild. And they've got new faces. They've had some old faces leave in Jordan Rapana, in Elliott Whitehead. But we sat here 12 months ago and said, for the Raiders to have a big year, we need a couple of these rookies upcoming and new faces to have good years. We sit there now. Ko Weeks had a terrific year, one of our better players, obviously particularly in attack. Ethan Strange in his first full year in the NRL, he was terrific at 5'8". Chevy Stewart got some experience. Some of these key guys, obviously Ethan Sanders comes in this year as another one. So the combination of Jamal Fogarty and Ethan Strange, it's had a bit more time to flourish, another full pre-season together. There is pressure from Chevy, from Ethan Sanders, these young blokes, while a lot of the roster has stayed together quite well. So, mate, I think I'm not expecting us to go and win the comp this year or be top 4, but I think we're better placed than we were 12 months ago, and I'm excited.
Root?
Yeah, I agree with Timmy. I think they are a year into this rebuild that I think is going to take a couple of years. They always do better than what you expect them to, the Canberra Raiders, and I'm going to fall trap to that this year. I'm pretty confident of it. But I don't think they're a team that can play finals footy. I think there's too many other good teams around. But I think just week to week, they'll still be a hard team that you don't want to come up against.
I envision a year where they lose a lot of games by a very small margin. Because for example, I look at a guy like Rapana and Elliott Whitehead, and I just remember the amount of games where they had big plays that just got you over the line. And I go, I do feel like those boys are going to be big losses. I really feel like it's going to be hard to replace. Because they weren't just battlers that got the jump and got the job done or whatever. They would truly make big plays in big moments. They would win games. I mean, Elliott Whitehead, almost one of the most underrated edge back rowers in the comp. Granted, was he a top tier back rower? Not necessarily, but at the same time, was he a top tier back rower to the Raiders? He was incredibly important to the Raiders.
We mentioned in the last preview, heart and soul. Elliott Whitehead and Jordan Rapana were the heart and soul of that club.
Yep. And then you had Croker the year before.
Croker was the year before, yeah.
And so even though they went way above expectations for me last year, they ended up finishing 9th. They finished the year really well. I just think this year, with losing Rapana or with losing Whitehead, I just think they're going to struggle a little bit. However, I really, really do think you're going to see the rewards in a year or two's time.
Yeah, I agree. And I think they are. I think they're doing the best that they possibly can as far as building a squad. They're getting these young guys in the system that are, coming down for an opportunity. They've got a few more there this year that I'm excited about. Tamale is one that we'll talk about. He wasn't named in their trial team for the trial a few days ago. When you guys are watching, I assume that means that he's going to Vegas with them. He's come down from the Dragons. I'm very excited about him. I think he'll be a really good addition to their outside back. So, it's hard for them to recruit a heap of players. I like the avenue the Raiders are taking.
I guess it's going to be interesting to see. Is it Sanders or Saunders? I always get this wrong. Sanders.
No, it's got me for a while as well.
Mate, it's smacking me around. It's going to be really interesting to see what Ricky Stewart does here because, admittedly, they have said we're in a rebuild. And not a rebuild. That's what I admire so much about the Raiders is that many other clubs that say we're in a rebuild, first of all, they wait till halfway through the season where they're struggling to say, oh, we're in a rebuild. But second of all, they go, we're in a rebuild, so therefore we can come, whatever, lower at the bottom of the table. What I really admire about Ricky Stewart, he says, okay, yeah, we might be in a rebuild, but we better not be finishing in the bottom of the table, which I really do respect from Ricky Stewart. However, what I am really, really interested to see is, does he pull the trigger and try to give Sanders as much game time as possible this year to be prepared for when Fogarty, most likely in the next year or two, I'd assume, retires? At the very least, if he doesn't retire, potentially moves on, because I doubt Sanders came to the club and he wants to be sitting in reserve grade for another 2 or 3 years. I could be wrong. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Well, like, I haven't put a line through Ethan Strange at centre.
Okay.
If that's the way they want to go about
Yep.
it. I don't really like Ko Weeks at 5'8". I was a bit sceptical of Ko coming down from Manly last season, and he exceeded my expectation personally, but I thought he was terrific at fullback. Obviously
Really suits fullback.
Yeah, he's great at fullback, and he's rapid. God, he's quick.
Most underrated amount of speed in the
he's
NRL.
lightning.
So quick.
So, while we're trying to get reps into Ethan Sanders and Chevy Stewart, I don't see why for at least the next 1 to 2 years that it can't be, maybe it is Jamal Fogarty and Ethan Sanders in the halves and Ethan Strange fills a spot in the back line, because I still think we're a little bit weak in the back five.
Would you move Strange to into Chris's spot maybe?
I would probably...
Or would Hopewadi or Tamale or Savage get dropped?
It'd be probably the winger, and it'd be a hit out. So Xavier Savage, probably lock him into one wing for now. Matty Timoko, he's definitely one centre. And then Seb Chris can also play on the wing. And then you put Ethan Strange at centre, and then your 6 can be,
Sanders probably.
Sanders. So I'm not against that moving forward. If Sanders is that good. And the couple of games we saw for Parramatta last year, I thought he looked excellent.
Yeah, I was surprised. There was quite a few Eels fans that weren't that impressed with him. Again, he didn't set the world alight, but I actually thought he was pretty good for his first
It was
grade.
the little things. Like, he was freaking 18 years old, wasn't he? Like, he got in there. From memory, he handled the defence well enough, but he was playing so direct and so deep into the line. Like, exactly like a young Isaiah Katoa, 2 years younger than him, Isaiah Katoa. When Isaiah came into the grade, and it was just those little touches of class that I saw about Sanders. He didn't have to score tries and set them up. He's 18 years old.
And so I'm looking at this back line at the moment. I thought Timoko probably didn't have his best year last year. Don't get me wrong. I thought he was solid. He didn't have a bad year by any stretch. But I felt like they really missed his game-breaking ability from the year before. I thought he was outstanding in 2022 or 23. Sorry. And so I look at this back line and I go, is Strange the X factor that you need there potentially? See, I'm still okay with giving Strange the opportunity at 6. However, I'm open to seeing whether he could be a game breaker in the centres.
Yeah, I've got nothing against Ethan Strange at 5'8". I quite like him there. I'm just looking at us building towards the future, and we're trying to fit Chevy Stewart in there hopefully at some point, and Ethan Sanders. I'm going, it's almost like we're a rookie version of the Gold Coast Titans with all these players that hopefully all going, depending on a couple of years' time, we're going to be trying to squeeze in when you've got a really strong ball runner in Strange who can go out and play centre. And that, again, maybe 5'8" is his best position, but what is best for the team, for him to go out and play centre. And that's not necessarily saying from round 1 this year, but just looking into the future, maybe that's the play.
And that's what I feel like Ricky Stewart's biggest balancing act this year. It's truly about how much does he just go all in to the future, and how much does he try and make finals footy this year? Because that's, again, the most admirable thing about Ricky Stewart. He's not coming into this year saying, I don't want to play finals footy. He's coming into this year saying, boys, we should have bloody played last year, and we let ourselves down. And so it's going to be so interesting to see how much does he go, all right, like, for example, let's say you got halfway through the year and it's looking like you're probably not going to make finals footy. Does he pull the trigger, bring in Sanders straight away, move some people around and get the young rookies in? Or does he persist? That's going to be a tough decision. What do you reckon, Roo?
I would be playing Ethan Strange at 5'8". I think if you get to the spot throughout the year where the season's gone, you can't play finals, I can understand it then. But, yeah, I personally think Sanders is a halfback. And I'm not sure how him and Fogarty would gel together. But if you get halfway through the season and they can't play finals, you might as well get some experience into him. I'd never even thought about Jamal Fogarty having 1 or 2 years left. He's
a bit older.
He's 31.
Yeah, he's 31. Yeah, it's fair. Yeah. He just, other than when he was injured this year, obviously, he just always looks.
I'm with
so
you.
good to
I
me.
hadn't considered retirement, moving on anytime soon. obviously pending fitness, of course. But I think he's got a few more years left in him.
Yeah.
See, I reckon, and this is pure speculation, but I actually reckon these young recruitments are being brought in for Fogarty probably the next 2 years. Then Sanders will be brought in. Because I agree with you, Roo. I don't think he's a 6. I think Sanders is a 7. And so I just don't know why you'd bring one of the better young 7s in the competition to the club. Like, for example, let's say you're the Raiders and you're negotiating with Sanders and you're going, all right, Sanders, you can stay at the Eels behind one of the best 7s in the competition at a bigger club in Sydney, or how about you come down to the Raiders and you can stay behind Fogarty for the same amount of years? You'd be like, well, I may as well just stay in Sydney. And so by the fact that he has moved down to the Raiders, again, guys, only speculation. I don't have any facts to back this up. I'm just assuming that they have probably said to him, you know, there's a path for you here in the next year or two to become our 7. That, again, assumptions.
Wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall for Rick's recruitment conversations he has with players? He must be like a poet.
He must just...
He does it well.
Because, like, it's tough recruiting to Canberra. Like, that's the reality situation. Ricky Stewart has spoken about this. As I said, I just don't know. Let's assume that we go with your guys' gut feeling that Fogarty still has quite a few years left in him. Why would Sanders come to the club then? Because there's no... I'd be willing, if I'm Sanders, I'd be willing to stick behind the New South Wales current 6 or 7 to sit behind Fogarty down in Canberra away from my family. It's just I think it's a tough ask.
Well, and Timmy might be right. Maybe 5'8" is the spot that they get him into the side to. And I'm not saying it can't work. I just think he's a halfback.
Yeah. I think he's half too. I just think that they're probably looking at Fogarty. He'll be 33 in a couple of years. Yep. And they're probably going, by the time he's 33, Sanders will be about 23 or 4, probably ready to go into first grade, potentially. The weird thing about Fogarty is because he came to NRL so late, maybe his body isn't as banged up as a lot of other people, so he's got a bit more longevity potentially.
Yeah, as I said, outside of when he was obviously injured this year, I know he was injured, but when he's playing, I don't look at him and go, oh, he's getting to the back end. And I think nowadays, realistically, like you look at Ches and Foz, like all these guys are playing so much longer, and he, from my understanding, he hasn't had a bad injury run throughout his career. Like I think that's the first time I kind of remember him being really knocked up. Is that fair?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Well, Matty, can you find out how many games he plays this year?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident he would have played 20 plus most seasons when he started late.
Interesting. It's funny how, you know, we can all watch the same club and games and we just have a different feel as to like...
I genuinely never even thought about that,
yeah,
to be honest with you. It hadn't crossed my mind about them. Yeah.
I was just looking at more from the Sanders perspective. Like, I just can't... Because I've been in these negotiations and they promise you, they're like, you come down, do this, and you're here, and this is our plan for you here, and... What do you got there, Matty?
So 14 last year, 24 the year before, 15 the year before that, 21, 18.
So pretty good. Not too bad. Okay. In regards to Papali'i, so he's been quoted as saying, look, I'm not even thinking about retirement yet. I guess the question will be, he's still delivering quality for a smaller amount of minutes. And I'm sure Papali'i sits there and he would say, I'm not at my peak of my powers, one of the best forwards of the modern era. I guess it will be, at what point do the Raiders have to go, we've got this young fella that can play 40 minutes or 60 minutes or whatever, and Papali'i will have to either be... is there a chance he gets relegated to the bench? Relegated is a strong word because it's so different these days, but is there a chance he starts here on the bench, do you think?
Oh, I think at different points, I'd be happy to start him off the bench. I don't think he always needs to start in the front row. And as you said, mate, like realistically for the Raiders, it's not a matter of, oh, we've got this young guy that can play minutes. Like they've got 3 or 4 guys that in the next few years could develop into proper front row forwards with your Trey Moonies of the world, your Saulos and whatnot. But I think Papali'i, like if you're going to let him go, are you going to be able to bring someone to the club realistically that's going to mean more to them than what Papali'i is?
I was going to say, it might be one of the greatest passing of the torches front rowers I've seen in the last 5 years, or maybe a bit longer. Papali'i developing Tarpanair and passing on the torch to him is seriously one of the most smoothest transitions I've ever seen. Like I can't really recall in the last 4 or 5 years a front rower basically going, here you go, and then that front row going, I'm going to start playing as good as you're playing, pretty much. It's just been incredible the way they've handled it.
Yeah, and I know that they had their falling out last year and he wasn't, that relevant last season, but like I still think Corey Horsburgh is a premier front row. I love him.
He's got plenty more footy left in him, you know, and that, I almost think that the Horsburgh-Ricky Stewart relationship will always kind of be like that, and it's probably going to get the best out of each other in that situation.
Big Papa, just looking at his games, played 305 games. He's only 32, like obviously back end of his career, but not old. He's had such a great run with injury. And that's including a shitload of rep footy as well, but he's played 19 plus games every year since he debuted in 2011, bar 2023. He played 18 as a middle forward who's always played big minutes.
And also not even the physical reliance on him. What about the mental reliance the Raiders have had on him for nearly 10 years now? Like they basically said, you're the heart of our pack, and not just every few games, or not just in finals footy, every game we need you to dominate the opposition. And he just rocks up, does it every week.
As Tim said, that's not including Queensland games as well, which like he'd have to be mid-20s, if not getting close to 30 Origin reps.
There was a period in Origin where
23 Origins,
the Blues couldn't stop him.
Nah, it feels like about 3 decades ago. He was an 80-minute edge back row for the Lions, carving his...
And he was a hit machine too. He would jam blokes on the edges there. One of the great modern era forwards. And he'll go down, and you look at the Raiders' best ever 17, and it's like arguably one of the best ever 17s ever. I reckon he makes it their best ever 17.
Definitely. And the beauty of him in the twilight of his career is over the next 2 years, he'll go into that 30 to 35-minute bench role, minutes will drop, but as long as he stays fit and healthy, he'll have an impact.
Yeah.
Like we're not going to have to force him out. As long as his attitude stays fine, which the last 15 years suggest won't, there's a spot for him and he won't be forced out of the club.
Pretty crazy when you look at his career too. Like he's 305 games, you said. He scored 64 tries. That's a try every 5 weeks.
Mate,
it's a monthly try for a front rower.
I will never forget the year they made the grand final. He basically won the match like friggin' nearly every week. It was unbelievable. Okay, now on to Hudson Young. Career-defining year is probably the wrong term, but what it is that there is a vacuum of leadership that he needs to fill, in my opinion. And that's not to suggest that he can't do that. What I'm saying is that when you've got Elliott Whitehead, he's the big dog, he's the main guy, you get around him, you get behind him, and Hudson Young has learnt so much of him. Now it's time for Hudson Young to become that guy. And funnily enough, it's similar-ish to the Tarpanair Papali'i situation where, guess what Hudson Young has done so often over the last couple of years is win matches from the edge for the Raiders. But in regards to his Raiders career, like as a clubman, I do believe it's a year-defining season because they desperately need him to become a leader. Because put it this way, let's say Young doesn't become a leader. Like who else here on the edge and in that back row is going to do what Elliott Whitehead has been doing? Like, he's that guy.
Yeah.
And so I think he absolutely has it in him to do it himself. It's just a matter of him stepping up and doing it this year.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel hyper confident he's going to walk straight into a bigger leadership role there and do well.
Be shocked if he didn't.
Yeah.
Genuinely shocked. Like his ability to stand up in big games is almost second to none in the back row.
And I mean, it wasn't that long ago we were sitting here, we'd go 3 blokes in 2 weeks and you were just going, what the fuck is going on with this guy? And now I'm saying, leadership-wise, I have no concerns.
Yeah. What do you reckon?
Yeah. Big time. Well, there's him and Zach Hosking. So, like, Whitehead goes. Zach Hosking, obviously a bit older for having not played a lot of first-grade football, but it forms a pretty dynamic edge pairing. And as I said, Hudson Young coming back of now a handful of State of Origin games, played for Australia. It's exciting. But you're right, mate. Like, when they're losing so much experience in Whitehead and Rapana this year, Papa back end of his career, it is time to Taps stepped up last year. Hudson... he's probably next in line. So
yeah. Well, I think that like if you're looking at like captains and leadership group heading into the future, you'd have to say Tarpanair and Young are the guys that should be the leaders of that leadership group.
Yeah.
With Fogarty obviously, but when it comes to like the forward pack,
it's one thing Ricky's done incredibly well over the last decade, hasn't he? When he gets a player, they rarely leave. They settle in and they do not go anywhere.
Yeah, his ability.
Turnover.
Once he gets you believing. Until he doesn't want you believing anymore, which is usually Ricky's choice. He's pretty bloody good at keeping them. You're right. You're absolutely right. Look, I want to be clear. I love the way this bloke plays. I think he's here's what rugby league's all about. Tough, all day, never lets his teammates down. I still just have questions about the point of attack that he needs to work on, and that's Smithies at 13. I think that another whole year in an NRL preseason is going to do a world of good for him. I think that his biggest weakness is just the fact that he doesn't have that point of difference in attack. And I think that if I'm Ricky Stewart, all off-season I'd be working on that part of his game. Because when I look at that forward pack, it's probably the only part that's missing when you compare it to some of the top-tier forward packs, is that 13. He doesn't necessarily have to be the best ball player, but just the ability to make the defence question whether he will or won't pass it. Whereas at the moment, you know he's going to run it, and you know he's going to get through a mountain load of work, which is super admirable. Like it's just that's the one part of his game I really reckon, I hope we see this year go to another level.
I kind of look at this side and I wonder if Ricky's sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place, where Smithies personifies everything he wants his Raiders to be about. Tough as nails, will just hang in the contest, but he doesn't have that ball playing upside, whereas Corey Horsburgh does. And I think that Corey was that guy before last year, before their fallout tiff, whatever the hell you want to call it. And I look at the side and I think they'd be better with Corey Horsburgh playing that role. And even if it means that Corey comes off the bench and at the 20-minute mark, he comes on for Smithies and jumps into that spot. But yeah, I think Corey's, and I've sort of flipped a little bit throughout the off-season, I think Corey has got to get back into that role.
I don't mind the shout of, like, you start the game with Smithies there to get through a bunch of work. It's intense, it's quick. You could argue he's the best defensive player on their whole team. Then you bring Corey on and you say, mate, because I did feel like when Corey Horsburgh had his really good year, there were some games where he would get a little bit fatigued towards the end of the game because he was just going so hard. What do you reckon, Timmy?
I would probably start Corey Horsburgh. I don't mind that shout of, like, all right, Smithies first 2025. If you want him in the team, I'll be honest, like, he is tough as ticker. Like, iconic, Pom coming over, stereotype, tough football, English football. He just offers nothing in attack. And as I said, he suits Ricky Stewart's style of footy, what he wants in a player. Just like, he could do what he does if he was like a bit better of a ball player and was like a really good link man. You're all right, his tackle efficiency last year was like 97%, which is incredible. And if he was able to go side to side with that ball playing, but I've said it before, I would love to see if he could add an offload to his game. It just offers a little bit of a point of difference and something a little bit extra in attack. Like, he averaged 89 metres per game last year playing big minutes. He had 6 offloads in 24 games. Offloading once every 4 games. Like, he just needs another dimension to his game, or he's going to risk having a short tenure in the NRL, because I don't think on what he offers now that he can have a long career in the NRL. He needs to add something to it.
That's where I feel like, to be fair to him, it's his second preseason in NRL. Like, I feel like probably in the Super League, you can kind of get away. Get away is the wrong word, but like, he probably made more meters. The contact was probably not as good, so he could get offloads. And so in Smithy's defence, he's got a second full preseason to work on that. And put it this way, like, let's just treat him like a rookie into the NRL. Let's say a rookie came in, yeah, he ran for 89 metres, but he was arguably the best defensive 13 in the competition. I think we'd all be pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
And under the impression, though, that the second and third year he started adding things to his game. And so that's where I hope in this preseason he's done exactly what you're talking about, Timmy. Adds maybe an offload or even just a bit of footwork or a pass or something along those lines.
It could be as small as just that quality little tip on at the line. Like, Paddy Carrigan's not the greatest ball playing lock we've seen. That's not his strongest attribute. But he has a really good guy into the line with Paynehouse.
And he added it to his game.
Yeah, that he added in just that little tip on at the line. It's only a small addition, but it's effective. And maybe that's all Morgan Smithies needs, is just to be going to the line, but wording up, Papali'i on his edge as well and going, mate, come with me last minute. Just that little step and bang, little addition, but it gives him something extra in attack.
I tell you what, if you can get him and Tarpanair working well together with a little tip on and giving Tarpanair that extra space, stop.
And mate, it might be Tarpany or Papali'i going to the line, who we do know have a bit of ball playing about them. And it might just be Smithies pushing up with them because they're going to attract defenders and just off the hip, and that's where he gets a bit of his space. And like the offload thing, I say, adding that to your game, it's a hard thing to just add to your game. Like, you do it by being a damaging runner and blokes falling off you and keeping that arm free and standing in tackles. It's a hard thing just to add because you want to.
Yeah. Time for the rubber to meet the road, boys. Unfortunately, I know that I've got so much admiration for the Raiders. I really do, but I think they'll struggle this year. I've got them 13th, 14th. And look, I'm happy to put egg on my face and go, you know what? I was totally wrong, but it's just where I've got them at the moment.
I've got them 14, 15. I feel very similar. I think I'll be wrong, and I'll be stoked to be wrong, but 14, 15.
Yeah, I've got them 13, 14. We all know they'll finish anywhere from 7 to 10 and we'll look stupid.
Yep.
But
you know
I've
what's
got 13,
insane?
14.
I swear on everything, we did these ladders not with each other.
Yeah, we haven't spoken to each other.
Not a word. Yeah.
Well, I'm going the opposite. They've burnt me too many times. I've backed them for bottom 4 last 3 or 4 years. Not happening this year. I'm going 11, 12, and Hammy even more. He's going 9, 10.
Nice, boys. Like
okay. I don't mind that. Alrighty, it's time for the Newcastle Knights. 2024 season finished 8th. Wins 12, losses 12. 23 season finished 5th. Wins 14, draws 1, losses 9. Attacking stats last year, surprising, not surprising, because if you watched them, geez, they could be so conservative at times, which is bizarre when you've got a fullback like Ponga. 16th in points, 16th in line breaks, 3rd in tackle breaks, which is good. Metres gained, they were 4th, which is quite good. You look at their backs, they got through a ton of work. When I look at this side, what is kind of interesting about last year, and we've almost kind of gotten used to it, that he misses some time during the year and then comes back and kills it. But Ponga missed quite a bit of footy last year as well, and they still managed to scrape their way into the 8. We speak about it all the time, but their ability, almost in spite of themselves, and I don't mean the players, I mean the coaching decisions, to still somehow get in the 8 is super impressive. Unfortunately, this year, I'm just a bit concerned about, once again, don't know who the 6 and 7 are going to be. Brayley, probably going to be the 9. Then you've got the bench, unsure who's going to be 14. I just look at their front row and I go, okay, solid. Look, it really all does rely on Ponga, but it's the 6 and 7 concern that I have once again heading into this season for the Knights. And also O'Brien, if he does another season of chopping and changing, you'd have to assume there'll be pressure on him. You'd have to assume it. And I know that he was so good last year and he got him into 5th and everything, and they've made finals, and they've improved so much since he's come on board. But I just think another year of chopping and... If we head into 2026 and we don't know who their halves are going to be, it's like, at what point can you look to build as a club when your key positions are constantly being changed around? A little bit worried about the Knights this year.
Yeah, I'm worried about them. And as you said, mate, he's had the last 12 months where he's chopped and changed these halves. They've been all over the place, and we get to this preseason, and the word coming out of there is that Fletcher Sharp's going to be at halfback or 5'8". Now, Fletcher has played some footy there when he's coming through the juniors and everything. I'm aware of that, but
it's a different kettle of fish, man. You got to be
fucking first grade football.
Yeah.
He's only just started playing there. He hasn't, I know that I've watched him in the juniors the last 2 or 3 years in SG Ball and whatnot. He's been playing fullback. He's come in and made a really good fist of playing on the wing. He's been incredible there. But even more so, and this isn't a Fletcher Sharp thing, there was 8 dudes that wore that jersey last year. How have none of them been relevant for you? But they're all still at the club. I just cannot make sense of what is going on there. And I mean, we got to the back end of the season. They were fighting for their season. Tyson Campbell was coming off the bench. He's now back into the 5'8" role after taking them to the finals the year before. I'm just getting bad optics out of the Newcastle Knights. And, you take into consideration as well the Leo Thompson situation. Daniel Saifiti's just left. They need a big dog up there.
Well, it's worrying that they reportedly was offered around the same and he chose to leave. That's a big concern when you're getting offered big coin at a club you've been at for quite a while, and you're willing to go, you know what, especially when they finished 8th. The Dogs only finished 7th last year.
Mate, the Dogs have made the finals once in the last 10 years.
So it's not like he's going to the bloody Panthers or something like that. He's going to another side that's also, I mean, who's closer to a premiership? Some would argue the Knights are closer to a premiership.
Not to mention, they signed his brother in the last few months, from my understanding. He seems like a good player as well, but surely that helps keep him there, right? And he still made the decision to leave. And we all heard the rumours about him going to the Canberra Raiders. It was announced almost 6 weeks later, he's going to the Bulldogs. The Knights had so much time to turn him around, and they weren't able to.
And then you heard the whispers that, look, I don't know how true it is, but there were whispers that Dom Young wanted to re-sign, and they just kept pushing it back, which gave the Roosters an opportunity to pounce in and grab him. What's so crazy about this? I say all this, and then I watch him during the year, and I go, geez, the Knights aren't going that well. And then I look at the bloody ladder, and they're sitting bloody 7th.
Yep.
It is, and I reckon the Knights are the team that I always get so wrong because I'm really struggle to gauge where they're at because I focus on these other things that, the swapping around of the 6 and the 7, and then KP was going to play 6, now he's at fullback, and then losing front rowers, and I focus on all that instead of just, I guess, focusing on where they're actually at on the table. But I just really struggled to get a read on them. Timmy?
They are tricky to get a read on. Like I look at their best 1 to 17, I go, pretty serious footy side here. I dropped a little bit of confidence in them when the reports came out that Fletcher Sharp was going to start in the halves. I look at a combination of him and Tyson Gamble, and I don't like it. Like I must admit, I haven't seen Fletcher Sharp play halfback, where obviously came through some juniors and played a bit of footy there, but it's just this chopping and changing of the halves. And I look at Kalen Ponga is so important to this team. It's like Tommy Turbo to Manly, not to the same degree, but similar enough. Kalen Ponga hasn't played more than 20 games in a season in his NRL career. That suggests that at some point this season, hopefully it doesn't occur, but he's going to be down at some point and missing games. If that happens, Fletcher Sharp's your fullback. So let's say Fletcher Sharp does move into the halves and makes a fist of it and tries to lock down the spot. Kalen Ponga misses games, which he also will around the origin period, you'd imagine. Sharp's going to fullback. It means you've got another halfback coming in while Ponga's out, and hopefully Ponga doesn't miss games and it's only 1 or 2 over origin, but you're changing 2 spots in your spine again. Like Fletcher Sharp played on the wing last year, a spot that I think they're short on this year. He was awesome last year on the wing.
I think you alluded to this earlier, Guru, and you might have just outright said it, but for the life of me, when you've got this many halves at the club and you go and select a guy that was on the wing last year to come in at 6, isn't that almost like an indictment on your ability to recruit halves? Because you keep going to other... Like, you're the one that chose him to come to the club.
Yep.
And so it's like, at what point do you go, hang on a sec, maybe I need to I'm the problem here and go, I need to change the way I'm doing things here. If a guy that literally debuted on the wing and killed it is now being talked about to play 6, and granted, look, total apologies if he's not even considered to play 6, but very rarely does a story just get completely made up.
Well, he's been training now, hasn't he? I believe
that's the report.
That's the report, at least. So, you wouldn't just make that up out of nowhere unless he was, I don't know, filled in one day and then a reporter decided to go with it. Look, let's get into some positives, because that's the thing with the Knights, is that they can, out of nowhere, completely, in spite of themselves, in spite of the decisions, blah, 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 come out and absolutely kill it.
Before we get positive and stay negative for a little longer, Tinfoil Hattie, do you think that maybe all these halves are sitting there and probably won't be playing round 1? Jackson Hastings, Gamble's probably there, but like Will Price, Cogger, all these players, and they're struggling for so long. I wonder, like...
Crossland,
purely speculative. Is there too much of a reliance on Kalen Ponga? I wonder, do halves get frustrated, not with Ponga, but with the game plan of get the ball to Ponga, Like, these blokes are all players who have had success at other NRL clubs and been, like, reliable and done a job, but they've struggled to do it at the Knights. Could there be something around there's too much reliance and they're not able to play their natural game? Just throwing it out there.
Potentially, but I'm sure... Look, if it was 1 or 2 6s or 7s that were like that, you could say, okay, that's a personality thing, that they're not willing to just put aside what they want, blah, blah. But, I mean, Cogger doesn't seem like a player that would put his own preferences before what the team needs.
No, but I'm saying because of the game plan, it's not allowing these halves to play their best footy. It's not a personal thing or an ego thing at all. It's just purely football style.
And what they're just waiting for a half that suits their game plan.
We're just leaning too heavily into get the ball to Ponga, and then it's sort of restricting what the halves can do and have done in the past. I might not have been very clear on that. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess because that's just game plan related. So that would suggest that they're just
not an individual thing. It's a game plan which is stifling the halves' ability to do their job.
So that would basically what they're doing is they're just going through halves until they find a half that fits that game plan. Is that what you're saying?
Potentially, yeah. I'm just trying to put reasoning
He's just
behind
trying to
all
make
this.
sense of a crazy
It
situation.
still reflects poorly on the decision making in my opinion. Anyway, like you're the ones that recruited these guys to the club. You've got to make it work somehow, at least with one of them. It's so strange. It's so strange.
And like I even have a look at a guy like Will Price. Like I had my concerns about him in defence. He came into first grade last year. I thought he did pretty well. I'm just having a look at his stats from last year in New South Wales Cup. And by the way, when any of these halves go back to New South Wales Cup, they do bloody well. It's not like they're going down there and struggling. They're flying down there. Like he played 16 games this year in New South Wales Cup. He had 14 try assists. I don't have his exact defensive stats, but I've just scrolled through the missed tackles for last year. He's not in the top 50. Like, even a guy like if I'm Will Price, I've come halfway across the world to play here. I've done reasonably well in the opportunities I've been given, and they're moving wingers into the halves. The only thing I can make sense of with this Sharp situation is that they want Sharp in the side. They've got another young kid there, Connor Vitano, who's very talented, that a lot of clubs are coming after. I wonder if they're just trying to free up a wing spot to get him into the starting side to try and keep him there. Jeez. If so, it is example 10,000 of poor management, in my opinion.
Because as I said, I actually think this side, the players show a lot of ticker, a lot of heart.
Bloody oath.
And even little things that I like, the way they never challenge for bombs. I'm just like, they're too conservative sometimes. Like, just allow the boys to have a bit of, like, they get a guy like Kai Pearce-Paul to the club, and it seems like he's not allowed to even offload.
He was the weird one last year, wasn't he?
Yeah, like, it wasn't even, it genuinely looked like he wasn't allowed to get in
He's
trouble
under
to
a
do
chain and lock. Don't you dare free that up.
Yeah.
Or don't you dare offload when you've got three blokes hanging off your legs and your whole upper torso is free. It's like, hold on to it, mate. Don't you dare offload.
I don't know.
And all you have to do is go and watch Kai Pearce-Paul's highlights in the Super League. He's playing right centre, offloading at will, holding the ball in one hand. Yet, to me, Kai Pearce-Paul looked petrified to make a mistake in this side.
Okay, let's get some positive, boys. Because the positive is, like, put it this way, the concern I have and the questions I have is Adam O'Brien's decision-making in regards to selections. I guess recruitment at the moment. Now, granted, there has been some turnover in the recruitment office, you could say. So they've got Peter Parr that came in a couple of years ago, and they've now got O'Sullivan as a part of the recruitment. So I guess then the concern is even at higher above that, administration keep resetting the whole build again. The positives, though, this roster, with the constraints put on them, continue to deliver. They're playing finals footy each year. Granted, they're a little bit away from a premiership, but the last couple of years they've played finals footy, even though they've had all these chopping and changing. And I think that's what would excite me if I'm a Knights fan. I'd go, sometimes it's the opposite, where you can look at the playing group and go, you don't having a dig and this, that, and the next thing. Whereas this is a genuine situation where I feel like the players are the ones keeping their heads above water and fighting for final spots. And so I think that if you get Bradman Best, you get Dane Gagai, you get Kalen Ponga playing a lot of games, they could go from a team that's going to struggle to make today to all the way to a team that, like, for example, if they click with a 6 and 7 from the get-go and they stay a relatively injury-free side, they are a side that could challenge with the 8. They really are. And that's because even in circumstances where it feels like the coach is making decisions as against their best interest, they still manage to get the job done.
Exactly right. They challenge for the 8 when they're, in my opinion, they shoot themselves in the foot every second week. Like if they just... And, mate, I'm at the point with Newcastle where I don't care who your halves are. Just stick with them. If it's going to be Sharp and Gamble, sweet. Do not move them until Origin.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, it's just if they get it right and they get that right halves combination, they gel, Ponga stays fit, why can't they compete for a top 4? Because they've got the roster to do it. It's just we've seen time and time again this chopping and changing. And as you said, it's a credit to them that they have managed to play and sneak into finals footy 2 years on the trot. So, as I said, they've got the roster to do damage again this year. There's just a few question marks.
Some positives. I love the signing of 2 specifically. Schiller from the Raiders. I think he's a bloody good player.
He's a little smoky this year.
Yep. Love Schiller from the Raiders, but Matt Arthur from the Eels. Love that signing. I'm not sure what's going to happen with Brayley, but bringing a guy like Matt Arthur to the club who, heaps of raps on him. You can speak more about him, Roo. Played in the under-19s. That's really exciting. They may have, because of the Eels and everything that happened there, they may have just jagged one of the best nines coming through the grades.
Yeah, he is the goods. It's a really good signing. I think for this season, I would still run with a Brayley, Phoenix Crossland hooker combo, but I think into the future, as I said, mate, I hope Brayley stays up there, but it wouldn't surprise me if they do make way. I think the worst thing that happened to Brayley was that injury because it allowed Phoenix Crossland to show what he could do there. And I think there's an argument they might be better with Crossland there, potentially. I think you'd be getting Crossland on a little bit less realistically. So, yeah, I think that's a really good signing. You mentioned James Schiller. I assume he'll probably grab the right wing spot. Mate, I'll be genuine honest. When I saw him first play first grade for the Raiders, I thought, geez, I don't know how long he's going to last here. He just looked uncomfortable and very like a fish out of water. And then, mate, I feel like last year he just grew an extra leg.
I saw a lot of him in New South Wales Cup early on for the Raiders, and same thing. Almost looks out of place, but he just gets shit done.
Yeah.
He's also deceptively very strong. Like, he's a really good finisher, bit quicker than he looks, but really strong body, quite good in contact in D. He's, very reliable.
Some other really interesting heading into next year, Dylan Lucas. He has just gone from strength to strength to strength. I cannot wait to see him next year. And I think that, we've been, quite negative on the Knights in regards to player selection and all that kind of stuff. But the development of Dylan Lucas from centre into a back row, that's where I've got to give Adam O'Brien a lot of credit because he has really, really grown into a bloody good back rower.
Yeah, completely agree. And I think on that, they just need to put 11 or 12 on his back and leave him there.
Yeah, allow him to have it.
Yeah. I don't know how you guys feel, but I personally think when I look at their front row, they are a little bit short. I'd be moving Frizzell into the middle and just letting Pierce, Paul and Lucas be on the edges.
I think Lucas is one that could be in and around the Origin squad as soon as this year.
Yep.
Not to play, but he's 24 years old, a lot of promise about him, and I just think one that just get him some experience because in 2-3 years' time, in that mould of a player of like a Jacob Preston, a Josh Jackson, he runs a really good line, he's very agile.
Can score a try too.
And just the value, we talk about it all the time, but the value of having a player in your pack that if someone goes down in the back line can slot into centre and cover it perfectly well, gee, that adds a lot. And it also allows them to carry that sort of 4-forward bench with whether it's Brayley or Crossland or whoever it might be. I mean, Crossland can play anywhere, but he's a terrific footballer.
So, as I said, I think Adam O'Brien deserves a lot of raps for that because initially when he got moved from centre, I wasn't really on the edge back row. He was pretty good in the centre, but he's done the right thing there. So I think deserves a massive rap there.
I just think the shape there is so good with the edge back rows. I'm with you, Roo. I think I'd just turn Frizz into a middle forward. Still big minutes, but come on through the middle. And you look at Lucas on one edge, just running a hard line, attracting defenders and creating that space out the back for Kalen Ponga. And then on the Kai Pearce-Paul edge, you just hit him with those flat balls and he's so rangy. And when Ponga's sweeping out the back, when they go short to Pearce-Paul, he's going to get that arm free and looping around, just pop Ponga off his hip. Oh, it's exciting.
Another KO can't miss player to watch in my opinion. And it's not necessarily because, he's going to set the world alight. He may. But it's Leo Thompson. I want to see, if he comes out and he looks a bit off it, then clearly something's going on there. If he comes out and rips and tears and kills it, then it's just maybe purely the signing with the Dogs has just been look, big opportunity, big contract, decided to go there. But the thing with Leo, though, is if he doesn't have a big year, that front row is light as anything. Truly, let's say he was to get injured or whatever or just not play well, the front row is who do you put there?
Exactly.
I know they've got some really good young guys come through that people have messaged me about, some really good young forwards that are a few years away from first grade. But if Leo Thompson look out of sorts, it's a tough slog for a year. Yeah,
for sure. And I think the one people have been messaging about is Cody Hopwood, who I think will make his debut this year. He looks very good, but there's not many front rowers that can come in at his age and immediately have an impact on the side, especially when they essentially have to be the main front rower in the side. And if something was to happen to Leo Thompson, I know Jacob Saifiti's there, but you're
a little bit up and down.
He's up and down. You don't know what you're going to get week to week realistically.
We spoke about Hudson Young desperately needing to step up into the leadership role of Elliot Whitehead. Jacob Saifiti, it has to be literally today he needs to step up into a leadership role.
100%. And I remember, when Brad Fittler picked him to play Origin a couple of years ago, like he was a laughing stock for a week on social media and all that stuff. I thought he did incredibly well.
He was outstanding when he played Origin, which shows you his ability. Like
100%.
The Saifidi brothers are top tier front rowers at their best.
Yeah.
And I think the Knights this year, like their season hinges on Jacob Saifidi and Leo Thompson. The big concern is that we haven't seen both of them hit their straps over a long whole season for a while with Jacob, but also Leo's still relatively new into his career.
That is going to be the concern, though, that if Liam Thompson, has got his eyes on next year and he's not at his absolute best this year, it's very concerning for Newcastle.
Who do you put in there? You bring in, do you move Adam Elliott into the middle? Their front, they're like Riley Jones in the middle, like, you know what I mean? Like that front row in that squad, they don't really. I mean, you got Croker can play in the middle there.
He can play in the middle, but I really like Croaks. I don't think he's a more than 35-minute guy over a season. Like you don't want him wearing your 8 or 10.
And so, like, they desperately can't afford either of those blokes to go down because, it's...
I haven't seen a lick of his brother play, Leo Thompson's brother, but people have told me good things about him, so fingers crossed he can fill a hole there.
I'll tell you what, like, if he kills it and Leo kills it, all of a sudden this forward pack looks bloody outstanding.
Yeah, and if they can bounce off each other, huge.
I am so excited to see Bradman Best. The confidence he is going to have coming to this year. It's one thing to have a normal Bradman Best coming at you, a confident Bradman Best that's played really well in Origin, that's, starting to fully believe in himself. It seriously might be one of the scariest outside back prospects in rugby league right now. He's so big, he's so explosive, he's so quick. If he could stay on the field, they've just got to make sure that they handle his off-field stuff properly. For example, when he had the tightness in one side of his hammy and he still played and then he did his other hammy, I think the Knights have just got to try to steer away from that. Even if with a guy like Bradman Best, he's such a Ferrari. Even if you were to say, like, okay, we're 6 weeks into the season, he's played 6 games, maybe just give him a rest for the 7th. I know that sounds insane, but just a way to keep him on the field as much as possible.
I don't think you could ever convince the bloke to do it, or like any NRL player, but I'm with you. Like, the bloke, there must be like half an ounce of body fat on him across his entire body.
Weapon.
He just looks so tightly wound. And as you said, it's just, how do we maximise games on the field? And if that means being slightly tight and having a week off every 7 or so weeks, just do it, because he's had a rough run and it's never major injuries. It's just always slight little hammy tweaks or strains or something. I mean, they're obviously doing everything they can and it's a lot easier said than done, but if he can play 25 games this regular season, it's just going to change everything for the Knights.
And to their credit, I mean, it has started to get better. Like, he's played 42 games in the last 2 years.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. He's just such a Ferrari. Like, very rarely do you see a player with the attributes he has. Like, when you go back to that Origin try that he scored, you go back and watch that tape, he ran past, like, some of the fastest outside backs in the competition. Yeah. And he is massive. Like, very rarely do you find... I mean, this is why he was signed since he was 13 years old, because he's a bloody, a freak of nature. Really interested to see what happens at Adam Elliott this year. Really, really interested. It's been such a strange career for him, hasn't it? So much upside with him. He's got a lot of ticker. He goes all day. I just feel like there was a year or two there where, because he was bouncing around positions, it just threw him off a little bit. And then he got a couple injuries. If he can just settle in and get through his work again, we can see the Adam Elliott of a few years ago. I thought there were periods there where he was pretty good last year, but they're just so... Because there's not that much depth in the forwards for the Knights, in my opinion anyway, they just need all of these main starting guys to really stand up this year.
Is 13 his best spot for you guys?
I think so. Like, if you had asked me 2 years ago, I would have said definitely. Absolutely. Sometimes you just have an error in his game here or there, and you just, like, as a 13 today, when you've got guys like Isaiah Yeo and Cam Murray that are very low error counts, you just can't afford to have that.
He's a really underrated ball player in the 13-year-old. That's why I like him there.
Yeah.
He's almost, like, too enthusiastic at times, though, and too up and about. Like, I wondered you even just say, like, maybe like, let's get 60 minutes out of him at lock forward. But...
Could you see him in the front row?
Definitely. Like, he's big enough to do it. He's got the leg speed. He could definitely just be an out-and-out front row. I think his ball playing is good enough and his pass selection is good enough to be the 13 for them in big minutes. But, yeah, maybe it's mate, have 3 or 4 less runs
Yeah.
and just keep yourself fit for the ball playing role.
Well, I remember you go back to Paddy Carrigan's early of his career, and that was what I was with him. I was like, he works too hard, and he gets to a point in the game where he's so gassed that you might have that
he
little.
does all these 1%ers, like his support plays, decoy runs. He does all of that. It's almost like, mate, take a foot off the pedal a little bit and just make sure you're fit and good to do that vital ball playing role as a 13.
I've never really thought about it, but isn't it interesting that like he changes the halves around every week? Adam Elliott, he never moves.
He's the consistent.
He's the consistent
Which is
one.
weird because the year before, remember how we were just burning for Adam Elliott to get put in 13, and it just didn't seem to happen. Granted, he had some injuries or whatever. It's what about Big Marju, the big fella? I think he deserves a fair bit of raps, to be honest. I really do. Like, there was a period there where you kind of felt, he might be that guy. I remember that Greg Marju where when he was on, he was the best winger in the competition. And then every now and then, there was a year where he wasn't consistent, and then he kind of faded away. I think Marju deserves a fair rap for working on his game. Like, is it perfect? No, but he's been pretty bloody consistent for 2 years now.
He has been, yeah. And I think as well last year, like he didn't score as many tries as we hoped for and whatnot. And obviously, Supercoach wise, he was a really important player last year. But the reality was, they got to the back end of the season. Fletcher Sharp and Dane Gagai were on fire. They didn't need to go down the left edge. And I think as well, they didn't do him any favours. Every time Bradman Best was out, they put Dylan Lucas there, who
Not necessarily.
he
the
wouldn't
ball.
pass the ball. He would just do what he's good at, running the football. So I think Marju's been limited in opportunities over the last 12 months or so.
Greg's stats last year were skewed for all those reasons Guru just summed up well. So I wouldn't be looking too much into those.
Alrighty, boys. It is time for the rubber to meet the road. Okay, boys. I have them in 12th or 13th.
I've got them bottom 4.
I've got them 12th or 13th.
I've also got them 12th and 13th.
That's crazy.
Hammy's got them 11th and 12th.
11th or 12th. Alrighty, it's time for the Manly Sea Eagles. Guys, my only question for Manly this year is really Anthony Seibold. And what I mean by that is, there has been a bit of a tendency with Seibold where one really good year, and then you don't have that much of a sample size. So maybe I'm being a bit unfair, but I just sometimes it feels like anyway he has this really good year and then a bit of a down year, and I hope that put it this way, if they can continue to buy into what he's brought to the club, which is this incredible attacking flair, attack from edge to edge that really suits them. They've got Lehigh there now, so when if Tommy Turbo gets injured or whatever, yes, it's no Tommy Turbo. You'll never have a Tommy Turbo replacement. However, the drop-off is nowhere near what it used to be. I am incredibly excited for Manly Sea Eagles. I think that they are definitely a team to watch. I think that, as I said, as long as they can continue to buy into what Seibold's brought to the club, this new way of playing, this new age style, I'm extremely excited about the Manly Sea Eagles. Another year with this new style of footy. I'll never forget when they went up and played the Broncos initially at the start of the year, and they were just finding their form. And yes, the Broncos managed to beat them by a point, but they ran the Broncos absolutely ragged with that style of footy. And what excites me about it is that when you're talking about the top tier sides, the only way you're going to try to beat them is with something different. And in Seibold's defence, I remember a couple of years ago when he first got there, and he basically kind of said, when he was playing Penrith, he said, we're not going to beat them, by playing similar to them or whatever, or we're not going to beat them by having something along the lines of like a conservative footy or something like that. And I was pretty critical of him because I was like, I understand thinking that, but just like publicly saying it, I just didn't know what it was to. I didn't know how that helped him. Anyway, fast forward 12 months, and I, I look back and I go, I get what you were trying to say, because you fast forward 12 months. And they were trying to create a style of footy that could beat the top tier sides. And so he was making sense. As I said, maybe I'm still not sure whether you say it publicly, but I understand the direction he was heading. And I think we saw that direction over the last season. And I can't wait to see the next version of that this year.
I think they'll be a top 8 side. I feel similar to how I did last year about Manly. I think they'll be up there with them. I think regular season they'll compete with these top sides. I'm still not totally convinced come September they've got what it takes to beat your Melbournes, your Penrith. And I know there's a lot of other teams like that, but I feel like they've got the class in this side that they should be able to do. So the forward pack, I think that 1 to 17 we've got there is pretty strong. I just think they're one middle injury away, then I'm concerned about them.
Timmy?
I think they can genuinely win the comp, Manly, this year. I love them. And to get the Tommy Turbo stuff out of the way early, I mean, that's provided he stays fit all year. And, you know what, not even all year. For the majority of the year, but he's fit going into finals.
Exactly, because they lost him. Yeah,
and he wasn't fit going into finals last year.
didn't.
Not a chance.
He wasn't, sorry.
If he's fit going into finals, I think with a big year, I think they can finish top 4, get that second crack at finals and a second chance if they are to get done and just take a bit of pressure off. I see your concerns, Rue, around the pack and around them being genuine premiership threats. I sit there and go, maybe they're like one forward short, whether that's an edge partner to Olakuatu or another middle. But I do think their brand of footy kind of offsets that because of the speed they go side to side. Ches has got this massive long kicking game. Like when they come up against an unbelievable forward pack like the Penrith Panthers or like on their day the Brisbane Broncos, they just move the ball so well. It's just throws something different out there where I think they can maybe get away with it a bit better than other clubs. I think they can win the comp.
I'm probably not as high as Timmy, but I'm probably somewhere in the middle where I do think they're trying to create a style of rugby league side to side, and then if they are getting dominated, DCE just goes boop, into the corner. They kick chase really hard. On top of that, like the omissions from the squad, like your 17 that you like them at full strength may not have Alloy or Bullymore in it. That's pretty good depth. That's pretty good depth for a side that notoriously, as we said, you know, forward pack wise is a little bit light on. I love the signings of Tavanga. Toki Auho going to be really interesting. If they can just get like 20 minutes of great footy out of Toki Auho, that'd be good. If Brown can play as well as he did last year.
Mate, they tick so many boxes in what I'm looking for in a premiership team. They've got the superstar in Tom Trbojevic who can win you a lot of games single-handedly. They have the experienced head in Daly Cherry Evans to lead you around the pack with a long kicking game. They have speed to burn in the back line, which obviously fits into their side-to-side sort of style of play. And then, all right, looking at their spine, what's the weaker link comparatively? It's probably your 9. Lockie Croker's out till about round 4. It'll be Jake Simpkin or Gordon Chan-Kum-Tong.
But Croker, he doesn't need to. He just needs
to go in there and do a job and get, again, like what Lockie Croker does. He plays big minutes. We've said it a few times this show, but make his tackles, give good service, take the right options. It's not the most difficult job of all time. Physically demanding, but we know Lockie Croker can do that. I think they tick so many boxes. And
Ben Djurjevic, another year in first grade, you know, like he's going to get better. Paseka, I thought he had a much better, probably his best season last year. Now, if he can take another step up, and I felt like it was probably like 3 good games and 1 solid game. If he can almost take like the step up that Olakuatu has taken over the last 12 to 16 months, where Olakuatu went from, you know, a little bit inconsistent to one of their most consistent players. If Paseka can do that, all of a sudden, because like Paseka, his potential, I don't know about top tier forward, but at least a forward that can get his team into the top 8, into the top 4. You know, I look at this side and I just go, I love the unique style of footy they play. Like, look at guys like Koula, like Saab. Brooks get another year with DCE.
I feel like they would be so hard to coach against.
Super hard, 100%.
Because you can go, all right, you know, maybe they're waiting just through the middle. We can dominate their middles. But then they just go whack, side. You just don't know what they're going to throw at you.
Yeah, it's again, it's just like I just hope that the Seabold Seabold keeps buying into them and they keep buying into Seabold because there is a tendency. I just hope they don't fall too in love with this new style of footy and it becomes like, you know what I mean?
You can't forget the grit through the middle. You're spot on, Kim. You can't just go side to side. So don't get complacent with that, and it may work early on in the season. And around like Tommy Turbo, in our previous season previews, I'd sort of said, all right, if Tommy stays fit all year, top 4 and maybe a threat. If Tommy gets injured, they miss the 8. This year, I'm not sure they can win in fact, I don't think they can win the comp without Tommy Turbo. But if he does get injured, I've seen enough of Lehigh Hopewade, I've seen enough of Cole, like Garrick, all these great options at fullback, that I don't think the downfall will be as dramatic. I still think they make the 8, maybe win a game or 2 in finals. Not win the comp, but that gap is a bit smaller than it has been in previous years.
Look, I know Turbo had the winning play to a degree against the Doggies, but he was carrying a shoulder injury the whole game. So they basically made it to week 2 with Tommy Turbo playing at 80% or so. Boys, the back line, biggest question heading into this season for them. Who makes way? Who makes way? I thought Talau, easily the best year of his career. So at the moment, this is Guru's starting. Oh, sorry, best
I'll be
17.
honest with you. I've got Talau out, but if you honestly took out anyone other than Garrick, probably only Garrick, I could understand you.
It's such a tough call. It really is. I hate to say it, but I'd probably keep Talau in. And I'd probably, unfortunately, Hopewadi. I just couldn't squeeze him in there, even though he's so good. I love Saab on the edge. He scores so many points for him. Garrick, he's their goal kicker. He's super consistent. I'd have him on the wing. I love Cooler in the centres, all of that speed. And I just think Hopewadi in the centres maybe just a little bit too small for the centres. I know he's super strong for his body weight.
I think you'd play... This is what Guru
This
wants.
is what I would do. They'll play Garrick in the centres, obviously. I just think he's a winger.
And Hopper would be on the wing.
Dannon, you saw Talau when he come in and you made note of how big he was.
Big, bro, so big.
Could he change positions and fit it? And that's how you get them all in.
Could he be a edge back rower? Yes, he's big enough to beat
Is he
Talau.
that big?
Mate, I couldn't believe it.
Imagine turning him into an edge back rower.
Now, I don't mind the shout. If they are so gun-ho about playing Garrick in the centres, you know, I used to be on the same page of like, let's give Garrick a go in the centres, but now after last year, I'm like, look, just get him on the wing. He's a bloody good winger. But look, if they're so gun-ho about it, they keep him in centres, then I can see you put Hopewadi on the wing, and then you Talau at 14. I actually don't mind because he's such a big body.
Yeah, I posted this in my best 17 the other day. Got a lot of pushback about Tommy Talau potentially being a 14. When Croker's fit and available, if he's going to do 80 minutes and he's just going to pass off the deck and defend, which we know he can do at a high click, I'd be okay with having Tommy Talau coming off the bench. I'd also be okay with having Hopewadi come off the bench
And
too.
also, if shit hits the fan and Croker gets injured, Jastavanga can play 9.
Brown can play 9 at a pinch.
Yeah, so like it's not like if Croker goes down, they've got no number 9s. You don't want, obviously, week in, week out, Tavanga playing big minutes at 9. But
Brooks could move into 9. Talau could go to 6.
Got options.
Yeah. Or you could go Tommy to 6, Talau to the wing, Hopewadi to fullback. So there's ways to get around it if you need to.
Jastavanga's played a ton of 9 in the NRL. He's straight in at 9, easy.
I actually really like the Tavanga signing. I think it's super smart. You know, he wouldn't have broke the bank. He's got plenty of footy in him. I love, what do we speak about quite a lot with the Manly forward pack? We felt like they had too many big boppers on the bench, too many big boppers starting. So what do? They got Brown and Tavanga now. And Tokiaho, who's also quite a mobile forward.
Can't you just see Brown and Tavanga just two lunatics on the sideline revving each other up?
Mate, I think it's really smart from Seabold because, as I said, you got Brown and Tavanga, super fast leg speed. That's what the mystery of the middle is, that leg speed. Like Brown last year, he completely changed the outlook of that whole side.
Yep.
Every time you come on the field, the pace just increased, the intensity increased. Isn't Ben Trbojevic in an interesting spot in his career? How long has he signed till? Get up here.
Till 27.
27. So he's got a while with his contract, but I will say, I don't expect him to... He doesn't need to be Tom Trbojevic 2.0 or even Jake Trbojevic 2.0. However, I do think it is a season now where he needs to put together consistent footy over the whole year. I felt like he started the year outstandingly, 23, and then he just struggled with consistency throughout the year, which is natural. It's only normal for a young forward for that to happen. But I think this is the year where he needs to start going, look, do I need to play a 9 out of 10? No. Forget his last name's Trbojevic. Just come out, give me a 7.5 out of 10 every single week, and I'm happy with that.
To counter your Talau bench selection, and I've got Hopewadi over Talau in my starting side, and that's not a knock on Talau. I'm not dropping Garrick, obviously. I'm not dropping Cole. I think he's probably the most underrated centre in the game, just about, him and Sully, and I'm not dropping Saab. So I think the upside of Hopewadi, I would have him in there. Because you've got Benny Trbojevic who can slot in at centre, you probably don't need Talau on the bench. Unless you think you can get minutes out of Talau in the pack, which...
I reckon you could.
Yeah,
He's
which
a
is new to
big
me.
boy.
I didn't realise he was such a big unit.
Well, I think if you check his stats on... he's 100 kilos.
Holy shit.
Pretty short. Check his stats, please, Matty. But he's a big boy. Super athletic. And also, He actually came through the grades playing 6.
Yeah.
You remember
he
that?
played a game there last year,
played a
didn't
game and he didn't play terribly. Like
Yeah.
I know they couldn't score points, but like it's not his
That
fault.
was him and
like.
Humphreys' game, wasn't
Yeah, I know. He got selected there, and they didn't pick Humphreys because apparently he's going to South.
Yeah, right,
It was
right.
Brooks at 7, him at 6.
Manly have him at 92 kilos, but I was here as well. He's
Bigger than
huge.
92.
Yeah.
He's bigger than 92, that's for sure. He's at least 95, I'd say.
And he's 189 centimeters.
189 centimetres.
Jeez. I
That's
suppose
like 6'3"?
6'3", 6'2 and a half.
I suppose the one risk of if you do sort of try to get him and be able to play him in the pack, he's either starting in your backline or he's one injury away and he's your cover. So he's going to get a lot of games regardless. You don't want to put too much extra weight on him for when he does have to go to the backline.
I reckon he's walking around in season around 95 kgs. I reckon he'd be big enough to get through 20 minutes through the middle if he had to. Yeah, look, I know it's a left field kind of solution, but to get Hopewadi into that side, I don't mind it.
It's left field, but it's not crazy. Like it's not really that wild. Like in the modern games, just with the way they play, I'd be happy just to sort of throw him on without a position realistically, and just like he's only going to be on there for 20 minutes in that role.
We'll put it this way: like even a guy like Keir Munster, who is much bigger than, if you said Munster, I need you to go and play, 20 minutes in the middle, you'd be able to do it.
Yeah, like I think sometimes we overthink these things a little bit. Like I think Queensland's done it so well for so long. You pick all these guys in jersey 14, you put them on. These are guys that have grown up playing rugby league. They're all fucking tough as nails. If you say to them, go and play through the middle, they'll be okay for 20 minutes.
Yeah. And as I said, like Tommy Talau, he's 189 centimeters. Like so, 183 is 6 foot, isn't it?
Yeah, about that.
So you're looking minimum 6'2".
Big boy.
That's what I mean. He's fucking big. I'm just looking at some of these.
Yeah, 6'2".
6'2". That's
That
plenty
edge
bigger.
back row call's very interesting.
Yeah, I don't mind him. I actually think at the end of his career, he'll probably end up in the edge back row.
Yeah.
Tommy Talau. And can you imagine with his footwork and fend and everything on that edge back row, if he could sort his defence out, he'd be bloody damaging as.
And because he came through as a half, so he'll have
Yeah.
Good hands.
too.
Okay, now let's have a look at this. Interesting, they've got a guy like Aaron Schopp still in New South Wales Cup as a part of the squad. Going to be interesting to see what their outside back depth, because he's a bloody good player as well. Their outside back depth is unbelievable. I love the signing of Cheekham. Depth signing, come in, do a job if you
Covers
need to.
anything.
Going to be interesting. Raymond Vanga, he's another guy that's a bloody good outside back. Like they have really got some good outside. I think, I don't know if I wouldn't call it like he's a season-defining player, but if Tokiaho can play literally 80% of what we know he can, it genuinely changes the whole forward pack.
Yep.
Like if he can come on and just the footwork we know he's got, the offloading we know he's got, 20 to 30 minutes each game of high-quality footy, it'll be outstanding for him.
Yeah, I agree. I like it.
Who's the backup? Oh, Jake Arthur, backup half if someone goes down.
We've got Joey Walsh too, who's come over from Rugby Union, who I don't know too much about, but I know people are raving about him over there.
Okay, it's exciting.
Also, Rugby Union, they're raving about him.
Yeah, no, it's like over at Manly. They're I was talking to some Manly guys the other day, and they reckon he's going very, very well.
I will say, so did you get a chance to watch the interview with Matty Johns with Brad Parker? Because I'm just super interested to see why he retired, and also I just don't understand why he fell so far down the packing order so quickly.
I think his body was pretty beat
okay,
up.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Because I reckon there's a lot of squads that could use a guy like Brad Parker in the centres, just a good, solid defensive centre.
Yeah. I think his body was pretty beat up.
Okay, fair
Such
enough.
a weapon,
Yeah.
Brad Parker. He was so
loved him.
unappreciated.
I loved
Not
him.
on this show, but around the park.
Okay, Ola Kawatu gets upgraded to the captain's senior playing group. To vice captain. Love that. I am what an important year for a guy like Ola Kawatu, where he had such an incredible year last season. Now the pressure is in past years, he could almost afford to have one really good year, a solid year, one really good year, a solid year. Now it's no, it's a solid year every year for him. And it's going to be really interesting to see how he reacts to that extra responsibility. Some people really warm to it. Some people struggle. I think he's going to go to a whole new level this year. I really do.
I think he will too. I love this guy. We say it all the time. We talk about him. He could happily put his feet on the table and say, "I'll break 30 tackles and that's all I have to do." But instead, he gets through all his defensive work. I love it. I think it's a really good call by Seabold.
Who else stands out for you there, Timmy? What you looking at? Do you know much about Atassi James?
Yeah, he's come from the Tigers, I believe. Middle forward, he's handy.
He was highly touted, right? For a while.
Was highly touted.
Just
Just hasn't quite kicked off yet. Yeah.
How old roughly is he? Is he early 20s?
Yeah, early 20s. Yeah.
Okay, so plenty of time for a bounce back. Clayton Falaulau, I hope I'm saying that correctly. He trialled really well last year.
He's a good player.
And wasn't he like the leading try scorer for 2 years in a row or something, New South Wales Cup?
Yeah, he's a very
Not
good
just
outside
not just
back.
tries, like just all the attacking stats.
Yeah. So I just wonder where he ends up landing, because surely there's a squad that needs an outside back like him.
Well, he's got a bit of, like, I remember for years, you check New South Wales Cup stats and like Greg Marshall would just be doing amazing things every year, but you would never sort of see him. I feel like he's going to be a similar kind of guy. Skelton was very much so the same.
Has to be, if he's pulling out those attacking stats, it has to be defensive issues. Like, if you're that good, not negative, I'm just like, because he's been around Cup for a few years and that.
Yeah, but he's also in a side that's very stacked in the outside back.
Yeah, he's had an interesting, like, talk about depth. You rattled a few depth names there and he wasn't
Crazy.
one of them. It's like, mate, go to a club with more opportunity.
Mate, their outside
Go
back
to the Knights.
depth. Their outside back depth is actually insane. Actually insane. Alrighty, it's time for the rubber to meet the road. Boys, I've got them 4th or 5th.
I've got them 4th. I'll say 4th or 5th too.
3rd or 4th.
Hammy and I both have 5th or 6th.
5th or 6th. Okay.
Can I ask, did you guys fill the rest of your top 4 first and then they were the next team up?
No, they're currently 4th for me in the top 4.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, like, when you're building your top 4, were they like the last team to go into your top 4 as far as like I automatically knew what my top 3 would be, and then the picking who would be 4th for me was sort of a bit of a throw up between a few teams.
Yeah, I just went 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess.
I did, Roo. They were my 4th to slot in, but the more I speak about and think about them, I like them, and them and my 3 are pretty close.
Yeah.
Okay, onto the doggies. Wow. Are they the team with the most pressure heading into this year? And I don't mean like, pressure. You got the Melbourne Storm that's expected to win premiership. I mean a team that, the last few years we've seen the Eels, grand final, struggle. Broncos, grand final, struggle. Warriors, great, struggle. Knights went 5th, then 8th, so that's decent, but it's definitely a drop-off.
Cowboys as well.
Cowboys as well. We've seen all these teams, one great year, and it's almost, I think footy fans are coming a bit educated on it now, going, okay, every time I get my hopes up, like now I need to just temper my expectations that if we have one good year, that it's just going to happen the next year. There is a lot of pressure on the doggies, and also there are a lot of teams that are no longer going to go into a Bulldogs match going, it's the Bulldogs, we'll just blow them off the park. There's going to be way more video about them. There's going to be way more targets on their back. I cannot wait to see how they respond. And what excites me the most out of all of this is Serraldo's second year, because, we talked about how highly touted he was. There was all this hype. He comes in and it doesn't seem to work immediately, but he makes some really hard sacrifices, like doesn't cave to the pressure of short-term fixes or Band-Aids. He sticks to his guns, and maybe that is the magic in this. Maybe that's exactly all these other clubs. Maybe they took some shortcuts to get to where they were, and they overlooked some poor habits, and it ended up biting them the next year. And maybe Serraldo has the secret recipe of like, I'm willing to cop that negative first year to build something special. I cannot wait to see the doggies this year. They've recruited well. They've got the forward now. They've got an extra year together. Sexton, Burton, Critter's going to be another year there. Cannot wait for the doggies.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of pressure on them, and I think that, we talk about this all the time. Every year there is 1 or 2 teams that jump out of the bottom 8 into the top, then they fall back. I think Canterbury are different. I think they'll hang in there. Someone asked me why the other day. I said, I actually don't fucking know. I think it's just a vibe. I just feel like they're in a better spot. Maybe it's recency bias that we saw Parramatta do this. We saw the Cowboys do this. We saw the Broncos do this. They jump up, they fall back. I don't know. I just feel like with Canterbury, there's something special going on there at the moment. So I've got them in my 8. I don't think they're in premiership contention territory, but I think they're going to back it up.
Broad overview, Timmy, of the Doggies. How are you feeling heading into this year?
Yeah, pretty bullish. I think they, it's Gus Gould. I just think it's not short-term thinking. A lot of clubs who have these good one-off years and that, they recruit heavily, but the long-term roster sort of vision isn't quite there. I just think the roster that they made finals with and were pushing right to the end for a top 4 finish with, it was okay, but there was a lot of I won't say fringes at NRL clubs, but fringe starting players at NRL clubs that they brought in and they got the most out of. They've continued to recruit well, and I just think they're going to build on it. And Gus doesn't have a vision for 1 year and to get them off second last on ladder or third last on ladder, whatever they were the year before. He's going, I'm building for a 3-year premiership or a 5-year premiership, whatever it might be. So between the patience that you spoke about that Serraldo showed in year 1 and the culture that between these two and others have instilled at the club, yeah, I've got quite high hopes for the Dogs. You mentioned it though. I think teams against traditionally weaker sides can go in complacent. They can be easy beats. They're just not that this year. They go in with the target on their head. Clubs know in particular their defensive resilience. They're not easy beats. It makes it a whole new ball game for them each and every week. So they've got it tough, but I've got enough confidence that they can play finals footy again.
I will say it's not only just the fact that they did well last year, but a lot of the players, the competitors. So when they see all these headlines of this team getting all this love from everyone, it pisses them off.
Yeah.
These other NRL players, they go, fuck the Dogs. All everyone does is talk up the Dogs and how they do this and how to do that. And so that's also going to be another reason why clubs and players heading into a Doggies match this year, it's going to piss them off that they had all this love last year. Because at the end of the day, as I said, these guys are competitors. They want to be the best. They want to be seen as number one by everyone. Now, even when I look at this side, this is their backline. Tracy, Kiraz, Sherry, Crichton, Montoya. On paper, outside of Crichton, good solid backline, but it's not a world-beating backline. We're not, for example, Kiraz absolutely exploded last year into contention for the Australian squad and potentially even the Origin squad. But it's not a when you compare it to some of these other backlines, you're just looking at it going, okay, yeah, good solid one, and yet I say all of that, they're the ones that keep delivering. Kiraz is the one that keeps putting up 200 metres. Critter's the one that always makes the big plays. Sherry, who has been absolutely phenomenal since coming back, especially in defence. And then you add Montoya to the edge there. If you can get him to make as little errors as possible but get through the work we know he can, that back line, that's a scary... when it comes to metres made, if they all, run for... Let's say Critter goes for his 150, Sherry goes for about 150, and then you got Montoya and Kiraz for 200, all of a sudden, you've got a back line that's making anywhere from 5 to 700 metres a game.
They are the definition of, the old saying, the best 13 will beat the 13 best. Everyone just chips in and does their little bit. They've got each other's backs. They hang in every contest. As I said, I don't think that they can win a comp this year, but I think they're building something really nice over there.
And that back five, you sort of look at a weakness in the roster, as we said all last year, and we were proven wrong time and time again. The pack isn't that big. Maybe it's a little bit smaller and, do they have the metres to sort of do damage against the better teams? But when your back five are running for as many metres as those guys are, particularly the back three, again, it offsets it that little bit. It helps them out.
Can you get us Kiraz's average metres, please? Get the back five average metres heading into this year, including Montoya at the Warriors. Then you look at Burton Sexton, an extra whole season. We have to remember, Sexton came into the side halfway through the year. And I know that there were whispers that that they might have gone after Ben Hahn and might have gone after this person. I think give Sexton, and I know they're doing that because he's probably going to start this year. He's still so young. Why can't he be the guy that leads them around the park? Why can't he build a combination with Burton that makes a challenge for the top four? I mean, even last year, there were a few games at the end there that they lost that they could have won. They could have landed in the top four. That's how, I spoke to Josh Curran on the podcast after it all. He said we were expecting top four. And so I just look at it and I go, Sexton and Burton, both 23, 24 years old? Then you've got guys like Woods coming through, who's one of the best young sevens coming, that they've seen in quite a while. I'm super excited for this combination. Now, in regards to some kind of undercover watches that I think, I just didn't think he got enough raps for what he did. It's Hayward. Last year, we're talking about a guy in his rookie season playing out of position because he's initially a half, wasn't he?
Yep.
Playing out of position, came on and ripped and teared every single game and barely ever got a credit for it. Like, the amount of... I know Bulldogs fans, I'm sure, appreciate him, but the wider audience, half of them wouldn't even know who Hayward was. He was outstanding.
Yeah, and I just talking to Bulldogs fans, and a lot of them seem to think Salmon will be the 14 because, obviously he's won a comp and the coach really likes him.
I don't think so.
I'd be picking Hayward every day of the week.
I
love him.
I think Hayward will get picked before Jamin Salmon.
100%. I think Hayward lock him in.
They could both be there potentially, but Hayward will be first.
And I'm surprised that club, maybe they have, but if I was a club who didn't have a ball player, I would happily pick up Hayward.
Mate, 100%. You get him for... What's funny, though, I don't know why, because I actually haven't seen him speak that much, but for some reason, by just the way he plays, I just feel like you just couldn't get him out of the Bulldog system for some reason. He plays like a player that loves playing for the club. Again, I don't know that for a fact, and it's all assumptions, but...
That's the kind of Kurt Mann, Bailey Hayward that comes to mind when I'm looking for a 13 for the Broncos. Not going to burst your budget, 300-400k, whatever it might be, but it would just fit it perfectly what they're after, I think.
Oh, mate, you know who the perfect 13 for the Broncos would be? Plath. Psycho Plath.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
my
he
God.
would.
Could you imagine Psycho Plath at the Broncos? What do you got there?
So
Matty?
back five, Tracy 181, Kiraz 189, Sherry 145, Critter 114, Montoya 126. That's all last year.
That's
It'd
good.
be a great stat for the NRL and Fox and that to add in, wouldn't it? Just breaking down every game, average back 3 metres, average back 5 metres for both teams across the
Absolutely.
season.
The clubs would have it. Clubs would
Yeah,
absolutely
friggin'
have
oath
it.
they would.
They'd be heading into games going, all right, we're playing a team where their back three is the number one in the comp
Yeah.
for metres or...
Like we sit here every Monday morning, bleary-eyed after a big weekend, tired, watching too much footy, sitting there crunching numbers, getting the three players added after that. Just have the stat for us.
It'd be so good.
I knew this was going to be about Tim Williams. It was never about the NRL.
I can get an extra half an hour's sleep of a Monday morning if they do it for me.
That's like, you look at that and, Critter, he's the lowest meters for him. And, he's not a meter eater. He's the guy that makes the big plays and a great defensive player. But, 180 plus for Tracy, 180 plus for Kiros, 143 for Ezra. Like, that's bloody good. Really, you're only probably looking at Penrith that would... you know what? I'd love to see where their backs rank in total, because I think Penrith would be number one. You'd have to
Definitely.
Edwards, Bizza,
100%.
Taruva, be easy number
I think
one.
last year, the Sharkies...
Centers. Yeah, centers were
higher.
really good. But back five, I would love to see, what the ranking is. Now, in regards to some other... Like, we have to remember, Hughes, for example. Hughes is relatively early in his career. Like, that's what I'm just so excited for with the Bulldogs is a lot of these guys were in their first or second years of first grade. And yet, just didn't get talked about that much. It was just almost like, oh, yeah, business as usual. So Hughes is another one. Can't wait to see Curran go around again. I would probably... You want to read out your best 17 for the Doggies?
Yeah, so, I think Curran and Tupanua are just about certain he's on the bench. I'm not ruling out Tupanua maybe landing on an edge. I've heard a few rumours around that. But, yeah, I really like this Curtis Moran. I love him. I think you mentioned before that Hayward just seems like a bulldog, mate. Curtis Moran. He's bulldog through and through. They've got this Amone who's come back. I believe... Was he at Souths a couple of years ago, Matty? Amone, I think he went over Super League, and he looks really promising. Well, I thought he looked promising when he was at South. Went over the Super League. Can see how he goes. He'll be a trial watch for me. But
I reckon Moran gets that spot for sure.
yeah, I think it'd be very hard to leave Moran out. But if he could be a genuine front row option, I can see a world where he could even potentially start for them. But I want to see what he looks like first.
Yep.
Can I just ask, why would you not have Preston and Kickout as the edges?
You asking me?
Well, you said that I'm not asking you specifically, but you said you've heard
There was
whispers.
that...
Well, it was
Tupanua
the
get
back
the
end
edge.
of last year. He was taking, Preston wasn't playing the full 80 minutes towards the back end of last season, I believe. I think
But surely you're starting with Preston Kickout, surely.
I am. I'm just.
I've heard similar, and I've just sort of put it to the back of my mind and refused to believe it because I can't see it happening. I don't think it will, but I have heard similar that Tupanua's genuinely pushing to start.
Because I just look at it and I go, Preston was your bloody player of the year a couple of years ago. And then you've got Kickout. You're not taking Kickout off.
World.
Do you potentially move Preston in the middle? Is that what's going to happen?
Oh, please no.
Surely not.
There's enough sense there. It won't happen.
I actually, if anything, bringing Satilli on through the middle is what
He's
excites
played
me.
heaps through the middle.
I like Satilli
Yeah.
through the middle. Get him through the middle for 20 to 30 minutes, just going absolutely nuts, and then build him into a longer minute player. But like Preston, I feel like Preston thrives on longer minutes. He really does. That's really interesting whispers coming out. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're trying to get Preston to, or Kickout even, to like
Yeah, maybe a bit of a kick up the butt.
because they look like they're
Because I
so
look
locked
at that
in.
and go, those two are just locked into 80-minute rolls
Surely.
on the edge. So it probably is a good little kick up, a little bit of a Gus Gould
Kick up the bum.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're looking at their depth. They got Taff for fullback. They got Hutchinson. They got Woods. It is going to be interesting if there is an injury in the halves. Will Woods get a crack this year? Do you reckon, or reckon he's still a year or two off?
I don't think they want to give him a bait this year. I think if he does, I think it'll be late in the season. I think if they were to have an injury in the halves, they'd probably go to Hutcho. But what have you heard? What do you reckon?
Heard a lot on young Cassius Tia, and I know Rue's seen a bit of him play with your brother in the lower grades, but apparently he's flying. He's a few years older than Mitch Wood, so apparently killing it, and he could potentially be the next one in line.
Wow.
Yeah, Cass won obviously the Jersey Flag last year. Very, very good player. Notably older than Woods. I could see a world where Cash gets an opportunity in there. I don't think Woods, they're rushing him in there. I think a lot of fans and Supercoach players want him in there. I don't think they're going to rush him in.
Another really love him as a player is Hayes. I reckon Hayes this year. I know at the moment maybe he's not in the top 17, but I reckon by the end of the year he will have fought his way into that top 17. I really like what I see with Hayes.
Yeah, I think if he doesn't fight his way into 17, I think it's just a show of the amount of decent forwards that are there now. 'Cause I think he's well and truly up to it.
He was bloody good last year when he come on and had a chance. Then you've got Turpin, you've got Sutton. I love their depth in the 9 role. Like the fact that they've got Haywood that can play there. Obviously, Marnie can play long minutes. And you've got Turpin can come in at any time. Even a guy like Saluka Fafita. Like we always talk, they need a big bopper. But the Bulldogs have said, no, we're happy with what we got because Saluka Fafita is a big boy.
Tom and Moan over from the UK. Whether or not he can make a fistula, I don't know. But like
Blake Wilson.
killed it over there. I
love Wilson.
This is a bit controversial. I'd pick Blake Wilson over Marcelo Montoya. Marcelo's going to give you more metres, but as we've just alluded to, I don't think they're desperate for metres in their back five. Well, I know they're not.
But Wilson's pretty
Wilson's
good.
a flyer. He's a good finisher.
Can you get Wilson's meters up?
To my knowledge, he's got like a pretty good defensive read. I'd play him over Montoya.
And he's not like I know Montoya's a bigger body, but he's actually a pretty big boy, Wilson. Like he's definitely over 6 foot. Ran into him like a couple of years ago when they were doing the sand dune stuff.
Great mover.
Super quick, and he's just one of those guys that like he finds a way to get to the when he gets the ball, he doesn't look like he's the fastest or the strongest on the field, but he just has that ability to make it work.
161.
He actually averages more meters.
Yeah,
There you
that's
go.
heaps.
There you go. I mean, yeah, geez. I don't mind that shout.
I will say, I think whoever is the other winger to Kiraz is going to get a lot of run meters though.
Yeah. I mean, we'll look at the Warriors last year. Who would they be kicking to? Montoya or DWZ? Probably to Montoya over. Would you?
I'd say so.
Probably to Montoya.
Yeah. Montoya or Wilson, I don't think you can go wrong there. Both good players.
You know what? You know what? It'd be trial. It'd be trial.
I think they'll probably go Montoya. I personally would go Wilson, and which means nothing.
Okay. In regards to play style, do you reckon they? Serraldo.
Just before we move off that, sorry, this list doesn't have Zion on it too.
True.
Warriors,
Is
who
he?
could jump
Because
in
did he get immediate release?
Yeah.
He did too. Yeah. Okay.
So that could be interesting as where he lobs if he
Yeah.
makes it or not.
You'd have to assume he probably plays a couple of Q Cup, you reckon? Sorry, New South Wales Cup, and then moves his way into it.
I mean, if he kills it in trials,
I mean, why not?
he could jump up.
Why not?
The doggies culture they're building to me says, "No,
Earn the
mate, we were
stripes."
good last year. We've got blokes who have earned these spots. Show us why you should be on the bench."
Yeah. Either way, the fact that because they've got who else did they just sign for next year? That's a great forward. I can't believe I'm forgetting
Thompson.
now.
Leo.
Yes, Leo Thompson. How insane is it that they've gone from they've got no front rowers essentially? Like obviously they got King, and you know what I'm saying. That was the knock on them. No big boys. Now they've got Zion and Leo Thompson coming to the club. Like it's just I cannot wait. The doggies, they excite the hell out of me. Okay, in regards to play style, do you reckon Ciraldo being such a smart coach, almost like we haven't seen all of his powers yet? Do you reckon he has like a little tweak up his sleeve to kind of throw people off? Like, for example, I'll never forget when they went up to Brisbane and just said, oh, you've got this incredible forward pack that's super big and explosive. Okay, let's see what happens here. And he just made this like specific game plan, and you saw the Broncos just going, what's happening right now? What is happening? And I just look at Ciraldo, and I feel like he's got some tricks up his sleeve this year where he's got a bit more to work with, and I feel like we might see some tweaks to the way he plays.
Well, yeah, I think without a doubt. Like last year was his first full season. Well, not even full season. He made a change at halfback halfway through the year. It was his first full season with his fullback. So, yeah, like realistically, what they did last year is pretty incredible considering they had an unforced change at halfback midway through the year, and Connor Tracy, who had been a utility floating around clubs, who was their starting fullback all of a sudden.
I can't wait to see. What do you reckon, Timmy? Any tricks up his sleeve? You reckn you'll see a slight change in the doggy style?
I think there's a comparison to be made to the Warriors, who I shouldn't say they'll learn from it, because between Gus Gould and Ciraldo and all the coaching staff, they have many years of experience that they don't need the Warriors to show them what to do and what not to do, but they don't need to fall into the trap for the Warriors and all right, we had a good year, we'll build on it, let's use the same attacking routines and shapes, and because they'll be found out and they'll be belted off the park. You have to adapt and change. What they did last year was they instilled this culture that they'd been missing for a while. Most importantly on the field, their defensive patterns, they were outstanding. One of the best defensive sides in the competition last year. That, in theory, shouldn't be going anywhere. So it'll allow them a bit more freedom. All right, defence is sorted, let's play a bit of football.
I'm really, really interested because we spoke about this during the year with the Warriors. Like that was probably their Achilles heel, is that they had a style of play and they just stuck to it no matter what. And I think that heading into this year, just like Ciraldo is a super smart coach, so are other coaches. So are all the other NRL coaches. They're going to be studying the way they played and go, all right, how do we counter? They're going to be looking at that Manly the Manly finals game and go, where did Manly get some success? Through the middle of this, that, and the next thing. They're going to look at those last 3 games or last 2 games that they struggled in and go, where can we find some success against the Bulldogs? The scary thing against the Bulldogs, though, is they've recruited to almost like fill the gaps in their roster that they have. I guess, when you look at this roster now, how much more would you recruit?
I think it's only fullback or halfback. I think one of those. I think they need to upgrade if they want to win a comp. Outside of that, I think it's sweet.
See, I want to give, and not saying that you're not going to do this, but I reckon give Sexton time to build into, what he can potentially be. At 23 years old or so, maybe he can be a premiership winning 7. And you got obviously Burton, who we know is a premiership winning level player.
Yep.
Even Tracy to a degree. Maybe that's all he's needed. It's just an opportunity.
I'm happy to sit and wait on one of them, probably not 2 of them.
I think if we're talking winning a premiership, my gut feel is they're missing a superstar.
Yeah.
Crichton is near enough, but he's a centre who has limited runs, who's a phenomenal defender. It comes with big plays, but in the spine. Burton's terrific, but we're talking about winning a comp. We're talking about beating the best in the comp. I think they're probably missing a superstar to win one just yet. But the beauty of building a culture like the Dogs have done and getting the right people in there is you attract these players and you make them want to come there. So there's no reason why they can't do it in the next 2 years.
Like I think as a 4, if that spine was to win a comp, it'd be probably the lowest end spine in the last 25 years.
Yeah.
A 7's probably the one. And that's not to say Toby Sexton can't do it. I'm not saying make the 4. We're talking premiership territory. Winning a comp, can Toby Sexton take it to him? Maybe, but that's probably the area I'm looking at.
See, I look at Sexton and I go, at 23 years old, another 2 years of this kind of development, at the moment, like Sexton's form last year, would he be a top 12 halfback, do you think?
He probably would be, but I think he's a distance away from like the top 6, obviously. At the moment.
I'm with you. Yeah. But I guess like what I'm trying to say is if he continues his trajectory, could he become a top 8 halfback? And do you, potentially get people around him? I don't know. I want to give. I'm really interested to see how much Sexton and Tracy can progress in the next 12 months, because that will kind of dictate what the doggies do. Do we need to go out and get and recruit a big dog in these key positions or whatever, or do we do we stack our forward pack? Do we, whatever it is.
It's just going to be a delicate balance because if they keep making finals the next few years, everyone else will go up in value, and then you're trying to balance it out. Like you've got to, I look at the Sharkies, I think they're striking at the perfect time to go for a premiership. I just think if you're waiting 4 or 5 years, and also like the other thing with Toby Sexton is, are you waiting 4 or 5 years? What are you going to do with Mitch Woods then?
I'm not waiting 4 or 5 years. I'm waiting like a year or two. Like
Okay.
I'm looking at him over, like for example, in this year, I'm not going into the market to try and get a superstar 7 unless obviously they become available. Then you consider it. I think that there's a chance that Sexton could develop into a really good halfback. I really do. I'm not waiting 4 or 5 years. No way. And if a really good 7, because like ironically, Mitchell Moses was on the market, last year, and they said no, we're good. And then also, if you're waiting 4 or 5 years, like by that stage, Woods is probably going to be brought in. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. I look at that fullback position. I go, with Tracy, I think he's been so good. You have to look at who would be coming off who would be available in a year or two. Because I'm assuming the Bulldogs are sitting there going, we want to push for a premiership in 2027 at the latest. At the latest, I'd assume. And so 2026, who's coming off contract around that time to bring in and kind of take him that next level. I guess that's what.
Pappy or the year after?
Might be Pappy. Yep,
Yeah.
might be Pappy.
Like if a Ryan Pappenhausen presents himself, I agree with you. I think that Connor Tracy's a very good footballer. I think they can compete with him. But if a Pappy presents himself, and I can get a Clive Churchill medalist into the building,
and he's played a full year of footy and all that kind of stuff.
By that time, Leo Thompson's arrived. The forward pack's looking good.
I think you need to strive. I put it this way. I think that if your goal is 26, 27, by the end of this year, you should have made a decision as to which direction you're headed. And that's why I mean when I say I want to give Tracy and Sexton this season to kind of see which one continues to develop in the direction that you would hope.
Yep.
Because they probably can't replace both with a big signing.
No. That's why I say I reckon you've got to back one of them in. But yeah, which one that is, we'll wait and see.
And I can't wait. I cannot wait for the doggies. All right, it's time for the rubber to meet the road. Boys, I have the Bulldogs in 7th or 8th.
We haven't spoken about these 7th or 8th. I've got them in 8th.
6th or 7th.
7th or 8th, and Hammy has 5th or 6th.
Okay, here's the doggies. Alrighty, it's time for the Cowboys. Last season, they finished 5th. Season before, they finished 11th. Nearly as much as the Broncos, I got no idea. They've lost Townsend. They've got some young guns coming through. Hearing Cowboys fans talk, they seem relatively confident that they're going to have a good enough 7 to come in, whether it's Clifford, whether it's one of the young fellas. I'm still a bit, not to suggest that these young fellas don't have a lot of talent. I'm just unsure. Will they be ready to go immediately to propel this side into the top 8? And I understand that Dearden can take a lot of the slack, but he's still going to be the 6. So there's only so much you can do as an out-and-out ball running 6. Then I look at their squad and I just go, so you lost Holmes, you lost, lost Holmes, you lost
Felt.
Townsend, you lost Felt. So I'm really torn. Okay, so like for example, Laybut showed so much potential. He could come in and kill it. Valame, we've seen him go really well. Derby, we know he's got a lot of talent from Queensland Cup. Talangi, we know how good he is. Dearden, we know how good he is. But Taumalolo, McLean, 2 aging front rowers. We've spoken about them, either needing to recruit some speed through the middle or Taumalolo to find his best form again, which we did see in Tonga. They got Cotter obviously at 13, Bateman on an edge, Nanai on the edge. And so I just don't know where to place the Cowboys. Like I'm genuinely struggling where to place them at the moment because with a better squad, they've come 11th. And so I don't know where to go. I don't know where to put them. What do you reckon, boys?
They are the hardest team to place by far and away for me. They could be top 4 if it all comes together. I'm not ruling them out of being bottom 4 as well. We've seen them do it before, impress hugely. 2022, I think it was. 2023 just really struggled. They bounced back last year. I don't think last year they looked as good as 22, personally. They've lost key players. I think Felt and Val are going to be massive losses. Even guys like I'm shooting a blank on his name. The 9 that won the comp, Granville. Like even those guys are gone from the squad. They've obviously lost Fine Filiaki as well. On top of that, the edge back rower got injured. Healing Lukey. Like I know they've got Bateman in there, but I'm not convinced they'll be a top 8 side. I don't have them in there for me.
Timmy, how do you feel about it, mate?
I've got big concerns about them. For a few of the reasons you mentioned, I just think injuries already. Lukey, Chester. You look at ageing front rowers in Taumalolo, who's already under an injury cloud for round 1 with a foot injury. Jordan McLean, John Bateman, who, despite that, I think is a great signing for what they need, but they've got a lot of new faces and rookie faces in their back line because of exits like Felt and Val Holmes. I think Jackson Purdue has a big future, but he's extremely untested and raw. I think Zach Laybut has a big future, but has had a lot of injuries. It sounds like he may get eased back through Queensland Cup. Could start round 1, but see how he goes in trials. There's a good team there. The spine is excellent still. Drinkwater did, and we don't know who will get the 7 role at this stage, and then Reece Robson. I just think they're light in the pack. I think they're 1-17 right now from round 1, can play finals footy, but there's going to be injuries, and I do not think they have the depth this season to deal with it when they do.
Here's a question for you. Are the Cowboys in a rebuild?
Not quite yet. I think once you start to move on these ageing middle forwards, then I'd probably say yes. I think they're on the edge of one, though.
Is it a massive concern that Reece Robson signed with the Roosters? Not in regards to for this year specifically, because I think that he'll come out and rip and tear. But is it a sign of, is there a worry that he wasn't on board, I guess, with the direction that Payton had? Or do you think that he just wanted to come back to New South Wales? You know, he's from up northern New South Wales, I think. No, southern.
He's
South Coast.
No. He's almost the border of New South Wales and Queensland.
Yeah, so northern New South Wales. But he just wanted to come back to New South Wales. You'd have to assume that the Roosters and the Cowboys offered roughly the same. You'd have to assume, surely. Is it a concern, though, that a guy that it looked like they were going to build the club around, Robson, Cotter, those boys, is now moving on to a big deal with the Roosters?
Well, for me, without knowing his personal reasons, I just looked at it, mate. Like, he was off contracted in the Australian camp, and I just thought, they'll sort out that deal when he gets back. He won't be going around. Like, I assumed he was fully committed to what the Cowboys were doing up there. So for me, I think it is a bit of a concern.
Because we've seen, a bit of friction obviously with the Taumalolo, fitting in with what Payton wanted. Now Robson, a key player, leaving. However, Dearden has re-signed. He's locked in. Scotty Drinkwater is locked in for quite a while as well.
That's the way I look at it. I think, sure, maybe you look at it as a concern, but they can also build their future around Scott Drinkwater, Tom Dearden, Ruben Cotter, Jeremiah Nanai, these sort of blokes. You're not going to keep all of them. The reality is, as great as it'd be living up in Townsville and playing footy up there, some of these blokes are a long, long way from home, up north end of Queensland. So it might have been as little as a thing of, I just want to get back close to family and my friends down there. So without knowing the details, I'm not sure. I don't think it's an alarm bell or concerning in that sense, no.
I guess the only... Look, I don't know what exactly their salary cap is, but you just would have assumed losing guys like Felt, Holmes, they probably would have had the money in the cap to keep him, you'd assume.
I think it just sucks too that he's a guy that you brought up when he was a reserve grader. He's come all the way to now being in the Australian squad. And just as soon as he hits that real rep level footy, he goes away. And once again, Timmy could be spot on. He's just a long way from home and whatnot. But if I was a Cowboys, I'd be pretty disappointed.
It would suck for sure. He just went into Origin and played unbelievable. He was one of the best players on the field in game 1. And I understand, Cowboys' frustration, fans' frustration, because you're right. He came from the Dragons. They weren't giving him a start. What about the Dragons letting a guy like Reece? Anyway, let him go. No, man, I can't talk. We let Reece Walsh go. I get it. But come on, boys.
Drive-by. What a drive-by.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I apologise. Hey, we let Reece Walsh go and we had to pay for him back, so it's all right. But yeah, so he's hitting basically the peak of his career. I'd just love to know the reason. I I tend to believe he just probably wanted to be back in New South Wales, and he probably wanted to be close to family. He might even be having a family himself. You know, that's so important. And when you have kids and that, to have your parents and your grandparents around, like, it's genuinely life-changing. So potentially that's the reason.
It's funny. I wonder if, like, making that New South Wales side and him just spending a little bit more time down here in the middle of the year, like, could
Maybe
have gone against them.
Seriously. And you're right, like, North Queensland is a ways away. Like, we're not talking about Brisbane where you can fly an hour and be back in Sydney. We're talking, like, a good, solid, So it does suck for Cowboys fans, though, because he's going to be hard to replace. I look at their squad and I go, who do they really have?
There's a young kid, his name completely escapes me, and I haven't seen him play, but I know a lot of Cowboys fans. I said the other day, I don't know who the hell it's going to be, and I shit down my throat pretty quickly about this young kid that they're all very excited about. I don't know his name.
I've got to say, I get it. Cowboys fans are passionate, but until they play first grade, you don't know.
You don't know. Yeah.
You don't know. They could be the best ever in under 19s.
I got rinsed the other day as well. I mentioned that Cowboys had no depth, and I said Cowboys were going whack. It was all friendly and it was all polite. But I was like, I didn't say moving forward. I mean this year.
This year.
Might be Zach Hertigan. I think he also has been killing their fitness up there, I believe.
Didn't he break Dearden's record?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the kid that they're all talking about. But I mean,
that's a
haven't
bloody
seen
good
him
sign.
play.
I tell you what, that alone, being that fit, that's a bloody good sign. So maybe maybe they're onto something, the Cowboys fans. Okay, let's look at this squad. Let's look at some of the positives, though. Dearden, arguably pushing for a starting 6 role for Queensland. I would still have Munster there, but this is how good the kid's been this year. I shouldn't say kid, he's much older than that now, but this is how good he has been last season and how well he played when he did get his opportunity. Munster, I would still have him starting for Queensland. But if he's not 100%, I think that you probably have to start looking at a guy like Dearden to come in for the 6 jersey for Queensland. Matter of fact, so much so, does Dearden still the 14 jersey and you stay with Harry Grant Dearden rotation? I'm not sure. What I'm saying is that this Queensland side that's been so settled for so long, Dearden has played so well that you begin to ask that question. And so that is a real positive. Like, to have a guy like Tom Dearden in your club, it's almost like you can almost go to sleep at night knowing that you'll never completely fall off the cliff and be on, hopefully in the bottom tier of he's going to be able to attract players up there. He'll most likely be Queensland 6 when Munster retires. You'd probably assume Munster will be retiring from rep footy in the next 2 years, 2-3 years potentially. Yep. With how his body's
just
looking at the moment.
Body-wise.
And so you go, okay, recruiting people, you want to come and play with the current the current 6 for Queensland, and who knows, he could be the Australian 6 as well. Maybe it's Cleary and Dearden that is 6 and 7 for Australia. So that's a real positive that they locked him up long term, and he was actually coming off contract as well, and they managed to do that. And then you've got a guy like Scotty Drinkwater who's signed till 2027. I think it's a really important year for Scotty Drinkwater. We know how good this guy is. It's just because he's such kind of like a cruisy kind of, that's what's brilliant about him. He's so calm under pressure and he can make the big plays, but sometimes he can dip in and out of seasons and in and out of games, but they need him desperately to stand up this year. Yeah,
I think he sort of personifies the Cowboys for me at the moment. And you know what? I think he was pretty consistent last year for the Cowboys. It's just similar to the Cowboys for me. Defensively, I just have a lot of question marks.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when they had the really good year, I'm pretty sure he worked really hard in his defence.
Yeah.
And I just think that you can tell kind of where the Cowboys are at by how committed Scotty Drinkwater is in defence. If he's fully locked in, it's usually a sign that the team's locked in defence.
Yeah, and that's the other thing for me. When you look at them last year, that always concerned me. Like, two of their leaders, Val Holmes and him, like, defensively, at times where they weren't great, it just never seemed to improve. It was almost just like they were going, we'll outscore you.
I'm assuming that their number one goal heading into this year is defence. They could score points at will.
If you take Drinky and give him, even like Dylan Edwards in defence, like, I think he shits into Origin. It's just the defensive side.
He's attacked.
If Drinkwater's 75% of Dylan Edwards' defence, Drinky plays Origin ahead of him. Like, his attack is, I shouldn't say second to none. It's like elite tier with Turbo and Teddy and Walsh and all these in terms of ball playing and how quick he moves. but defence lets him down.
But that's the interesting thing. Like, he's proven that he can do it. He really has. That the year when they went really well, if I recall correctly, don't get me wrong, he wasn't the best defensive fullback in the comp, but it was decent.
And he doesn't have to be perfect. He doesn't need to be a Dylan
He's a smaller
Edwards.
body.
Yeah, exactly right. And the thing about this Cowboys side is, whilst Scott Drinkwater is fit and healthy and on the field, points are rarely going to be an issue.
No.
It's going to be defence across the board because he's that good in attack.
And that's where I look at him and I go, the answer's there. That's what I guess would be frustrating as a Cowboys fan, because you're going, we know what we need to sort. And so that's where I look at it and I go, there's a lot of clubs heading into this off-season, pre-season, into this year, and the answers are really hard to come by. Like, what do we need to fix to be good? Cowboys are truly one of those sides where it's like, if we fix our defence, we'll be a top 8 side. It's really that simple. Like, their attack will always be, not always, but pretty much, always be top 8 worthy. And so you'd have to assume heading into this preseason, Peyton it's all been about defence, just defence.
I do think, just take the obvious. I think Kyle Fell and Val Holmes have been massive losses for him. Like, between those two, they scored 39 tries last season. Wow. And I think, in particular, Kyle Fell for Drinkwater, I think he used to really lean on Kyle Felt. Like, the amount of times he used to just fling that cutout ball out there and just trust that Kyle Felt would make it work. And I think quite often in the real clutch moments, he would look for Val Holmes running that real hard line. I do think points-wise, they are really going to miss those two.
Well, it's interesting. So last year, they were third points-wise, third line breaks-wise. In the metres gained, they were second.
Well, and who's really good at those? Kyle Felt and Val Holmes.
I will say the little that we've seen guys like Purdue and some of those rookies coming through.
Laybutt's super exciting.
That's what I mean. They look good. They look really good. And so, very rarely do you find a squad they might have one player that looks like really ready for first grade to step up. The exciting thing about the Cowboys, they've actually got one or two, potentially even three rookies that look really ready for first grade.
Yeah. I'd say whoever lands on that right wing, I'd love to see Robert Derby land there. Like, Kyle Felt, 23 tries from 25 games out there last year.
Clifford or Duffy, round one halfback.
Well, isn't Purdue also? Or did he get
the
injured?
other?
Sounds like Purdue could play centre.
Yeah, but I think he's in the mix for halfback.
Yeah, I think he's in the mix for and big raps on him. Yeah, Purdue. And so you look at, but he can also play centre, wing, or fullback.
Yeah.
Which is like, that's special. Like, there's not many rookies out there that you can go, yeah, they can play centre, wing, or fullback. And also 6.
I think if Jay Clifford is fit and available, I would give him first nod. But I think it's unreal that you got other guys putting pressure on him.
Genuine pre-season shootout again, though. Like, if one of the other boys, Purdue or Duffy, put their hand up and kill it, you go, all right, show us what you got.
I wonder what, you probably haven't had a chance to, but have you had the opportunity to see Purdue or Duffy's kicking game in New South Wales Cup?
I know Duffy's got a good kicking game. Purdue, he's just a wild card. I don't know a heap about it. I like what I see of him, but halfback-wise, I'm not entirely
Because that's
sure.
probably the benefit that Clifford has is, like, Dearden's not a notorious kicker. Clifford, solid kicker. And so maybe that's going to be...
He's got a pretty big boot, doesn't he, Clifford?
Clifford's got a big boot,
He's got a big boot.
So he's got a solid kicking game. I'm not sure about his short kicking game. I can't recall being bad, but at the same time, I don't sit there and go, "Wow, that's incredible."
If this counts for anything, Duffy was 4th in Q Cup last year for kick meters.
And Purdue, what did he play? 6 games at halfback and 5'8", with max kick meters of 167. 3 of them were sub 100, so you would imagine probably
runner.
a big kicking game.
I think as well, when the Cowboys need long kicking game, they go to Drinky too.
True. That's interesting. So Duffy 4th in Queensland Cup. That's really good that they've got a guy there ready with a kicking game. And so you don't have to stress Dearden too much out with the...
Duffy can play. He's a good I really like him.
The only worry I have with a guy like Clifford is, like, he's one of those players that shows you for like 4 games or something, like, you're like, oh, okay, you're the man. And then he'll have like 3 or 4 really quiet games, and then he'll have 2 really good games, and it finds it really hard to, like, drop him, but it's because he just keeps kind of hanging in there. And so what I hope is he's gone away to Super League and he's come back and rounded out his game so that he can come and play like a full season at a 7 or 8 out of 10. Because I mean, we always go back to that start where he played for the Knights and he looked like a world beater. He was outstanding. And then his confidence got a bit hit, struggled a little bit. And so I really hope he went to Super League and he worked on that. Because if he did, if Clifford can play at his potential, or at the very least just a 7.5. Like, he really only needs to play 7.5 out of 10 each week. Dearden can take care of the rest. He really can.
Good kicking game,
Yep.
good defender, solid body, decent running game, like ticks a few boxes.
Yep.
Doesn't need to do a heap more, but actually consistency.
That's what I mean. Doesn't need to go down there and be Sam Walker. Up there and be Sam Walker. He just needs to go out there, kick just his ass off, get through his tackles, and let Dearden take care of the rest.
Just on Duffy. So I'll just read out his whole stats. The most in Q Cup last year, the most points, the most goals, the most 40-20s, the fourth most kicking meters, most try assists, most line break assists, and second most line engaged.
He can play, Duffy. He's a good player.
Jesus. I tell you what, Clifford would want to play bloody good, because that's it's a fair resume.
To Jay Clifford's credit, like, he's only just come back last year. He only played 8 games. They won 6 of them. He had 5 try assists in those games. Like, he's now 27 years of age. When he was at Newcastle, he was, 23, 24, whatever. I'd be giving him first crack at the age he's at and everything. And if he, give him the first 5 or 6 weeks, and if he doesn't perform, then I think I look to pull the trigger, unless one of them brains it in.
I'll tell you what, when he first came back and played for the Cowboys, he was outstanding. He was so good, and he just trickled a little bit off towards the end of the year. So really, all it is, it's not talent for Clifford. It's not ability. It's just consistency.
Yep.
That's really it, which is exciting. I know we speak about it all the time, but the Taumalolo-McLean situation, is there a way to split these two up and potentially start with McIntyre? And I will say that almost a forgotten player is Griffin Neame. He's a bloody good footy player. And I'm guilty of it. I'll put my hand up. I'm guilty of it too. But, is there a world where Neame can start most games and maybe you just rely less on a Taumalolo and McLean off the bench potentially?
I think the answer is this: Tom McHaley. If they can get the best footy out of him, he's had a few false starts. I feel like every preseason he looks unreal, and he comes in the first few games, he looks good. It's just the consistency you can't trust him with. I think if he was to jump out of the ground, they get Cohen Hess back this year too.
Huge, absolutely huge.
Big.
Out and out middle too.
Yeah, so all of a sudden you're looking at one of Hess, McIntyre, Neame, McHaley missing out on the side. Probably McHaley. I think that's pretty safe to assume, but he's the sort of guy that if he's playing his absolute best footy, he can force his way into this team very quickly.
I like the signing of Lawton as well. I really do.
Signing.
If he can stay
Really
injury
good.
free, he's exactly what they needed through the middle. I remember us, almost debating last year where I was like, I really feel like McIntyre can be that fast forward through the middle that they need. And you boys were like, nah, I think they need another fast forward. They went out, got Lawton. He'd almost suit exactly what you boys were talking about.
I think he'll be I think he's different, but he's in the same way. He's very similar to what Jake Granville was able to give them.
And
Covers Robson.
And he can also go between not just hooker, but middle and edge too. He played on the edge a bit for Manly.
Yeah, true. And so if he can stay injury free, he brings leg speed through the middle. I mean, imagine 1-2 punch of Cotter, Lawton, and then you got the ball to Nano on an edge. Like, all of a sudden, the ruck speed is just through the roof.
I think the other name we didn't mention when you were talking about the back line, just an experienced guy that I've always liked, Braden Burns is up there too.
Yeah, he's
Wouldn't
such a...
surprise me if he pops up.
I really feel like if early in Burns' career he didn't struggle with injury so much, he would have put together quite a decent
He
career.
had such a torrid run early on.
Oh, mate.
And I feel like he can still put together a very
Yeah,
good
it's not
career.
too late.
He just needs a bit to fall his way. Who's the other one? Kai O'Donnell's another one that's come back. He's gone to the Super League. I remember when he was younger, was he at the Raiders? Kai
Yeah,
O'Donnell?
yeah.
He looked really good coming through the grades and then sort of faded, went to the Super League, coming back now. One that I'll be keeping an eye on in trials.
Oh, man, it's a tough one. It's a really, really tough one. Bateman, at the time, wasn't really sure with the signing. Now, masterstroke from Payton. Masterstroke from Payton. Now, in regards to Payton, I haven't spoken that much about him. Where is he at for you guys?
It's hard. I feel like he's... I think they'll miss the 8 this year. I think that he'll be under a bit of pressure at the end of this season, but after what they did last year and making it to the finals, I don't think he could lose his job this year.
Well, it's funny because I remember early in the year, I think, I was like, I feel like Payton's under pressure. And then they just went like this, boom. And they just even though they weren't playing the cleanest footy, they bloody finished, 5th or something?
Yeah.
It's like, how can you knock Payton when they finish in 5th?
It's hard. Like, as you said, they went like this. I felt like they went like that. Like, it just felt bumpy all the way. But you got to the end of the season, you went, how the fuck are they in 5th place?
Like, we're sitting here the year before when Knights came 5th going, oh my God, this is unbelievable. And
Yeah.
Cowboys come 5th and we're going, yeah, it's pretty good. Now, granted, I did feel they had a team on paper that could win a premiership, but he's in his third year as coach. Like, I know there was that middle year where they come 11th or 9th or
Yeah,
whatever.
11th.
But I really struggle to pinpoint with Payton where, if he has, put it this way, if they start the year and they really struggle, there probably will be pressure on him. But at the same time, it's like, is that fair considering they've been pretty bloody good since he's been there? Like,
I think if we get to the end of this year and it's 3rd, 11, 5, 11, then he's under serious pressure.
Yeah, I don't think he's under any pressure right now. Like 5th last year, 11th year before, a down year, but also not terrible. 3rd the year prior in his first year, had a fair few injuries that you could use as a bit of an excuse. Yeah, by the end of the year, if they not just miss finals, but if they miss finals bad, yeah, a bit of pressure. But I think right now, I wouldn't be concerned.
I think realistically too, if you're going to move him on or sack him, you got to find someone better
Exactly
than him.
right.
Mate, exactly. That's why it's really hard to pick him because he's not like locked in like a Fitzgibbon. And granted, I understand that. Funnily enough, they'd won a finals game and Fitzgibbon hadn't. It's only really 1 year that separates them when you think about it. They came 5th this year, 3rd the year before. It was just that 11th year, and yet Fitzgibbon is pretty much safe as houses at the moment. Whereas Payton, there are some Cowboys fans that they feel there's a bit of pressure on them. Me personally, right now, I think he's totally fine. But I feel like at the end of this year, if it's, as you said, Ru, if it's like this, I don't think that he'll lose his job at all. I think that'd be insane, especially when you consider, like, who's out there? Who are you going to replace him with? But I do think heading into next year, there'll probably have to be a change of, what's the word, like style almost? Like,
I think if they struggle this year and then at the end of the year they're waving away a rep hooker, the optics aren't going to be good.
yeah. Which I kind of feel a bit unfair on Payton because I really feel like when he picked this club up, they were... It was dire straits when he came involved with this club. All of a sudden, 3rd, 5th, 11th, pretty good record.
Yeah.
Pretty good record for a rookie coach. And just like players, like I feel like we're just way too quick. Like coaches have to serve their apprenticeship as well. Alrighty, boys, it's time for the rubber to meet the road. Boys, this is where we may differ. I've got them in 8th or 9th.
I've got them 11 or 12.
Sorry, Cows, I've got bottom 4.
What? Wow.
Yes, T.
I've got 11th to 12th, but Hammy's got him 7th to 8th.
Okay. There you go. There's the Cowboys. Alrighty, it's time for the Sharkies. And I tell you what, there's a lot of pressure around the Doggies because they did so well last year and we talked about the history. The Sharkies, it's almost like the destiny is here. All of this work, time, effort, recruitment, playing consistent footy and not necessarily, pushing towards a grand final, but at the same time, not taking short-term decisions to try and get a premiership immediately, whilst also doing all the right things to get yourself in a position to push for a premiership. And now, the years have arrived. It's essentially the next 2 years or so that they're in their Goldilocks zone. Granted, look, maybe they've built a powerhouse of a club and they could stay at the top for quite a while. But in regards to this rotation of players, you look at the age of the players, you look at the experience of the players, this next 12 to 24 months, they have arrived at their premiership window that they've been building for since Fitzgibbon arrived at the club a couple of years ago. And so the pressure to perform is unbelievably high on the Sharkies. However, I think I have a lot of faith in them to do it. They've been so consistent now for so many years, as in, the last 3 years since Fitzy took over. I think they're poised to have a bloody good season this year.
We've sat here the last couple of seasons doing the previews and they've always been in the premiership race and in the conversation. And we've sort of sat here and said, they're probably missing maybe one more explosive middle to compete with the best. Adam Fanua-Blake's arrived. We've said Nico Hines is still as good as he's been, new to the halfback role. Nico Hines has got more runs on his belt. Who is his long-term halves partner? They've found Braden Trindle. They need a finals win under their belt just to get that monkey off the back. They've got that. The stars are aligning, Kempy.
Depth in the halves, Will Atkinson.
They have remarkable depth. They have for a few years, and it's a credit to Craig Fitzgibbon and the whole establishment because the retention they've had of players in recent years, it's all set up for... There's no reason why they can't win a premiership this year.
Yeah. It's very rare that you see a club get a new coach in And he says, all right, guys, I'm sure he rolled in that first week when he got the job and said, here's my 5-year plan. Because, these coaches don't plan in years. They plan in 5-year blocks. And it's very rare as fans that we get to see a team literally just go like this slowly towards their goal. Like even the Penrith Panthers went like this, like pretty much up, down, then just out of nowhere exploded. You don't really often ever see just a steady incline into a premiership push. And we've got to see that with the Sharkies, which is they deserve a massive credit. They're a small club. They don't have anywhere near the resources that some of the big clubs have, and yet they've managed to do it. And it comes off the back of some of the most shrewd signings ever. They signed Nicho Hynes off the back of, put it this way, they signed Nicho Hynes as their main man when he was playing fullback, pretty much, for the Storm.
And off the bench at times.
And off the bench at the time. So much so that the Broncos actually offered him like $300K or something. Like that's when they signed him for $500K or $600K. That changed the trajectory of everything. They replaced Sean Johnson with a guy playing fullback / bench for the Storm. And then they got Cam McInnes from the Dragons. Just some really smart, shrewd signings. They finally arrived at where they've been working so hard to get to. And a lot of other clubs, I would get a bit concerned of like, will they get to this point and not be able to play consistent footy because it's, they almost expect to play finals footy. But I don't think so. I think that they've had to work so hard to get here that they're not going to let that happen. It's not like it's come easy for them.
Their combinations, because they've kept the same roster together for so long, everyone on this field or in this team knows each other's game inside out and back to front. The one probably question mark I've got around them in terms of title credentials is Will Kennedy the man to do it and the fullback to do it? I look at that and I go, Cade Dykes, Liam Eisen, Daniel Atkinson. One of these 4 players is going to have a big year and kill it at fullback. I really hope it's Will Kennedy, and I hope they go deep and make a grand final and potentially win it. And I'd love for nothing more from that to be Will Kennedy because he's been here through the whole thing. But if it's not him, I'm confident one of those other 3 blokes can be the man.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm looking at this potential best 17 that Rue put together. A bench of Atkinson, Hazelton, either Tapua or Hamlinwele or Talakai. What a bench. Like, that's their bench. Talakai coming off the bench. Hazelton coming off the bench. Atkinson coming off the bench.
This is with Toby Rudolph injured.
Like, it is just so much depth, so exciting. And you look at some of these selections that they can make, like a guy like Ito and Rami. And like Ito, for example, he's a rookie still, essentially. Like, he's not that deep into his career. Like, I understand he came into first grade a little bit later than you would have expected. But it's not like he's been playing first grade forever. Like, he can go to another level. Then you've got a guy like Mulatalo, who is still only 25, 26 years old. Like, you look at that back line, they could have another gear in them. If they do have another gear in them, then all of a sudden they really could push for a premiership.
The best thing, could and will probably push for a premiership.
Yeah.
I don't think one player on this roster plays Origin this year.
Which is, it's funnily enough, it's actually a good thing.
It's absolutely a good thing.
Because you pick up all these points.
And you look at it and you go, Britton Nicola, like Kiwi, Adam Fanua-Blake, Kiwi, like Mulitalo, Kiwi. They have, it's not because they lack the quality, they're just like, a beauty of building your team around a few Kiwis. They're not impacted by the Origin period.
You've got AFB's Tongan.
Tongan, sorry.
Yeah, and so, like, it's just, it's so exciting. It's so exciting. I just cannot wait to see. Fitzy, I don't feel he gets enough credit for how much of a switched-on coach he is. Because we've seen, like, different versions of Sharky's style of play. Like, when Nicho Hynes won that Dally M, everything was around Hynes. Like, it was Hynes ball. Every single time they needed something to happen, it would be on Hynes playing front foot footy. And then he's gone from everything be on Hynes to getting into finals footy going, okay, Hynes, take a backward steps. Now everything is on Trindle. Like, that's a high-quality coach that can take 2 different players and build a team around those 2 different players. Then you've got a guy like AFB. I cannot wait to see, surely Fitzy's got something up his sleeve in the way to use AFB, use Brayley, use Hynes. Because Adam Fanua-Blake, we know he's got the ball playing. We know he's got the late footwork at the line. We know that he has really good combinations with his number 9. I'm just super interested to see how Fitzy uses AFB. I'm really interested.
Well, I think we touched on it in last week's episode a little bit, talking about AFB and the Sharkies. Fitzy for a long time has gone the 4-forward bench. Now they've got AFB, who is a big minute middle forward. Like, he'll play 55 to 60, and when it comes to the crunch time and finals time, all going to plan and they get there, you know, he probably plays 65 minutes per game. Do they put Daniel Atkinson at 14 because they've got Tommy Hazelton who's quality, Sifa Talakai can cover the back line anyway. I suppose that's the thing about it. Like, between Nicola and Talakai, they can cover the backs. Do you put Atkinson on your bench? Because I think AFB being there, it's like having another forward because he can freaking go so long.
Yeah, what I like about Atkinson on the bench early is what we were kind of alluding to before last week when we're talking about AFB's minutes. And what I like about it is, like, you need to be able to get used to having a guy in your squad in a key position. And 14 is a key position now. And so, for example, let's say they stay relatively fit throughout the whole year. If you play Atkinson in reserve grade for the whole year and then you just bring him onto the bench come finals time, he's not going to be as acclimatised to playing 14. Whereas if you play the whole year with Atkinson at 14, he's going to get used to ways that he can impact the game when he does come on the field. And so I actually don't mind it. I think that AFB probably does free their forward bench.
Yeah.
I guess the flip side of that is, if you go with a forward bench, geez, that's a lot of punch to the middle. Like, because you'd be basically saying AFB, you know, we're going to reduce your minutes, which means you can go even harder in those minutes. And then whoever you bring on, they'll be playing a little bit less minutes because AFB can play so many minutes, and the punch to the middle is going to be pretty hectic.
Yeah, well, I feel like Talakai a lot of the time last year when he was in his bench role and nothing went wrong and he didn't have to jump in and play centre or play extra minutes, he was only really utilised in a 30, 35-minute role.
Yeah.
He could pretty easily slot another sort of 10, 15 minutes into Talakai, and I'd love to see that punching through the middle.
Talakai, AFB on at the same time? Are you serious?
And then just Nico just playing some football off the back of that.
Far out.
They're just... I can't find a hole in this roster between, as I said, like the combinations in the spine and guard. I spoke about the fullbacks and whether it's Kennedy or not, they've got the depth there. The yardage from their back five is outstanding, especially like, you know, we often talk about back three and yardage. We're throwing Iro and Ramian in there, who are two of the best meter-eating centres in the game. The depth in the squad, I don't see a hole.
It really, like, the only thing you could say is, like, you know, Wilton, like, he's had his injury, you know, is he at the same standard of Nicola at the moment? But at the same time, Wilton, when he's got some game time under his belt, is actually outstanding.
Yeah.
And so you, like, I'm with you, mate. Like, I can't, anywhere I look at this, I'd go, you know, where do you find the weakness? You know, maybe, I mean, you could argue a team like the Broncos, they could run out with, like, Payne Haas and Paddy Carrigan, but then there's other areas of the Broncos side that, you know, lack a little bit, including their bench.
There's not the superstars of maybe like Penrith and
Storm.
Brisbane and Storm. Like, I mean, there's not, but I would argue that 1 to 17, this roster, as a result of not having to pay 1.3 million for Reece Walsh or Nathan Cleary, whoever it might be, it allows them to have no gaps. It's a different, very different looking squad.
But it's just, look at this depth. Dykes, Ison, Hiroti, Stone Street. Then you've even got obviously Atkinson in the halves. We've got Peru, Hamilton, Burns, Beryl. Like, they're number 9. If Brayley goes down, Beryl comes in. He's a bloody good hooker. It just, yeah, I'm with you, mate. I just really can't. I think that, as you alluded to earlier, the only player here that, not the only player, but a key player in a key position that really needs to take a step up this year is Kennedy, in my opinion. If he takes a step up and we see him hit his best form that he had a couple of years ago, they are absolutely a premiership threat. I already have them as a premiership threat. They're already a premiership threat for me. I believe that anything less than a grand final, don't get me wrong, let's say they make the top 4, they get to a prelim. I wouldn't be too devastated with that. But I think right now, it's grand final for them. I think a grand final is a pass mark of a season for them. And then, obviously, winning one would be incredible. But I think even if they just make a grand final, I think as a club, I know you wouldn't be celebrating it, but I think you should be happy with that.
Yeah, they'll be looking at it going,
For sure.
guys, we can win the comp.
For
and
sure.
like nothing less. I look at it, and whilst I think they can win the comp, it's a bloody hard thing to do, win an NRL premiership. In fact, one team's done in the last 4 years. That literally shows how hard it is.
Yeah.
If they finish top 4 and play in a prelim and go down, but whoever they play, they push to the brink and they almost make it, as opposed to recent years where they've made finals, but they haven't been overly convincing when they've got there and been well beaten when it came to the crunch. I think that's a pass mark. That being said, they shouldn't be aiming for anything less than a grand final.
Yeah, and I actually got a chance to speak to Nico yesterday. You know, I don't even know why I asked it, because I was like, I don't usually ask players this like on live TV or whatever, because if you ask them, oh, do you expect to make a grand final? Very easy for them to get quoted of them saying, yeah, 100%, and then everyone puts cheer on them and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, I asked it to him, and he said, to be honest, like, why shouldn't we expect that? Yeah. And it was a really good answer, and I liked the specific answer of why shouldn't we expect that? Because when you think of it, we've done the work, we got to a prelim, we've recruited Adam Fanua-Blake, and I'm in agreement. I think that they should, at the very least, expect a grand final. I'm with you too. If they get to a prelim and really push a team like a Penrith or a Melbourne Storm to the dying minutes, I still think you can walk away, at the very least, with your head held high there. I know they'll be disappointed.
But if they go to a prelim and get beaten by 30,
that's not good.
You go,
big concern.
Have you done anything?
Yeah.
No.
Well, if they go to a prelim and get absolutely belted, you have to look at their key players and say, guys, like, this is where you need to step up and play well.
Nico, who, and we've spoken about it time and time again, he hasn't taken his opportunities at origin level, and there has been genuine excuses for every one of those. But that, a few finals games, a few things here and there. If there's another year of it, you stop sort of making excuses and going, all right, you've got the team to do it. Why haven't you? Not that you put it solely on Nico Hines, but hopefully we're not having this conversation. Hopefully the boys step up and Nico steps up and they kill it through finals.
Well, I mean, you could even ask the question with AFB in finals footy. You remember his game that the Warriors had against the Panthers?
Yeah.
He struggled quite a bit. Granted, like, it's the Panthers.
Yeah.
But, like, it's similar into the Hines where you go, you guys are some of the best in the competition. When you get to these big games, if you lose, you at least need to be the best on the field for your team.
Yeah.
And so, super excited. Now, it's the Kennedy question is the big question for me around this squad. That's how, like, I'm actually excited as anything to see Walton this year, because he had pretty much a season under his belt last year. He's going to be even better for it this year. But it's the Kennedy situation. Do you think, is there a chance that Dykes or Ison could play so well in the trials that they take his spot?
I thought the naming of the Sharks team for the trial was very interesting. And Will Kennedy was named there in a team that doesn't feature many of the players that you know are going to Vegas.
That was going to be my next kind of...
Yeah.
That's very, very interesting to me.
Because there's no Trindle, there's no Nico Hines, there's no Blake Brayley, but Will Kennedy's there, which just makes me think, if they're set in stone, Will Kennedy being the number one in Vegas, why is he playing this game when the rest aren't?
It suggests to me that I still think he's the front runner.
Same.
But it's a message being sent to him. You better play well in these trials, otherwise there's a chance you could lose that spot.
So that was just from that Sharkies team list, that was the one that stood out to me. So I think he plays one in Vegas, but I'm now not convinced of it.
Yeah, I'm with you too. I think initially, before the season, before like the team list came out, and also just heading into this kind of pre-season, I was like, I think Fitzgibbon is going to almost go, look, it's your jersey for round one, but if you continue to play like below a 7 out of 10, you know, for 3 or 4 weeks in a row, I think that there's a high chance that one of these young fellas could come through if they're playing well. Whereas I think you look back to last year, like I feel like Kennedy would have had to play pretty poorly to get dropped.
Yeah.
I think that's changed. I think that he really does need to almost like earn his jersey is a strong word, you know, because the thing with Kennedy that he hasn't actually played that bad. He just hasn't taken that next step that I believe he can. Like, I believe he really can.
And that's it, mate. Like, going back to stats, and I think we can all be guilty of getting caught up in stats at different times, and me more than anyone because I'm a freaking Supercoach nerd. But he had 8 try assists on the NRL listing last year. He had, 14 or 15 or something from Fox Sports last year. Almost double it again. So I was like, when you look at 8 try assists for the year, it's not enough for a fullback who played the whole season. You look at 14 and you go, okay, maybe you want a little bit of an uptick, but it's not too bad. I know there's more to that with Kennedy. He's not a big yardage fullback.
That's what I was going to say. Like, that's the question, and I think you're about to say this, is that the thing, because it's comparable to Chance. Chan's around 14.
Yeah.
But what does
Very
Chan's?
comparable.
But what does Chan's offer? 200 metres a game, pretty much, or something around that.
And I guess Kennedy can get away with it at the Sharks because their back five eat up so many metres.
And so I think that with Kennedy, if you are going to be the silky ball-playing fullback, you need to be up around the 20 try assist kind of mark. Like, again, the reason why Latrell gets away with, not many metres. Could you get Latrell's how many games he played and then how many try assists and line break assists he has? From Fox Sports, though?
Put it this way, you look at like how much of a threat they are already. I wouldn't call Kennedy a silky ball-playing fullback. He's moderate, he's solid, but if Ison or Dykes come through, and poor old Dykes, it shows their opinion of him that he's done a couple of ACLs and they've just stuck by him. No, like we want him here.
Yeah.
If either of those two come through and kill it and they are that silky ball-playing, what they're sort of crying out for, it just adds another level to this side, doesn't it?
As I said, if Kennedy can take that step up, all of a sudden, not only did that extra superstar arrive in their forward pack, now you've got a fullback that's adding an extra, a try a game.
Yeah.
Like that, all of a sudden, an extra 6 points per game, they become an incredibly dangerous side to play. What do you got there?
11 games, 15 try assists, 8 tries.
Like 11 games, 15 try assists.
Yeah.
And so and granted, I know it's Latrell Mitchell. We're talking about one of the best, most talented players we've ever seen. But what I mean, I guess the example of that is that the reason why we say Latrell can get away with not running for 200 metres is because he's literally 15 try assists in 11 games. That's outrageous. Whereas Kennedy, he would have played, 20 plus games?
26 across the entire season, finals included.
And he had 14 try assists. And so it's going to be... I personally think that he'll get back to his best form that we saw a couple of years ago. Because a couple of years ago, he was electric.
He was
he was
a weird
electric.
drop off. And it hasn't been bad, but based on that big season he had, was it 23 or 20? Might have been 22.
22, I think.
Yeah, he's dropped off the level from that.
Now, some other players I want to talk about. Teague Wilton. I just, in a edge back row pairing of Nikora, which... rightly so, but Wilton kind of gets a bit lost in the noise because Nikora has been so good for a couple of years now. But I reckon Teague Wilton, with another year of footy under his belt, another pre-season, I'm excited to see what he can do this year. I really am.
Absolutely, and his defence has also come on leaps and bounds. Like, became a regular starter in the NRL sort of 2021, or a regular feature in the 17, sort of really hit his straps 2022. And he copped some flack in the last couple of years, being partnered at times with Matty Moylan, and between them they couldn't quite get their defensive combination going, but probably copped a bit of extra flack for that combination. But he's got his defence going. He runs a terrific line.
Honestly, Nikora does as well.
Yeah.
But very reminiscent of Boyd Corner's line.
Yeah. It's I said fully fit, 20 games behind him last year and finals. He's hopefully a big year for him and just stay in the field.
Going to be interested to see how Cam McInnes goes this year because had a breakout year last year. He obviously played Origin. I wonder whether... does he try to add a bit of ball playing? I know he can ball play, like he used to be a dummy half. But he's more of an up and down kind of... He plays 13 very differently to, say, an Isaiah Yeo. And I wonder whether this offseason they really try to work on just giving him a little bit of extra... ball playing through the middle there.
I mean, it makes sense because he's got it in him.
Oh, sure.
We know he does.
Yeah.
He's the perfect sort of prototype for that smaller-bodied ball-playing lock. So, yeah, especially with AFB there, how we know how much damage he did sort of 1 and 2 off the ruck with the Warriors in recent years. His combination with Cam McInnes could be key there.
I got to say, this Mulatalo situation, I hope it gets sorted sooner rather than later. I would hate for that to become a distraction at the club. He's such the beating heart of the Sharkies. I would hate for us to get halfway through the year and all the headlines continue to read for the Sharkies is Mulatalo hasn't re-signed yet.
Is he good till he can talk at the end of this season, or
Mate, he's off contract.
Off contract.
24. This is his last year.
Yeah.
Which is pretty crazy. The fact that he hasn't re-signed yet.
They've got. It just feels like all the stars have aligned. That it's just don't. Not that that'd be a negative one, but don't have any distractions off field. Don't have any extra media that's not warranted to disrupt what could be a great thing for the Sharkies this season.
If I'm look, I don't know what he's getting offered, so this could be wrong. Like if he's getting offered absolutely nothing or peanuts, like I get it. At the same time, do you almost just sign for one more year if you're Mulatalo? Just a 1 year deal?
Knowing you could win a comp and just be a part of something so special.
Exactly. And you're only a year older. You can sign your big contract the year after. Sure, and who knows? Maybe he's willing to do that. Maybe the club's the one saying, "No, we're not giving you a 1 year deal. You got to sign, 2 years." I don't know what's happening here, but
Don't know.
definitely surprising that surely a deal gets struck. Surely. Trindle also re-signed, so that's different. Geez, haven't they? I'll tell you what. This could become a disaster, but it also could be a bloody good thing. All these guys the most is 2026. Outside of Adam Fanua-Blake and Nico Hines, everyone here is the latest is 26, and then there's one with T. Wilkin to 27.
And Nicker now.
And Nico now, yeah. But isn't that like good roster management where you don't have so many players on these longer deals so you can kind of be flexible with it? Now, is there anyone else here that you're kind of looking at? The other one. Where is he? Is it Pahulu? No, it's not Pahulu. Apologies. Where is he, the big fella? Big front rower.
Oh, Tapua.
Yeah. Now, we talked about, Adam Fanua-Blake's come to the club. If Tapua takes the next step and kills it, what do you do then as a team? They all of a sudden become one of the better fullbacks in the competition.
And the beauty of it is, because you've got a lot of big minute forwards there, like your edge back rowers both 80 minutes, AFB's a big minute middle, Corfusi's going great, McInnes is a big minute lock. He's a young bloke to Tapua. He only needs to play 30 minutes off the bench, 25 minutes, and just come on and be destructive.
Imagine him and Hazleton just going crazy.
Yeah.
You'd almost, him, Hazleton and Talakai, all three of those guys just breaking games open constantly.
AFB pounding you for 30 minutes and you're just wrecked. I think you're getting a bit of a retrieve, and then you have just 1-2 punch of Hazleton to Tapua. Yeah, like that, again, as you said, transforms the pack if he can hit his straps.
Mate, it's just...
Great side.
The stars are aligning. I pray that they don't head into this year just expecting it to happen. I hope, and I'm sure they will, because they've had to... It's not like this just appeared on their lap and they had one good year and it's just happened. They've had to work so hard to get here.
And also, they've lost enough finals games and been well beaten, in a prelim last... What was the score in that prelim last year? Were they pretty well beaten, right?
Well, they hung in there for about 60 minutes and then Penrith just went away.
Yeah. That's right, yeah. But regardless, they weren't that close to a grand final when you look at it at the end of the day. So they know. It wasn't a Broncos where they... Sorry, Kempy, didn't mean to do this intensely, but probably could have won a grand final and fell from their lap. It's like they know they've got work to do if they want to win.
Yep.
They've got 2-3 years of experiencing that.
Absolutely.
So I don't think there'll be any complacency in them.
Chris Vilaya, have you seen him before? I mean,
Chris
Guru's probably
Vilaya. Nah.
Haven't seen much of him.
The CBA man's taken off.
He's taken off. Yep. Anyway, alrighty. It is time for the rubber to meet the... Oh, actually, something else quickly. I just think big games, Katoa, he's so important to him. He's just had a couple of games where it's really important where he might have a knock on here, a knock on there. He just needs to... Just in those big games, I just want to see Katoa kill it.
Well, we mentioned Kennedy being under a bit of pressure, and not due to poor form as such, but just the quality coming through. Sammy Stonestreet's sitting there waiting and licking his lips because he's a good footballer.
And so he'll bring the best out of Bulatalo and
Exactly.
Katoa. Katoa's work out of his own end. That right foot step that Katoa has, jeez, it's so good. The try, I'm pretty sure it was the try against the Broncos he scored, just absolutely tore us apart. Alrighty, it's time for the rubber to meet the road. Boys, I have the Sharks in third or fourth.
Ooh, I think this will be a popular one, third to fourth.
Surely.
Guru's got third to fourth. Hami's got 1 to 2. I've actually got a minor premiers.
Really?
Yeah,
Ooh.
I reckon they're going to get a minor premiership this
Jeez.
year.
Okay.
Do you have them going on to win the comp?
That's a completely different story. Completely different story.
We'll save that one.
Yeah.
Alrighty, it's time for the Sydney Roosters. Man, this is a tough one because they've had the roster to win premierships and they haven't really fired that much of a shot. And so, a part of me is like, listen, just to be Mr. Opposite Day, the year where they don't have the roster, could they do something special? Because they've just lost so much. They haven't replaced it for this year. Sam Walker, Cheese, they're out for half the year. I'm worried for the Roosters. I put it this way. If the Roosters make the 8, I think that's a bloody good knock from them. I really do.
Yeah, I feel like it actually could work in that opposite way, Kempy, because, they're the glamour club of the NRL, and for the last few years, 4 or 5 years, basically since their last premiership in 2019, they've had stacked rosters that have been expected to make grand finals and compete for premierships, and it hasn't unfolded that way. I think there's probably been a bit of complacency. Now I've had a few question marks around coaching decisions and squad decisions and how it's unplayed and like the tactics they've had. I think it just gives Trent Robbo not an excuse, but a reason to galvanise this group this year and go, people are writing us off. Cheese is unavailable for a lot of the year. Sammy Walker's unavailable for a lot of the year. We've got a few new faces coming now to the club. The roster they've got is so deep that it's still a talented squad and they can still do damage. I think it can work for them.
Do you think that they're pretty much going to be rolling into the year with a halves pairing of Sandon Smith and Townsend? Do you reckon they've got enough to get them around the park to win enough games until the boys get back?
Yeah, because...
Can I just jump in for 1 sec? So the Roosters actually have their buys pretty early. So all their buys are done by July. So
really?
Oh, that's conveniently lobbed for them,
I thought the same thing.
I wonder how that happened.
I thought the same.
Is that for real?
Not just July. July...
Wait.
You know what? End of June. Last week of June is their last buy. So if they come back, if Sammy Walker and Cheese come back in early July, they get 11 games with those boys.
They're all 3 buys in the first 17 rounds.
Yeah.
That could be the most Roosters thing of all time.
I mean, look, to be fair, in their defence, it's round 10 bye, round 14 bye, round 17 bye. So it's not like it's, round... It could be round 1, round 7, round, so... you know what? So there's 3 games, so that's 6 points. That's, helps.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt.
Around can they win enough in that time? That schedule definitely does help, but James Tedesco was a whisker from another Dally M last year, and we've seen Teddy with large success and sometimes a lack of success take over this team, just do it all himself. He's shown he can do it. Not that he has to in this roster, but he can. Connor Watson's a gun at number 9. Like, he can be an attacking number 9 and help playmaking, create, and gives Sandon Smith and Chad Townsend a hand. We look at Chad Townsend last year at the Cowboys. I don't have his numbers in front of me right now, but had a ton of try assists. He always does. He always flies under the radar. They're not going to be short of points. Put it this way. I think they regressed this year for obvious reasons, but I've seen a lot of people saying miss the 8 and it's going to be a tough year for them. It's still a bloody good roster.
It is still a bloody good roster. Look at this and you go, I tell you what, if they can make the 8 this year and miss their 9 and their 7 for a lot of the year and also lose Hargraves, Suoliti, Manu, Kiri, Terrell May, like that's incredible. Like that's nothing short of incredible. Think about if another team, if you put it this way, think about if you went to the Broncos and you said you've got to lose Reece Walsh and Adam Reynolds and also 3 of your best, most experienced players, you're going to make the 8 next year. That almost be impossible.
Exactly right. And you still go, like, look at that pack. Lenu, New South Wales. Connor Watson, New South Wales. Lindsay Collins, Queensland. Angus Crichton, New South Wales Player of the Series. Nat Butcher, good footballer. Victor Radley, gun, English international, etc. It's a good team.
It's a decent team. It is. Maybe we're getting a bit blindsided, like, because it's not as good as a roster as they've usually had. We just think it's not a good roster.
And the roster they usually have is so utterly absurd. I remember doing this preview last year, and we were like reading out the players who weren't going to make it, and we were just shaking our head. It's like they're almost, in terms of a 1 to 17 roster, they're mortal again, where they're back in line with the rest of the comp.
Yeah. I still have them, I'll save it for the end in regards to where I have them. Okay, let's talk about some of the squad members, though. And some key ins. I'm so intrigued to see how Teddy goes this year. Like, this guy, everyone wrote him off. And I know he had a couple of quiet years. I get it. Comes back. He was the best club fullback of the whole season. Think about that for a second. In a year where basically people were telling him that he was washed, he should retire, he has come back and he basically was this close to winning a Dally M. And
to be fair, it was only one quiet year because he won Jack Gibson medal.
It was literally 1 year, yeah.
And then it just seemed like more than that because it was like just in the news every day. But it was only one down year.
I think the year before, his try assists were down for a couple of years. and that's where we're talking about his ball playing. Could you get his stats? I think it's 2 years. Get his
On
stats.
NRL stats, so 24 last year, the 2 years prior, 11 and 12, but the year prior to that, 22.
Yeah, and so we were just looking at like the difference in
Yep.
in attacking. Anyway, we'll just say 1 year, whatever. He had a down year, and everyone's willing to write him off. And like, not only like this is the standard that Tedesco's set. Not only did he just come back and play solid, he came back and nearly won the Dally M. And that would have been his first Dally M. Would it have been?
No.
He's on Dally M.
One or two of them.
He's won one. Was it 18? 19.
It was 18 or 19. Oh, it was 19.
19.
Yeah.
Comes back, nearly wins his second Dally M at this age in a side that, you know, it just blows my mind how good he is. And what's crazy as well is like I don't even feel like the rugby league community is like that's stoked with it. As in, and I don't mean stoked as in happy for him. What I mean, but like they're not appreciating the fact that this absolutely champion of the game was being told he's washed from everyone.
Yeah.
Comes back and nearly wins a Dally M. Gets dropped from Origin, nearly wins a Dally M.
You had him, mate. The Origin game he was dropped from, Suoliti sent off 11 minutes in or whatever it was. What if that doesn't happen? Like the Blues went on to dominate game 2 and 3. If it doesn't pan out that way, Teddy, every chance he plays that game 1, kills it and retains that jersey and wins another Origin series. It didn't unfold that way. It was a change in the guard, but it was a Suoliti send-off that could have spelt the end of his Origin career.
Yeah, it's so incredible. So I can't wait to see how he plays this year, just to back that year up after that.
Well, it's interesting because, especially with no Sammy Walker there, no Luke Keary there, you know, he can't really afford to take a back seat in attack, which is probably not going to be a problem for him because he loves getting his hands on the ball and trying to do everything, but he's going to have to be in everything.
Absolutely. Another young fella that I'm really keen to see is Va'a. I'm pretty sure he was a front rower for Queensland in the under-19s. Big boy. Really interested to see because there's probably going to be opportunities for him this year to get on the bench. So I can't wait to see how he goes.
There's a lot of bench spots for round 1 up for grabs. He could, if he plays well enough in the trials, like there's currently Nafu White, who could potentially even start, but Egan Butcher coming back from an ACL injury. I think Blake Steep, Sua Wong. If De La Salva is good enough in the trials, he'll play round 1.
Well, even Rue's got him on at 17.
Yep.
Which is interesting because Rue's got Egan Butcher missing the side. I reckon Egan Butcher will be in their starting 17 first week.
He'll be there. He'll be back from injury. I guess it'll just be how he returns from the ACL injury if he's good to go for NRL round 1. But he got injured a long time ago, so he should be all good.
Yep. Now, some other potential, like it looks like Sandon Smith will start. What an opportunity. Like we've been kind of, I wouldn't say unfair because like I feel like Sandon Smith, he's played well in first grade. I just don't think he's played like an out-and-out 6 or 7. He's just been this like bloody good utility almost. And I just think that like what an opportunity for Sandon Smith to go, hang on a sec, guys. You know, all this talk about Dylan Brown or recruiting this person or that person. I'm still young. I've still got plenty to offer. What an opportunity for Sandon Smith to go, nah, I'm the 6. It's going to be me and Sam Walker for the next 10 years. And who knows, he could take it. He could absolutely take it.
Well, the back end of 2023, he came out when they had all those injuries at the back end of the season and went into finals. And he came out and he killed it, remember? It was like 1 or 2 of the games were just off the bench, coming on at number 9, playing out of position. And there was one game there, it might have been against Melbourne in a late season game, and he won in the game.
It was the finals game.
It was finals game,
Yeah.
and it was unbelievable. And you just sit there going, oh my goodness, Sam Walker and Sandon Smith. What a combination first, because Sammy Walker's the organiser, the ball player. Sandon Smith's just a really good running game, great defender. And then, you know, in and out of the team last year, off the bench a little bit. I think he had injuries as well, but you're right. He's now been handed the opportunity to go, no, like, not only like you're not playing at Sammy Walker, who commands a lot of the ball. He has to Chad Townsend, who he's the veteran. He'll get us around the park. Sandon, you play your natural games of 5'8". Huge opportunity.
Well, I mean, they're really going to rely on him for points, really.
Yep.
Like, don't get me wrong, I know they got Teddy there, but like, he's the 6, he's the tip of the spear. It's a huge opportunity. And look, I've probably been guilty of it too, where we've just kind of going, you know, they need to recruit. And I'm probably still in that boat where if Dylan Walker was to come on the market for 900 to $1 million, I'd probably consider it. But I don't think Sandon Smith should be counted out. I really don't.
Just turned 22.
That's what, like, he's so young.
Yeah.
He's so young. He's super fast. He's tough as anything. I'm really interested to see. Like, this next this first 12 weeks for him could change his life because he could go from a guy that, maybe we re-sign him long term, maybe we don't, to if he kills it, the Roosters going, all right, Walker, Smith, you're our guy.
10 years.
And then you just lock it in. They have that pairing forever. Yeah. And we've seen them play together quite well. Quite like Sam Walker and Sandon Smith, they actually, on paper, you would say, oh, will they work together? Sandon Smith is quite like similar-ish to Walker, but they actually do play quite well together.
I think that'd be perfect because I think, firstly, what did we say last year when or for the last couple of years, Kiri and Walker were trying to get the combination sorted out, and it was who's the dominant man, who gets more ball, and we worked out last year, it's like Sammy Walker, all through the young grades, even early in his NRL career, it was just getting the ball. He doesn't know any other way. With Sandon, you take pressure off him, mate. You're the foil to Sam Walker, and I think it'll work. I think that'll be a perfect combination. Super,
super interesting. I will say, if I had to be a bit nitpicky, I think it's going to be really important that Robinson sees the fruits of his labour and he starts to get the best out of Wong, out of Egan Butcher. But also, I have to be honest, after Origin, I did feel like Spencer Leniu did take a bit of a dip in form. Wasn't poor by any stretch, but definitely wasn't what he was in Origin. And so I do think that Robinson has his work cut out for him to make sure that this next crop of forwards live up to that standard of a Roosters forward.
Blake Steep's another one that you throw in there. And like all these really promising forwards coming through the grades that were touted as the next regular starter for the Roosters in the pack. They've had limited opportunity, but they've been given opportunity nonetheless, and no one's really put their hand up to say, I'm the next guy. It's probably Terrell May, to be fair. So who that's going to be, I'm not sure.
Like even White,
Yeah.
Is he the number 8? I don't know. Is Wong? I mean, he would come out of the gates looking like a bloody world beater, being a bit quiet.
Yeah.
And so I do think that the Roosters in the last few rotations or generations have been so good at bringing these forwards through. And I feel like that's probably Robinson's biggest challenge heading into this next generation. All these young guys like Butcher, Wong, White, you could even argue Radley to a degree, Steep, Va'a, like they need to step up pretty quickly.
And I suppose the thing is, it's such a new look team, but if they can win enough games between now and round 15, 20, whenever Cheese and Sammy Walker in particular are back, and they can get 8 or 9 games in leading into finals, who knows? If they can finish their best 17 once Cheese and Walker are back.
Or changes everything.
Is good enough to obviously win a comp. Now, I don't have them doing that, and I don't think they will because it's a massive ask for 2 key players coming back from lengthy ACL injuries, but they just need to get through into the back end of the season, don't they?
I tell you what, you bring Sam Walker back in, you bring Cheese back in, Watson moves to 13, Radley moves to an edge most likely, Butcher goes to the bench, Smith goes to the bench, and all of a sudden your bench is Sandon Smith, Butcher, Lenu, and Wong or Va'a.
And
a pretty friggin' good bench.
Yeah.
Like, you look at, we talked about the Broncos, like, compared experienced benches. Like, this Roosters bench at full strength is, when you got Lenu, Smith, and Butcher coming off your bench, that's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, that's it. And again, state the obvious, because they're starting the season with 2 long-term injuries, or at least 2, they need to have a bit of a run with luck because you add another 1 or 2 early in the season to key players, then depth is just going to be seriously tested. And they've got a lot, but even the deepest of squad can only take so much.
Well, you look at the Roosters, like they've been so unlucky with injury over the last few years. So hopefully this is finally the year they get a bit of luck. Really, really interested. Like another of my KO can't miss players of the year is Nwanga Nitawase. I cannot wait to see this guy play. When we talk about physical specimens, he is absolutely freakishly looking when it comes to just athletic builds. Big, powerful, strong, super good footwork. His reads in defence on his debut, like I know he missed one read. Some of the best friggin' wingers in the comp that have been playing for bloody 10 years miss reads. His reads in defence were outstanding. We might have a similar Israel Folau in the air. On his first ever NRL game, he's going over the top of people scoring tries. Not only that, he's defusing bombs as well and saving tries. In the Roosters, my KO can't miss player is Nwanga Nitawase. I think he's going to be special this year.
Do we think he starts round 1?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Centre? Well, it'd have to be because Dom Young and Tupou will be your wingers.
Yeah. Seeing how well he defended in his debut, I think that he'll be able to learn quick enough in his preseason, because he did play league growing up. He did not just come straight from Union. I think he'll learn quick enough. And when you look at that back line, if Nwanga Nitawase and Billy Smith play the whole season but also play as well as we know they can, that is an outstanding back line still.
If Nwanga Nitawase hits the heights that we're expecting of him, Billy Smith, we know, has talent.
Yep.
Just give him a run of good luck and just keep him on the field. All of a sudden, your back line looks, at least your back five, looks sensational. Up in the air as to what's going to happen with Sandon Smith and Chad Townsend, but the back five, lethal.
I tell you what, it's crazy to think that they lost the players they did and their back line still looks like this. Interestingly, and I had my tinfoil hat on last year. What did I say, Matty? I said Joey Manu leaving. I reckon he's leaving.
Oh my goodness!
To come back into the squad, whether it's this year or the next year. And get his.
They haven't filled their squad yet.
Exactly. And so I reckon the Roosters potentially could be looking at it like, okay, how long does Teddy stay? Because you've got to remember, Teddy only extended one more year. So it comes off at nearly a Dally M winning year. He extends 1 year. How does that make sense? He could have gone a 3-year contract at any NRL club, essentially any NRL club. I reckon you may see Joey Manu come back in this year, and then potentially in 27 he could be a fullback at the club.
Yeah, well, because the Japanese rugby season will finish, mid-NRL season or something?
Pretty much. So he gets his big contract, and whether it's this year or next year, but they've left a spot open, he goes over, plays Japanese rugby, gets his massive coin, comes back in on, unders, and then plays this year, next year in the centres. Teddy retires. By this stage, Joey Manu's like 29, moves into fullback for 3 or 4 years.
Imagine we get to round 20 and the Roosters are sitting 8th, and then all of a sudden Cheese comes back and plays 9. Sammy Walker comes back at 7. Joey Manu comes back in at centre. Oh, you can just see it happening.
There's an extra spot. Look, maybe I'm tinfoil hatting it too much, but I reckon.
Yeah,
I'll
say one thing. I'm just looking now that you mentioned that. Who plays fullback if Teddy goes down? Is it like Nwanga Nitawase? He's an out sort of centre wing, right?
Yeah, interesting, because I think Nwanga Nitawase played a little bit of fullback in Union. I think you could even get away with Ponga at the back there, Junior.
Yeah.
He gets through a lot of work.
There's no cut and dry backup, is there?
It's a good point. It's a really good point.
I mean, even with like the injured players, Walker and Cheese back in there, nothing changes. Like they don't have a clear. I've obviously got someone in mind. I don't know who it is though.
You know what? Let's look at this. Let's look at the full squad, because I'm sure there's a young.
There'd be a young bloke there for sure. But in terms of like regular NRL players, I don't think there's one there.
I reckon surely they've got a young fella that's just. I'm just looking at it now. When they did the trial last year, there was a young guy that scored like 4 tries or something like that, if I recall correctly.
His name is Callum Gomek.
Yeah, okay.
And he scored 2 tries and set up 2 tries in the trial last year.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
You look at the fact they've got 2 centre spots they need to fill this season. We've got Nwanga Nitawase and Billy Smith there. But as you said, Robert Toya, very highly regarded, tackle busting, an absolute beast of centre by the sounds of it.
Junior Ponga.
So, like, that's them. Granted, the injuries weren't in the back line, but they lost key members. Still.
I tell you what, Junior Ponga might be the best backup outside back in the comp. He's so consistent. Every time he comes in, he does a job.
Yeah.
Every time. Alrighty, it's time for the rubber. Also, my boy Daniel Tupou. Let's pour one out for Daniel. This is already, I've drunk it all, but pour one out for Daniel Tupou, my boy. He'll never get the love he deserves. How long has he been so good for?
Yeah, he'll score 20 tries.
Far out.
He'll score 20 tries. He'll run for 180 metres a game. Toops. He'll do his job.
Alrighty. The Roosters, I have them 8th or 9th.
Item 7th or 8th.
Right.
Guru has them 9th or 10th, as does Hammy, and I've got them 7th, 8th.
Alrighty, it's time for the Melbourne Storm. And boys, we have arrived at my premiership favourites. I believe the Storm are premiership favourites for me. I just think that obviously the Panthers are there or thereabouts. Look, it's like literally either one. I just think that, first of all, we're talking about 5 in a row here. Surely that's mathematically impossible. Like, what are we talking about here? It's friggin' insane. But I feel like with the added of Stefano, an extra year of that forward pack developing into what they are, they've got incredible depth with Wishart, with Pezzett. The back line, Coates, another year there. Pappenhausen, more games. Fa'alongo. Like, you look at this Melbourne Storm roster, they came so close in the grand final last year. I think it might be their time next year. I really do. This year coming. They finished first on the ladder, and then they finished third the year before. I think that at the very least, they'll be in a grand final. If they aren't in a grand final, they'll get knocked out by the people that win the grand final. And if I'm being totally honest, it's probably going to be a Penrith Storm grand final rematch.
Yeah. You'd be hard-pressed to not be tipping Penrith or the Storm this season. Like, it's all just falling into place with the Storm where they went so close last year and still had excuses. You move on 12 months and they've got the Dalian winning halfback who was just unbelievable last season. Cameron Munster, who was injured for large parts of last year. I still have concerns around his fitness moving into this year. Off-season, I think it was hip surgery. But look, as we said, Tyron Wishart there who can come in if needed, and Jonah Pezzett on return from injury later in the year. But like Wishart as a 14, the experience he got last year and the big role that he played. Pappenhausen, who was good last year but returning from lengthy injury layoffs.
He's going to be electric this year.
They have depth. They have, we've questioned their forwards in recent years. They add Udakamanu, Asafa Solomonis to come back from suspension a bit later on. Katoa's evolved into one of the best back rowers in the game. Sean Law is just that perfect Craig Bellamy mould of just job-doing, back rowers, hard worker. It's such a good team.
Look at this roster. Like, it is truly like... Stefano, I know Nas is suspended to round 2, but let's just go full strength side. You're probably looking at Stefano coming off the bench with a starting front row of Nas and King, or Stefano starts and Nelson comes off the bench. Like, you're replacing Stefano with Nelson or Asafa Solomona through the middle. Like, they have been missing a big forward to help Nas out since Tino left. And so that rotation is incredible. King, another year in the front row. He's going to be even better for it. Lioro came leaps and bounds. So this is a predicted 17 from the Roo. Pappenhausen, Warbrick, Howarth. Bro, he was a back rower, got moved to centre. How much better is he going to be with the whole preseason playing centre? Like, that's going to be... He'll probably lose a few kilos, which will make him faster, more agile, more fit. And so you got Howarth, he'll be more experienced. Cannot wait to see him another year in the centres. You got Meaney, who another year in the centres, he'll be even better. Got to remember, he was another guy that moved different positions the year before because all the injuries.
He's been in his whole career between fullback and wing and centre and all over the shop.
That's 2 pre-seasons now that he's had at centre. Then you've got Coates. I mean, talk about finishing ability. Wow. And also, I really think if you go back to the second half in the grand final, it's almost like it unlocked him where he said, you know what, I need to absolutely make sure that I'm involved in the game. I don't let it pass me, take a million carries. And then you go into their halves. Munster, Hughes, Grant. You go to their back row, Katoa, Blore, 13, Lioro. On their bench, this is their bench. Wishart, Nas, McDonald and Kamikamitha. They are primed and ready to go on a premiership tilt.
Doesn't it just have that vibe around Wishart on the bench of when Nico was on the bench for a premiership, and you see all these Thurston on the bench for Doggy's premiership and all these greats. No, I'm not saying Tyron Wishart's going to be the next Jonathan Thurston, but we're going to look back in 2 years when he is a regular starting half or 5'8" or whatever, one of the 10 positions he can play. Just go, remember they won the comp, they had Tyron Wishart on the bench.
And you look at these other guys too. Nas on the bench.
Yeah.
This is when you know the Storm are, within striking distance of a premiership. When you've got a guy like Wishart who is most likely going to sign a whopping deal for somewhere else to start. So, you go back to their last premiership, guess who it was? Nico Hines, coming off the bench, signed a massive deal. Then you've got a guy like Nelson Asafa Solomona, could probably demand $900K a year at another club. He's coming off the bench. You got McDonald, who I'm sure will continue to develop into the player we know he can be. Then you got Kamikamitha, who at a lot of other clubs would be able to get a pretty decent contract to be a front rower. Then you look at the guys that aren't even in this side. You got Fa'alongo, who one of the most electric players in the competition right now. So it's a scary, scary time to play the Storm. And also you've got that extra experience now of this current roster playing together. I will say, as you've already talked about, the Munster situation concerns me
Very concerning.
because I haven't and maybe I've missed some quotes. So please, Storm fans, don't kill me. But I haven't yet seen a quote from the Storm, whatever. It's basically saying all good, everything's sorted, we're ready and raring to go. It's always been kind of like, I was struggling last year. Like, can you please try and find something, Matty? Because I'm yet to see like a full-on, I'm at 100% ready to go right now.
Postseason hip surgery.
At this, it's
Potentially having a bit of doubt for round one still. It's hugely concerning because he was limping around last year and fortunately he's a freak of a footballer, but he's a player who he relies on his bounce and his agility and all that
They got to a grand final and he wasn't at his best.
No.
They were absolutely nowhere near his best.
I actually missed this, but apparently he's on track for round one and could even play trials. Apparently he's well ahead of schedule.
But have we had, is there any word of I'm good to go, I'm 100%, all that kind of stuff?
This is what Munster said. I'm pretty excited to see where the next 3 weeks go and hopefully see how I go at trials.
You know what I mean? That kind of...
Not convincing.
I'm at full pace. I started with the lads back in the second week of camp, so full steam ahead.
Yeah. Look, maybe he's just talking normally in a normal rehab sense of getting through an injury. But, I don't know, I just want to... I want to wait and see him on the field, ripping and tearing the months that we know until I'm convinced. Because it was such a bizarre injury. They kept on kind of he needs surgery, he doesn't need surgery. It's a very strange injury. So the positive is, though, and look, is Wishart Munster? No, he's not Munster. I mean, there's no Munster. You're never going to be able to replace a guy like Munster. But the positive is that even when Munster was injured throughout the season last year, they were still winning a lot of footy games with Wishart playing six.
Well, they played in grand final last year in a pretty tight game with Pappenhausen coming back from length injuries, Munster playing underdone. If these two Pappy's fit and healthy and raring to go, if they can get Munster anywhere near back to his best, they can be tenfold better this year.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, this is my KO can't miss player of the season. It's Stefano Utoikamanu. It really is. And granted, the Storm, as long as you live up to their cultural standards, they will be patient with you. I'll never forget when Xavier Coates went to the Storm and we all just went, mate, he's going to be the best winger in the competition. And he actually was pretty quiet the first season. Granted, I know he struggled, had a couple injuries. They were super patient with him. Now he truly is one of the most damaging wings in the competition. With Stefano, though, this really is... Look, he'll always get signed on potential and size and everything, but this really is the opportunity to show everyone what he's really capable of. I think if he goes to the Melbourne Storm and he doesn't hit the heights that we know he can, a lot of people will be like, what could have been? Did he spend too long at the Tigers and his development get busted up from that? Where he's gone to I really respect Stefano. And look, I know a lot of people go, come on, respect Stefano. He went to the Melbourne Storm. Stefano is such a unique body shape. I'm sure he could have got massive contracts at plenty of other clubs. And also, I'm confident Storm probably offered him the least amount of money of those clubs. If he had a softer mentality, he would have been like, why take less at the Storm where I'm going to go down and get absolutely towed up, pushed to my limits? I can take contracts at all these other clubs that it's going to be much easier to go to and they're going to be bigger. But he chose the tough option. And I know people sit there go, tough option, he gets paid 800 grand a year. I get what you're saying, but he can get that 800 grand at other clubs and do half the work. But he's going down to the Storm where they're not going to allow him to take shortcuts. He's my guy to watch because I really want, similar to the Brooks situation, he goes to Manly, he gets to play finals footy, he has success. I want to see that for Stefano too.
And that's it. And it's, you feel harsh saying it to Tiger supporters, but you also get sick of apologising because the reality is they had 3 wooden spoons in a row. But I've seen a lot of premiership winning players go to the Tigers in the last 2, 3, 4 years and they've regressed and really gone downhill. And then they've left and they've gotten back to form. I can't wait to see what Isaiah Papali'i does this year.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But the West Tigers, it's a tough place to start your 10 years as an NRL player. Stefano did. And he'd been quite good for a few years. Didn't hit his heights, but he was never bad by any means, I don't believe. Going down to Melbourne where it's all about work ethic and standards and everything there, I haven't seen pictures of him. I can only assume he's been ripped into shape and he's probably in terrific nick. so exciting to see what he delivers this year. And as you said, within 12 months, not necessarily that he needs to bust the game open, but we'll know because he'll either handle life under Craig Bellamy and what that work ethic is like, or he'll be thrown out the back door.
Yeah, I cannot wait. I really can't. And, people that try to, I understand the players, they absolutely need to take accountability for their own actions, for sure. But if the club's environment doesn't matter, why are they paying professionals to train these guys? These professionals that are the coaches, the administration, the strength and conditioning, the CEOs, they are paid. Their job is literally to make the people below them the best versions of themselves. So I'm not saying it's always the club's fault. How many times have we seen clubs that do their best with a player and it just never seems to work out? And then they bring other people to the club. And granted, I do think the Tigers have turned a corner a bit because you look how good Galvin is, you look how good Fainu is. Unfortunately, Stefano has just been there before the new regime came involved. So Stefano definitely one to watch. I can't wait. And I tell you what, if he hits his potential, this forward pack will be unstoppable. With Harry Grant on the back of Stefano and Nas, what do you do? What do you do? With Pappenhausen off his hip?
You wave the white flag.
Oh, my God. It's just going to be... You got Katoa, a third year on the system, Blore.
And if I look at the one potentially concerning area in the team, I look at depth in the back line and particularly in the centres if Howard or Meany go down. Spoken to a few people, this Moses Leo, the Kiwi Sevens convert, flying.
Oh, really?
Full-blown putting pressure on for round one. More than likely going to be Howard and Meany, but killing it. So you add that in if he can hit his straps and be an NRL stand-up, which there's no reason why he can't. Oh, jeez.
Well, look, I love Meany. I really do, but he's got a ceiling, whereas this Sevens player, if he has that extra ceiling and he's playing incredibly well, it might put pressure on Meany. It really will. I know he's
definitely putting. Prior to Moses Leo, and I haven't seen him play, all word on all reports, but apparently killing it. I don't think there's a lot of pressure on Howard and Meany at the moment, which is not what you want. But if he's killing it, well, all of a sudden, it's like you could be at round one if you don't perform.
You absolutely need pressure on your outside backs.
Yeah.
That's the best thing for a quality side. So that's good to know. Man, I love Meany's journey though. Just ripped in, did whatever the coaches said, moved positions, and now he's a stalwart and he's played in a grand final and he'll probably be pushing for a grand final against him.
He seems so no nonsense. I feel like he'd be a coach's dream.
Yep.
Can play him in different positions. He'll do a job in all of them. Seems like a bloke who never whinges. Yeah, friggin' oath.
He deserves everything he's gotten.
Yeah.
He's gone from not being wanted at the Knights or the Bulldogs essentially to, I'm assuming, one of the most liked players from Bellamy because he just goes out there and rips and tears. And I got a lot of respect because the right side for the Storm, they were having huge problems defensively for quite a while. And they sorted it out. Right and left side for periods there.
For 3/4 of the last regular season and then got down to the crux towards the business and they just, as Bellamy tends to do with his players, they sorted it out, right? It was last season, yeah?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And they were really struggling on that. Pretty sure it was a right edge.
Yeah.
And it was because, there's just a connection between Hughes and Meany, I'm pretty sure, just wasn't the best. And anyway, they sorted it out. Now, in regards to... what's crazy as well, you got Grant Anderson there as well. Totally forgot about him.
He seemed like a bit of a battler in early days. Then last year just came
killed
out.
it.
No, that's why Bellamy's got him because he's good too.
Fucking crazy.
So Jaden Sewer Farlongo.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Is there a worry? How long does Farlongo sit in reserve grade?
Not long. I suppose you get to the end of this year and you weigh up the futures of how healthy is Munster. There's no reason why Pappenhausen isn't healthy, but Grant, Hughes, Munster, Pappenhausen, big money. And they sit there and go, all right, if it comes to the point where we have to lose one of these guys, we can save money with Sewer Farlongo, who could be a superstar.
How old is Farlongo now? Is 22? 21?
The problem with him is he's just so small that
21.
He's played on the wing, but
so still young.
I just don't know how he handled the defensive load. If he's good enough and can handle himself defensively on the wing, you say, cool, I'm happy to wait a year or two, and whether that's Pappy potentially leaving Owen to fullback or whether that's Munster or Hughes leaving, Pappy could easily make the move to the halves, in my opinion, and Sewer Farlongo goes to fullback. But if he can't get a spot on the wing or in the back line while he's waiting, he's not going to want to play Queensland Cup for too long.
Nah, no way. Still 21 though, so plenty of time. Well, not plenty of time. I know it's hard. It's easy to say that.
Yeah.
When you're a 21-year-old gun that could like arguably start at maybe 10 other clubs, you're sitting there going, hey, hang on a sec. I want to play now. I'm a competitor. I'm an NRL player. So I get that. I do get that. I was guilty of it. I got told, that I was third in line on the wing spot, and I was like, I feel like I'm an NRL player. So I went to another club. Okay, now it's time for the rubber to meet the road. Okay, the Melbourne Storm, I have them first or second, but first.
First.
I've got them second, but I've got them to win the comp. I just reckon Hughes missed a few games last year through injury, Munster injury, so I reckon they got Origin players. I reckon they'll drop a few games here and there, so they won't get the minor premiership, but I reckon they'll win the comp. Guru's got them first, Hammy's got them top two.
I wanted to find reasons for them to not tip them to win the comp. I couldn't find them.
Really couldn't.
Especially because they lost the grand final last year.
Depth. Everyone's coming into the peak of their powers.
Superstar spine.
Brought in a gun, big forward. Just, tough. Alrighty, it's time for the Penrith Panthers.
Oh, big day. We're setting new records here, surely.
How long has it been?
I couldn't tell you.
I am so torn right now because part of me wants to say they lost Luai and Fisher Harris. How? How do you replace those two guys? Seriously, they're literally, like I know Isaiah, Cleary, I get it, the heart and soul, but like half the heart and soul is Fisher Harris and Luai. It really is. And yet they defy. The thing with Penrith Panthers is history doesn't define them because they're the ones that buck trends. They are the ones that defy expectations. So any information that we have from the past, it doesn't apply to them because they are the ones that are breaking the mold. So how can we sit here and say that they can't win another premiership 5 in a row when they've already won 4?
You can't say it.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It is truly, it's the greatest team of all time. It's that simple. And I know people want to look back to older teams, and I get it. And maybe there are other teams in a one-off game that could pip them, maybe. But in the modern era, with how far the game has come, with the salary cap, with all the resources in it, how big it's gotten, how many more people play it, they are the greatest team of all time, and they are on track. I've got Melbourne Storm either 1 or 2, which means that they're either in the grand final and they win it, or in the grand final and lose it. The other team that I have in the grand final with them is the Penrith Panthers, and they could win their 5th premiership in a row.
Yeah, I feel like, without going to a whole other convo, they probably are the best team of all time. But there's still debate around it. If they do 5, it's undisputed. There's not even an argument anymore.
I kind of feel like I said that with 3.
Yeah.
If they do 4.
I know. I probably also said the same thing.
I just think they are. Like, what other team comes close? Like, so you're talking about, okay, for example, what was it, 11 in a row for the Dragons? That was a New South Wales comp. That wasn't even a national comp, my understanding. Granted, I know some people might have moved down, but it was a...
There was no salary cap.
There's no salary cap. It wasn't New South... Then you've got the Eels that were 3 in a row.
3 in a row, yep.
This is 4. They've already done 4. Who else comes close?
And when the Dragons won, there was unlimited tackles.
It wasn't even the same game.
It was a different game.
That's a classic. You can't compare eras. It's like just worlds apart, those two games.
For me, anyway.
They probably are.
For me, they are. They just are. It's, as I said, you might have been able to get like a Melbourne Storm 17 that in a one-off game in a grand final that could do them. Like that, maybe. But that's the thing with footy sides. It's not just about one-off games. It's about whole seasons. These guys have done...
Yeah. 4 in a row is ridiculous.
Okay, put this in your perspective. A team with Cam Smith, Billy Slater, Cooper Cronk, and Munster couldn't even go back-to-back.
Yeah.
These guys have gone 4 in a row. The Roosters... Look how stacked their side was, and they just went back-to-back and then haven't fired a shot since. It'd be like the Roosters going 18, 19, 20, 20... Oh. Anyway, I have to say, though, and I said it last year as well when Critter left, I get it. I am interested to see... They've lost outside backs before. They've never lost, like, a front rower like Fisher Harris with that... you go back to that grand final and against the Broncos where they came the closest to losing it, and it was Fisher Harris and Leota that were just too tough, too strong, too fit. And to lose Fisher Harris, the heart and soul, the intangibles that we talk about, Who is going to replace him? I'm not sure. I still have them as absolutely in the grand final and could win it, but I just have to say it. I know I feel like an idiot saying it, because how many players have they lost now and just completely replaced them and it's been totally fine? But that's just the feeling I get right now. That's
why they're a little bit hard to judge in the sense of, looking at the statistical side of things. I go, Fisher Harris goes like, all right, they lose 120, 130 metres a game from a front row, plays 40 to 45 minutes. Lindsay Smith can step up and he can do that exact same thing. Jerome Luai obviously going to be a big loss, but Blaze Talangi could be a star. If Talangi's not, I have confidence that Jack Cole or Dane Laurie or Brad Schneider will, if nothing else, provide an incredible foil to Nathan Cleary, and Nathan Cleary just plays a bit more of a role in attack without Luai on the left edge of the field. So I just say, why not? I don't know the intangibles. I don't know the conversations that Fisher Harris and Luai are having when they go back after conceding a try and the training standards that they set. I'd have no idea about that. You hear great things, but that's where it's hard to judge, because on the field I feel like they can, but off the field and what these two brought to that club over the last 4 years, I've never seen it up front, face to face.
I will say, one statistical thing you can really look at, when Nathan Cleary got injured, if Luai wasn't there, they dropped quite a few games. Maybe they dropped so much that they don't make the top four. I'm not saying that definitely would have happened, but we do know when they've brought other guys in, they haven't been as good Luai has kept them in seasons.
Yeah.
There's that question.
And the other statistical thing you can quantify is how the Panthers have gone, especially in big games and grand finals, with Fish on and off the field. And the lack of points they've conceded when he's been on the field. Him and Leo to go hand in hand in similar minutes, but you can look at that and go, there's your impact.
Yeah, huge impact. So I think if Nathan Cleary plays the whole season, I think that you've got to remember, they've managed to do what they've done with Cleary missing a lot of the year for 3 years in a row now, or at least 2. If he can play a whole year, then there's an argument to be made they could be even stronger, which is just mind-blowing. But if he does get injured, there could be a period where they start dropping games, and you just never know what could happen then. Does confidence get hit? Do they not used to losing? Again, guys, we're just trying to. If we get up here and just go, yep, they're going to be as good as last year. It'd be a 5-minute segment. It'd be over. We're just talking about what could go wrong, not to suggest we think it's going to happen.
And I'm with you entirely. Like if Cleary goes down, then all of a sudden you have Talangi and Schneider wherever you go, and you go, all right, well, there's serious question marks there. But then Dylan Edwards will just go to a freaking whole new level and get more hands-on, and they'll find a way.
Well, like Isaiah Yeo and Edwards, the amount of times they just picked him up off the canvas was outstanding. I will say, one Achilles heel that they haven't really been tested with is a huge injury toll. Now, don't get me wrong, they've had big injuries to key players at times, but they have had the least amount of long-term injuries of any team over the last 3 or 4 years. If they get super unlucky, like a long-term to Edwards, and obviously touchwood, we never want that to happen, but Edwards and Cleary and someone else goes down, then you could see potentially. Yeah. But again, we're just, that could happen to any team. If that happens to any team. So is there a world where do they eventually run out of puff?
And, well, it'll happen one day. I just don't know when. And we'll look at replacing James Fisher-Harris. Again, the intangible stuff, who knows, but you get Isaiah Papali'i, who was Dally M back row of the year at the Parramatta Eels, went to the Tigers. He wasn't bad. I think it was probably perceived as a down couple of years for him because of the heights he hit at Parramatta. But he went from a grand final team to a wooden spoon team. It's like, he was solid. He just wasn't as good as he was at Parra. He comes in. I'm expecting he probably plays on the edge, and Scott Sorensen shifts back to the middle role that he's played in grand finals before. Comes off the bench, will probably play 50 minutes. I know it's different to James Fisher-Harris, but you're getting... Isaiah Papali'i could win back row of the year this year. Absolutely could. And then you have Scott Sorensen, who is a different player to who he was a couple of years ago when he played off the bench as a middle forward and won a grand final. He's a significantly better and more experienced player now. That goes back into your middle rotation. Oh.
It's, mate, the fact that we're not even talking about they just signed the bloody back row of the year from 2022 or whatever is insane. I'd actually have Papali'i come through the middle. I think he actually suits, if you're looking for someone that can have, that be a big enough body that can take the contact and drive through that middle and really bend the line, I think Papali'i could be that guy, and you keep Sorensen and Martin on the edges. I've liked Sorensen on the edge, I really have.
I'm neither here nor there. I'm just saying Papa on the edge because that's where he spent nearly all his career, whereas Scotty Torrington, for many years, can do both, but has played a lot through the middle, won grand finals playing that role. That being said, there's nothing to say that Scotty won't stay on the edge and Papali'i won't play through the middle.
Going to be interesting. Now, the whispers are that he's probably going to start on the edge, Papali'i.
He did also get named on the edge in the trial, which to me is pretty telling.
Yeah, okay, that's quite telling. I can't wait to see a guy like Smith come in at 10 and get an opportunity to play, because like he's been developing into the player. Like some of the plays he made last year with like try assists and that were outstanding. I can't wait to see him develop and continue to get that opportunity. And who knows, like, you know, we look at it and we go, oh, they've got to find someone that's exactly like Fisher Harris. Maybe they change their style of play. You know what I mean? Like maybe they don't play exactly like the, you know, they've had this really strong 1-2 punch of Leota that they've relied so heavily on, that's the style that they want to do. Maybe they look at it and they readjust things and go, let's reinvent what we're doing here.
There'll be changes. Freaking oath there'll be changes. I've no idea what they are and what Ivan and Nathan will conjure up. But you look at Cleary, who's just such a dominant halfback. You just need a little foil to him. And obviously Jerome Luai was the perfect man for that. But it could be any of these guys. But Blaze Talangi or Dane Laurie, who are attacking weapons, who can just play off the back of Cleary, they could be that perfect foil again. We're not saying they're going to hit Luai heights, but they could kill it at 5'8" with him. Like, there's no pressure on that role.
Oh, you just go in there and just make your tackles. I will say, and look, Penrith know way more about rugby league than I do, friggin' by a bazillion infinity miles. However, Talangi's defence, you know, initially hasn't been that great. I know he's a rookie, you know, and that's expected. As a rookie in a halves, and also, like, he's in a parasite that is chucking him around at fullback, at centre, at 6. So, of course, he's going to struggle a little bit. But I guess if you're just, like, nitpicking and looking for anything, you know, maybe it takes him a little bit of time to get used to the system at
definitely.
6.
His contact in D is going to be a massive, well, you know it would have been a massive point of focus for them coming over. Attack, there will be no issues. He'll be elite in this system.
Man, I cannot wait to see Talangi behind a pack that is consistently winning the ruck. Like, you got Bizza. I mean, another guy that they're losing is Truva. You know, I do think he's a fair bit of a loss. And they've lost, obviously, May the year before. You know, they'll be heading into this year with McLean, Tango, Alamoti, and To'o.
With no disrespect to Truva, tremendous footballer.
McLean
easy
looks
replacement.
unbelievable.
McLean, like, they've got a now Kiwi winger who's probably going to come in there. Alamoti's only getting better. Tungo, we know what he's capable of. We've seen Penrith lose centres and wingers in recent years, and there's always someone, and I don't think this year's going to be any different.
It's just a testament to this club that they can just go, oh, by the way, we're going to bring in a young rookie that scores 4 tries for New Zealand.
Yeah.
Just crazy.
What a joke.
I want to give Alamotti a massive rap. The fact that he was essentially like in no man's land at the Bulldogs, like no one wanted, he was basically let go by the doggies. There weren't that much interest in him. He goes over the Penrith Panthers to get an opportunity, and I tell you what, it's going to be hard for him to lose that spot at the moment if he keeps ripping in and doing his job.
For sure.
But just
and, like, he's another one where attack's never going to be the issue. He's a devastating runner. Defence is continually going to be the issue around Alamotti, and he's settled into this system really well. And his defence was quite good last year, but it's something he needs to continue to work on to lock it down. And with both the McLean brothers there, who are both relatively versatile across centre and wing. But yeah, mate, he was terrific through the final series last year, and he's won the spot.
I'm interested to see how Kapoa goes this year. I've always felt like he has a lot of talent. Yeah, and so he's had a whole year with the Penrith Panthers. I'd love to see, can you get his stats up for reserve grade? I'd love to see how he went in Resi's last year. Because I've always thought he has a lot of talent. Now I'm just trying to look at the whole squad. Okay. If I had to have Achilles heel for the Penrith Panthers, it is if Nathan Cleary has another injury that puts him out for 6 to 7 weeks or whatever. That's probably going to be the biggest concern. But outside of that, you look at this roster, and it is just so well balanced, so ready to go, ready for another premiership. I mean, Isaiah Papali'i, he'll probably be in line for another bloody Dally-M edge back rower.
Liam Henry, he's got an opportunity to step up with Fish gone, can play middle or edge. He was great last year.
Lindsay Smith can also play middle or edge. Like, the talent of their roster, it's just amazing. It's just amazing. Going to be interesting to see what they do with Schneider. I'm assuming. Do you reckon they went into this year and said Blaise Talangi, this 6 jersey is 100% yours, or do you reckon they said you've got an opportunity and you're going to fight for it?
I don't think Cleary ever. But then when you're trying to get a young talent over, you probably need not assurances, but you need to back them and say, "No, you're our
You're
man."
a 6.
I don't know. I'm not sure, but
I'd be interested.
I do feel like I would be picking Cole, Talangi, potentially even Dane Laurie at 5'8" over Schneider. But if Cleary goes down, Schneider's probably the one you put in to replace him. Because he's probably the best. He's probably the man you want organising if they've got these like rapid ball running 5'8".
Yeah.
Kapoa, it's kind of tough to read on his stats because he changed clubs and positions halfway through the year. But when he did go to Penrith and played centre wing, played 12 or so games, 10 tries, 12 line breaks, 5 or 6 games with 140 plus metres, and it only got more as the year went on, and 3 try assists.
So Kapoa for me, a full preseason at the Panthers, that's exciting. Get him in that system, get him doing what they, because he's coming halfway through the year where the intensity would have been at training would have dropped off quite substantially. That's exciting. That's really exciting.
Yeah. Versatility is awesome.
Mate, I've always thought he's just got so much ability if you can get the best out of him. So I'm keen to see what's going to happen there. After that, another guy, he might even be a KO can't miss player. I'm just really interested to see what Leota does this year.
Definitely.
It's one of those situations where I'm sure, and don't get me wrong, him and Fish are brothers. They're brothers, but I'm sure he's going to take it on himself as a real challenge of like, I've lost Fish. It's now my responsibility to step up. And he's already done it with Fish. They've done it together. But what I'm saying is he doesn't have his brother in battle anymore. And so it's going to be really all on him, at least initially, to step up and be the big dog of the forward pack.
It's his pack. Him and, Yo's probably the brains behind the operation, and what he does at lock there is outstanding. Leota, not the sole enforcer there, but what would you call almost like the spiritual leader of the pack? Because for years it had been Fisher Harris. Alongside Leota, it is Leota now.
Yeah.
He's the man in the pack.
Well, with Fish, it was a 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
It was Fish's incredible ball running, and then Leota would be jamming blokes.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that Parramatta Eels grand final where Leota just went absolutely crazy in defence. And it's just to, because the worry, not the worry, but if you had something to worry about, it would be like when you lose a brother in battle and he runs out for the first time and looks across and Fish is not there. It's going to take a little bit to get used to, because he's almost going to naturally expect Fish to be next to him. Or put it this way, the amount of times he would have turned to Fish and said, let's get up, let's fucking jam this, whatever. Oh, honestly, 10 times a game. So he's going to do the same thing. And he'll have Henry, he'll have Smith there. But, the connection that him and Fish had built, it's different. And so he's going to have to build that with someone else now. Now, it doesn't have to be the same. It'll probably never be the same. I think the connection they have is irreplaceable. But it is going to be really interesting to see how Leota kind of reacts. It's a bit similar to when Cheese and Harry Grant were together. They would just work off each other's energy so much. And then Cheese left, and you could tell that sometimes Harry Grant was almost waiting for someone to give him that quick play the ball to go.
Where's me lunatic? He's not here.
Where's me? And so it's going to, I can't wait to see. Isaiah Yeo, if he has another crazy year, you got to start putting him in the arguably one of, not the greatest, but if he has another incredible year, he's one of the greatest 13s all time. Surely.
Especially, I think, like a pioneering one. Because we've spoken about this a bit in the past, but Taumalola and what he did in the big minute, just damaging.
Because there was ball playing.
Yeah.
And then it went to basically another front rower.
Yeah.
And then it's come back around with the ball playing.
Being probably, I would nearly call it the era of the lock for certain clubs being the fifth member of the spine. And Isaiah Yeo's been at the forefront of that. Not the only one. There's been a couple, but right up there. So, you look back at the best in the position and talk about him of all time, and I'm not necessarily saying Yeo is or isn't. Well, he isn't at this stage in my eyes, but you look at how they changed the game and what did they do differently to anyone in the past to warrant saying they're the best in this position or top 5, top 10, whatever. Isaiah Yeo has changed the game in the role of the lock forward.
Yeah. Yeah, at least in this generation, he's brought back in the ball playing and all that kind of stuff. it's just what I can't get over with those AO is his consistency. Like, tell me the last time put it this way: can you ever remember a Barry Crocker from Isaiah Yeo in Clubland?
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't exist.
It's actually insane.
Yeah.
It's actually insane. I have them finishing first or second at the moment. They're second on my list, but first or second, they are in the running to win a premiership again.
First or second?
Guru's got him first or second. Hammy and I have him third or fourth.
Are they all in premiership race? Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay. Prediction of the grand final 2025. I've got Storm Penrith.
Yeah, it's boring. Storm Penrith with
sorry.
me is the Mad Smokies.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, well, sorry, not unfortunately, but unfortunately for the sake of this conversation, Storm Panthers.
Okay. Alrighty, guys. I hope you enjoyed this show. You know, I really, really appreciate it. If you're still listening, thank you so much. All I would ask is if you could just hit the subscribe button on Spotify, on YouTube. It really does help us. Hit the like button. It helps us in the algorithm. Yeah. Thanks so much for listening, and we'll go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.